Hello there. Ay, 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 ay. Last night was insane. Hello, it's the Shy Doomer. I am here and I am queer. I am one of those woke, uh, evil, sinful individual, but I'm dumb. That's it. Hello, I'm the Shy Doomer. Today we're gonna be talking about we're gonna cover the Benjamin Netanyahu interview. Not all of it. I just want to skim through it a little bit. I learned my lesson from last night, watching a 3-hour video and making it to a 7-hour stream. Just watching that one thing. Holy moly, that was insane. And then after that, we're gonna watch the entirety of one progressive versus 20 Hitlers. That's gonna be really fun. And then after that, there's other things that we might cover too. But after that, I might play some games. I'm not sure, depending on how long this takes. No promises, no promise. But yeah, just real quick though, I saw this insanity today, and I was like, are you serious? Like my brain kind of melted a little bit seeing this. Um so it starts off here. Did you see this? I saw this. I saw this. I wish I didn't see this, but I saw this. Uh Lol at people acting I think it's adding me with the clip in response to a thorough experiment I ran with uh, this person right here, which was essentially Trump or Hassan, who you pick is closer ally to the Dems. Not me who came up with this, but one of my co-hosts. Right. So like, if you don't know who Hassan Piker is, they're like a political streamer, whatever. And obviously, they're the Charlie Kirk versus Hassan Piker. Thank God, Hassan voted, won the vote. But if this was all lefties, that finger quote left leaning people that decided to vote, only left leaning people that voted, 135 for Charlie Kirk is psychotic. Like, we don't know who this is, who voted, right? But if this is supposed to be only people on the left, only people who support the Democratic Party, or think like the Democratic Party represents their politics or their leaning, their political ideology. So like 135, that's yikes. That's really really yikes. And then we have we have responses like this. I don't use Reddit, and this is the reason I don't. It's just Twitter is a cesspool, but at least like it's a meaningful cesspool because there's politicians on here. But this is like a cesspool in the way of like just terminally online weirdos saying shit like this. Hassan is the correct answer. Hassan would be politically ineffective, as most of what he would want to implement would be unpopular even with most Democrats, because the majority of the United States isn't interested in socialism. Charlie Kirk is a similar version of Trump. He would do everything Trump has done and more. He's also clearly has a bias against black folks, which would put me in the crosshairs. To compare Hassan to Charlie Kirk and be like, the only reason I'm voting for him, Hassan, is because like he'd be ineffective, but they're both the same equal bad, is insane. This is psychotic. This like proves scratch a liberal, a fascist bleeds. This is like, I have no idea how like mentally detached or like what mental gymnastics you have to do or cognitive dissonance you have to come to the conclusion that Hassan Piker is equally as bad as Charlie fucking Kirk. Like, my goodness. and our favorite person ever. First time on the stream. Here we go. Destiny replied. If you don't know who Destiny is this creep right here. He's admitted to sending people's nudes without their consent to others, and he's sexually assaulted people on camera, admitted it was wrong. He's been buddy-buddy with people like Nick Fuentes. He's been buddy-buddy with people like that advocated for normalizing child loving with adults, Mr. Girl and whatnot. So, from my understanding, Destiny is an individual that pretty much Destiny's an individual that pretty much just cares about spite and content more than actual political advocacy, you know? Yeah, he does direct action. Yeah, he donates money to candidates and all that stuff. But like when it comes to his beliefs and like his arguments, it's just like debate bro fucking melted shit. If you see, did he change it? Oh, he changed it. He used to have they them pronouns, and he literally just did that because he was saying, oh, because you say I can't be transphobic because I identify as a non-binary, even though non-binary people aren't valid and they are not trans, right? This little hate troll has responded with this clip right here. I wonder what this clip is about. Let's see.
The reason why I'm saying this is not because, contrary to popular opinion on TikTok from like leftists on Twitter, I'm not a shepherd for the Democratic Party. I don't give a fuck about the Democratic Party. But they are our representatives, and they're supposed to represent us, and they do have a platform, and the media does listen to them, so we have to wield them like a weapon to the best of our ability. We have to use them to also continue yelling about these things that we care about. Because the reason why I'm saying this is not...
I would say, oh, that's pretty accurate. I don't give a fuck about the Democrats. I'm not like, oh, I love the Democrats. It's just that they're the lesser of two evils. Typically, they aren't after my rights. They're not, like openly fascistic and trying to destroy the foundation of this country, you know? So, like, I support them, I vote for them in that kind of way, but I don't give a fuck about them the way, like, MAGA would. I'm not, like, a big fan of a lot of people within the Democratic Party, and I criticize them a lot, especially the old guard, the old corporate guard. If you watched last night, you heard me a lot, at the end of the stream complaining about the neolib corporate guard Democrat, you know? So, I don't understand how this is bad. I don't understand how this, like, makes any sense. So, the person that made the original tweet responds with, like, Hassan or Trump, who would you vote for if you had to pick? And then this fucking brainlet, Trump at least has some vague notion of supporting America, however manufactured it is. If he destroys the country, it'd be a byproduct of his stupidity and narcissism. With Hassan, it would be by ideological design. How completely terminally online, disassociative, revenge, fucking spite pill do you have to be to think like Hassan Piker's politics by design is anti-fucking America and wants to destroy the country? You are psychotic. He supports foreign terrorist groups, despises U.S. allies, supports historical revisionism to paint the U.S. adversaries in better light, has had admitted that he would ban opposing political parties in the United States and would lock his enemies forever in redetention camps if they didn't agree with his political ideology. as an ML, he would support the creation of a single vanguard party to vinify, enforce, and all of these changes. I've never heard him. I've watched Hassan. I've heard his arguments. I've never fucking seen him say that. Like, oh yeah, uh, Maoism was actually based. Marxist Leninism is really cool. I've never seen. I've never heard any of that shit. Uh, let's go bit by bit. From my understanding, from what I've seen Hassan say, he supports for foreign terrorist groups. By support, he means he understands the material conditions leading to people being against the international colonization or attack from America to these places. Like, for example, the Middle East. The war on terror in the Middle East only caused more people in the Middle East to have negative views on America. It only, like, what's happening in Palestine, will only create more Hamas, because there's once you kill someone's entire family, or like you're subjugating these people, they'll choose to resort to violence, because might as well die on your feet fighting than wait for the bomb to drop on you, right? So like that's all I've heard of, from fucking Hassan say when it comes to like terrorist groups. Despises US allies. Yeah, whenever they do horrible shit, like defend a like whenever they do horrible shit, like they're not good. Just because, like, oh, there are our government's allied. Like, this would be like saying, oh, the people that this would be like saying, oh, if you dislike the Empire, you're an enemy to the Empire and you want to destroy the Empire, like in Star Wars, you know? Like this is so fucking, I lick the boot of the military industrial complex, because it's my country's military industrial complex, and it's based in red pilled, and fuck all the terrorists. It's like, it's so fucking chud pilled. Like, I don't understand how anyone can think this guy's on the left. Supports historical revisionism to paint U.S. adversaries in a better light. I have never once seen Hassan do historical revisionism. What I have seen him do is talk from the like a perspective when it comes to the terrorists, talking about like people that we call terrorists. Like the Empire called the rebels as a dirty word to make people not think about, like, hey, maybe the Empire is the baddies. Oh no, they're rebels. They're rebellious. They're trying to overtake our country. They're evil because of it. You know. So like what I've seen him do is not whitewash the situation like America propaganda and American history classes do. He erases the whitewashing when he talks about these things. So I guess Destiny is in support of the fucking white supremacist whitewashing of our country, making it seem like, oh yeah, like the Native Americans, they were actually the aggressors, and we had to fight back, and we had to get rid of them the way that we did, because like if not, they would have gotten rid of us, and like it was actually God's plan and we needed to do it. Or, oh, we had to do the war on terror because of the WMDs that the government's admitted was a like lie, you know? I don't think China's any good. I don't think Russia's any good. I don't think the Soviet Union was any good. I think all three, like America, the Soviet Union, China, uh, England, or United Kingdom. I think all those empires were pretty fucking cringe and bad, actually. And I'm pretty sure Hassan is the same way because I have never seen him be like, "Did you know like Mao was actually really based?" But because we were like so programmed with Red Scare bullshit, whenever you do like say, "Hmm, China's like putting money in their infrastructure and technology," that's pretty big. Like obviously China has its faults, but like me saying this, they're gonna be like, "Oh, you fucking love China." I'm like, no, I fucking hate China for the same reasons I hate America. And by hate, I mean like the aspects and the things our government does, right? I don't hate the people in the country. I don't hate the government itself. I love democracy. I just want us to be better. I want to make us better, right? Um, has admitted that he would ban opposing political parties in the United States and would lock his enemies in. He said this about, I'm pretty sure he was talking specifically about the Republican Party and like fascism and like white supremacy and like theocracy because it's against our fucking constitution. And if you don't like make it so it's a threat to be that kind of way, which those groups of people, alt right, white supremacists, theocracy types, they are a fucking threat to everyone else. Even themselves. They hurt themselves even. So like I would I wouldn't be against banning them. Ooh, oh no, we ban fascism from our government because it's antithetical to the Constitution. Oh no. Yeah. This is just this is just what we know. Hassan's views publicly. He also known that he started on shows that he stated on shows that he hides his true beliefs to so he can funnel people further down the radicalization pipeline. I don't know. He's pretty out in the open. Like bro literally said like America fucked around and found out and that's why 9/11 happened, you know? America fucked around too much and then in consequences of what they did in the Middle East, they found out through 9/11, which our government knew about. So, if our government was willing to allow it to happen, even though they knew about it, while simultaneously they were trying to beat the drums of war when it comes to the Middle East because of fake WMDs, it kind of seems like damn, our government was okay with 9/11 happening to justify the war on terror, you know. So remember the question: Hassan or Trump? Who would you Hassan and Trump? That's the question, right? And then he goes in this fucking like spiel. We already served 4 years of Trump. I'm convinced we'd survive 4 year. We'd. I'm not convinced we'd survive 4 years of Hassan. So like he's saying Hassan is worse than Trump. This fucking this sex pest, sexual assaulting, uh, revenge porn distributing weirdo. Oh yeah, Hassan Piker, someone that like advocates for higher tax on the wealthy and like free healthcare primarily. He's a bigger threat. Which to me, this says that you are closer to Trump's ideology and Trump's beliefs. That's just me. I'm not sure if like you guys feel that way, but This just seems like you're saying, "Hey, I'm closer to Trump than I am to Hassan," or if like his spite, because this is all about content. I think he doesn't actually like. He's so content pilled when it comes to like, oh, he's my competitor, so I have to like slander his name and make him say some deranged shit like this, you know. So I think this is like spite shit, you know, content brain spite shit. In response, it says, so you would vote for Trump over Hassan, correct? I would vote for the guy who supported January 6th versus the guy who supported October 7th. Yes. That is such an insane fucking take. He would support someone that tried to overthrow our fucking democracy over someone that he is bad faith misrepresenting, that said he understands why people did October 7th. He doesn't want this violence to happen, but consequences. It's consequences to like how the Palestinians have been treated, right? I can understand why October 7th happened. That doesn't mean I support October 7th. I can explain to you the mindset of why Hamas did what they did and probably what their goals were in mind. But I don't think what happened during October 7th was okay at all. And Hassan has repeatedly said this too. Okay, we have an honest disagreement then. I would vote for Hassan over Trump. I see Trump and MAGA as a greater enemy than Hassan Piker. That's because you don't think tankies are really that bad. Hassan is not a fucking tanky. I hate tankies. I'm not socialist, communist like you've convinced your audience. I just think fascists, Trump is my bigger enemy. I'm not convinced Hassan could turn this country into a Marxist hellhole if he would wanted to. I think Trump and MAGA are doing more damage than he could. You've morphed this because, oh man, here comes the debate fucking the debate perv mindset, the debate bro mindset right here. You've morphed this into a fundamentally different type of question then. If you're simply asking who I would vote for if the election were tomorrow and the rest of the political system country would remain the exact same, then I'd vote for Hassan. No, that was the original question. You fucking goof. You fucking the original question, Hassan or Trump, who you voting for if you had to pick? That was that's the same question. You're just answering the question differently now. You fucking I don't understand how anyone thinks this guy's like a like intellectual mastermind. I don't get like he's good at debating, but like the half the shit he debates is like fucking stupid. Cuz he's learned how to convince the audience that he sounds more correct and how to like argue against people proficiently, but that doesn't mean you're fucking smart. Any dumbass can learn how to do those skills. You've morphed this into a fundamentally different type of question then. If you're simply asking who I would vote for, if you're simply asking who I would vote for, which is what he was simply asking, you fucking dumbass. If the election were tomorrow and the rest of the population system country would remain this exact same, then I'd vote for Hassan because he's too stupid and his ideas are too radical to get anything done in this country. I didn't know like free healthcare for all was too radical. Like, oh no, it's so radical. People having free healthcare, people having affordable housing, better infrastructure. Like, oh no, this is so fucking radical. And this guy's supposed to be like the last like true leftist online. or that's at least something he's argued in the past. Like the fact that you think SOCDEM or like socialist policies, like Zoran Mandami policies, is too radical in comparison to fucking fascism. This guy's telling on himself. And it's all because of Israel. Like, Israel has made a bunch of liberals turn fucking fascist real fucking quick. You know, like, scratch a lib, a fascist bleeds? He's proven that shit right now. But that's like asking if I'd vote for Trump versus Hitler. I'd heavily consider voting for Hitler over Trump. Because despite how bad Trump is, I think Hitler name alone would scare off the majority of the Republican Party from working with him. But that kind of meaningless statement and oh my. Dude just literally said I'd vote for Hitler over Trump. He thinks Hassan Piker is the same as Hitler. If that's not like giving some credence or cover for fucking fascists and Nazis, I don't know what the fuck is. If you're willing to like argue that Hassan Piker is the same as fucking Hitler, you're doing the whole horseshoe theory. All that fucking does is benefit the fascists, benefit the Nazis. When I deal with an actual tanky, I call them red fash. They're not on the left. You ask anyone that's like, they're just, instead of like shilling for Hitler, they like, they're simps for a different regime, you know, like Mao or the Soviet Union. They have the same fucking ideology. They have the same kind of beliefs. They have the same behaviors. It's like extremely socially conservative and authoritarian. Like they just shill for a authoritarian state. So when you deal with a tanky, yeah, a tanky is no fucking different, but a tanky isn't someone that's on the fucking left, because just like how Nazis in bad faith called themselves socialists and then they didn't enact any fucking socialist policy and they actually killed all the socialists, so did the fucking the USSR. People that actually advocated for Marxism were put into camps. People that actually advocated for communism or socialism or anarchism, they were put into camps too. So all you're doing is muddying the waters and making it so fascists seem like they're the same as people that are on the left, which is psychotic. You're supposed to be on the left. My goodness. Oh, I keep on clicking it by accident. I'd vote for Trump. I mean, he'd vote for Hitler. It's insane. I don't think I've morphed anything. Like, this is, like, did he see red? Did he fucking see red? Because he's responding to the same exact question that Pesco asked it. Like, he's just changing his answer. And because he has to admit that it sounds pretty fucking yikesy, and he has to change his answer, he has to like be like, "Oh, you've morphed everything." It's your fault that I have to change my answer, not the fact that I realize I sound like a fucking idiot. Wait, let me double down on being a fucking idiot. I don't think I've morphed anything. I'm saying gun to your head right now, Trump or Hassan, and I guess I'm not sure what your answer is or when you'd support Trump in this context. I'm obviously asking for, oh my gosh, graded the political system of the USA. I also think Hassan is more aligned with you and Dems than fucking Trump. Basically, I think the answers. Oh man, I get a hiccup. Overdetermined when we're talking about Trump. Support or vote for? You keep changing the question. If you vote for someone, you're supporting them. You fucking idiot. Even if I hate, even if I fucking hate uh Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, if I voted for them, I supported them within the election. Are you this like this is what debate bros get you. Like this mind rot right here. I like a good debate. I'm a debate hoe. I'm a slut for debate. I love that shit. But like I don't have a debate bro fucking mindset where I'm just trying to get W's. I just like try to logic through a conversation with someone else to test my own beliefs. But this is just like I have to show that I am the intellectual superior and I need to be the I'm better than you. You're it's so bad faith, dude. You keep changing the question. There's tons of implications here of these terms. I would vote for Hassan because I know he's has zero chance of winning. But again, that kind of misses the point of the question. Wait, okay. In what world is Hassan more aligned with me than Trump? In what world is Hassan more aligned with me than Trump? This is what we call the opening to the alt-right pipeline. You see stuff like this, you're a supporter of this person. You fall for this fucking brain rot. And then before you know it, you're saying trans people are the problem. Why LGBT people aren't getting rights and they're targeted. You're saying shit like, "Oh, immigration is actually kind of a problem and we should actually do something about it." This he is the fucking gateway drug to fascism at this point. Hassan is fundamentally anti-capitalist based. He's anti-liberal. I wouldn't call him anti-liberal. He just criticizes liberals because they're fucking. Look at the Democratic Party right now. They're run by liberals. Liberals are fucking. They're like, oh, the system. Yeah, no, that's like the same. That's the same. Like that's the same criticism. Oh, the hierarchical system where people at the top get all the wealth and power, and people at the bottom get pennies, and the system how it is right now. That's not the problem. We just have to get the good person on the top of the system, and maybe give a little bit of crumbs to the peasants at the bottom. That's the fucking liberal mentality. The system is the problem. It's the people in charge of the system that's the problem. That's the liberal mentality. And it's no, the whole fucking system is the problem. He's anti-USA. Depending on what you mean, depending on what your definition of anti-USA, I would be anti-USA. If you're like a fucking fash type and you're like we should conquer Poland, or like we should bomb this country and whatnot, or like Hiroshima was based, and I'm like, no, that's fucking bad, that's evil, and you're like, wow, you're anti-America, right? I'm anti-America when it comes to the industrial war complex and constantly slaughtering people from overseas and starting wars and being in forever wars. I the dis I'm anti-America when it comes to like the disbalancing or like disabling the other countries like South America, Mexico, the Middle East, um, Africa for our own financial and economic benefit. I'm against that. So is that like anti-colonialist, anti-imperialist, anti-war? Oh no, I'm so anti-America. He's anti-intervention in probably all scenarios. What the fuck? he supports he supports giving Ukraine aid. What the fuck you mean? That's intervention right now. He supports fucking Ukraine getting aid. He said that he would, if he was the leader, he'd fucking put troops in Israel to stop the war and make it better for the Palestinians and force an agreement and make a two-state solution. And yeah, what the fuck are you talking about? He thinks the U.S. is probably one of the most evil countries on the planet. Bro, if you don't think that's the case, I'm sorry to say. I'm sorry to say, because you were born in the empire doesn't mean the empire is good. Billions, trillions of people die every day because of the like systematic choices within this country. Disease, starvation, poverty, civil war, all those things. We are the arbiter of the world dollar. We are the arbiter of the economic system, and the economic system has fucked the world in its people, its resources, its environmental stability. Yeah, no, we are not the goodies. We are not the goodies in these aspects. And to criticize what America is doing, the imperialism and the like constant wars and the governmental like the economic corruption and theft of people's wealth from all around the world, to criticize that is the most American fucking thing you can do, because freedom of speech. And I thought this was a country that we thought everyone was equal. The pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness for everyone. Everyone. Not only people within our border, but it should be outside of our border too. Because if they're doing good, we're doing good. We shouldn't be doing good off their back because of that, they have to leave. And then we demonize them when they come here after we fucked up their own country, you know? He's pro democracy, you idiot. He's not pro mono party. Through violent enforcement? Dude, this is psychotic. Okay, for crystal clear. Okay, for crystal clarity. Vote for in an outcome determinative fashion. Who are you actually picking? In your perfect world, who is winning? That is what the question is trying to suss out. Political alignment can never that, but what? Oh, can answer that, but getting ready for a debate. You seem to have missed the last half of my tweet. I don't know. This guy's an idiot. This guy's a freaking idiot. Destiny the sex pest. Pervert Destiny, for real, for real. Oh, I'm gonna show this off. My girlfriend made sushi. It was so yum yum. It was so fucking yum yum. It was yum 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 yum. Heck yeah. Is that the only thing I wanted to? Yeah, that's pretty much the only thing I wanted to cover on here. So let's get to it. Yay. All right. I just wanted to cover that real quick because I saw that this morning and I was like, are you serious right now? What brain rot? It is din din time, so I am eating din din. So let's make sure this is 1.5. We're only going to watch a little bit of this one. I'm not as invested in this. This guy needs to go to jail. He's literally our modern day fucking just like SS soldier. He's doing a genocide. He's crying that his my children, my son can't have their wedding because I keep on bombing foreign countries and they keep on retaliating for me bombing them and lying about that they have WMDs. Wah, you know. Let's see. God. Oh, thank goodness it skipped the ad.
This is fucking nuts.
This
dude.
is so crazy. We are so not qualified to do this.
No.
That's what's interesting about this. We're just
At least they admit it. They are so out of their these chud freaking podcast bros. I wouldn't be qualified to do this. I wouldn't want to do this. And these chud podcast bros, these DEI interviewers, my goodness, the right wing loves their DEI.
not. We just should not be doing this.
Well, we're too far too gone.
Here we have the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. He's about to walk into the podcast right now. This is probably one of the most, if not the most controversial podcast we
For sure the most
have
we've
ever done.
Yeah, 100%.
Maybe not the most controversial we'll ever do.
Maybe not.
But
Maybe
this is,
though.
I mean, this issue is just like, and by the way, I want to say too, I'm not claiming to be an expert on this issue or anything like that. I've kind of just probably like a lot of you guys that, you know, you read stuff online. And I feel like on the internet now too, it's like you don't even know what's real anymore.
So instead of doing your due diligence and doing research or getting someone that's also like have a guest that knows what they're fucking talking about from both sides, even to also ask questions at some point. Instead of doing your due diligence, you're just like, oh yeah, I don't really know anything. I'm really out of my wheelhouse, but this is we're gonna do this. Let's go.
Like you read shit and it's like you see a headline, it's like, is this true? Is this not true? So I see so much stuff about, you know, what's going on in Israel and, you know, Iran and Palestine. And to be honest, I just really don't know what is going on there. So it's gonna be interesting to sit down with Prime Minister Netanyahu and kind of just ask him some questions about what we read online and
Get educated.
probably going to be a lot of hate in the comments and stuff like that. In my opinion, I mean, dude,
We're
if
journalists, right?
We're I mean, we're technically
How
journalists.
can you pass up this opportunity at the end of the day?
No, and
You
plus
are
at the end of the
not-
day, it's like
You are not journalists. This is not journalism. This is a bro podcast that somehow was able to interview the prime minister of a foreign country. This is you are not journalists. This is not journalism. If this is journalism, journalism means fucking nothing. Me just screaming a question at some random famous person isn't me doing journalism, you know? Having like fucking Saturday Night Live having like politicians on isn't journalism. Like, are you serious?
like we get the opportunity to sit down with one of the most powerful people in the world, a world leader.
Yeah.
And we get to ask him some stuff, and we're going to ask him what we want to ask him too. So if you guys, you know, want to hear shit, whatever questions you guys want to hear, there's probably a ton of other interviews of him on CNN or like, you know, typical news stuff. We're going to ask him what we want to ask him. So to me, this is crazy. Like how far we've come, and we're get to sit down with world leaders.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're DEI. Fucking Republicans love their DEI. As long as you say the right things and look the right way, and lick the right boots, you get as tippity top as you possibly want to reach for. Because you guys love your fucking DEI. Also, why this guy's like so wheezy? Like I don't know. He just like seems like he shit himself. Like he's scared. Like I'd be pretty nervous too. But this is like wired nervous. Like this is like. I don't know. This is
fucking insane. So.
Yeah, I mean, for any
insane.
backlash, this is just an opportunity. Again, you can't really pass up. I don't see it. Like, there's no one else doing this.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I'll sit down with.
You should pass it up. If you're not qualified, this has repercussions. You should pass it up. You should understand you do not live in a bubble. You do not live in a vacuum. Everything you do has repercussions. Oh, wait, you did it for your 1.7 million views? So you did it for the money? So money over the repercussions of your actions? Grifter shit? Okay.
With any world leader in the
I
world.
agree.
I mean, my dream guess is Kim Jong Un.
Both of
Kim
ours.
Jong Un, if you're watching this,
This is kind
we'd
of
like
like
to come
that.
to
What the fuck? Okay.
North Korea and interview you.
All I
as
can think
well.
about is the interview when we're doing
I'm
this.
so down to pull up to Moscow and interview Putin too.
Yeah, we'll do everybody.
This is what sets off podcasts. You could put a
Ah, yes. The two people that was just named, the two leaders I was just named, and this bloodthirsty freak are all on the same level. So I can understand why they would want to, like, if they're doing an interview with him, let's also interview other fucking bloodthirsty, corrupt freaks throughout the world. Yeah, yeah, that makes.
small microphone
At least Kim isn't actively doing a genocide.
here. But no, you have to see this thing, right?
Yeah, Prime Minister Netanyahu with us today. We're here in the Blair House.
Yep.
Right? Is this the White House grounds?
Close.
Close.
It's the sort of the official guest house of the United States.
How have you seen like the White House and stuff? Like, how has it evolved over the years, over the times of you visiting it?
I've met quite a few of the American presidents because I've been in office pretty long time. Not because we don't have elections, but because I've won quite a few of them. Okay, I think there's
His his approval level is like 20%. And the reason he's constantly at war with other countries is to make it so there isn't elections. So, yeah.
never been a friend
He also was elected out, was the shadow puppet, and then was re-elected in. So, yeah.
like Donald Trump in the White House for Israel. I think he's a remarkable leader. I think he's changing history. He said he'll make America great again. He's already done it. You know, America.
The guy that has, like, the guy that just said an anti-Semitic slur. The guy that has, like, which side are you on?
Is widely admired now around the world, and especially after our joint operation against this regime that wanted to, you know, chants death to America, death to Israel. Well, I think together we've shown the world a different face of America. Very.
Did he just say the Biden administration said death to America and death to Israel? Dude, this fascists love fascists, authoritarians love authoritarians. Like once you get powerful enough, it doesn't matter what like race, ethnicity, religion you are. You know the game, and you know who's on your side, and you know who your allies are. And that's why like Kim Jong-un, Putin, Netanyahu, Trump, they're all the same cut. They're all cuts from the same cloth, you know? Different flavors, different shades here and there, but it's all the same cloth.
Powerful, very directed, very resolute.
You guys are very tight, right? Would you call it a bromance?
Well, you might. I mean, we've known each other several decades, and you know, I really like him.
What do you like
I-
most about him?
You know, if you meet him close up, and Sarah and I have had this opportunity many times, including last night in a great dinner we had at the White House. First of all, Donald Trump can be very funny.
Of
You know,
course.
he can be very funny. He can
Especially off camera,
He
right?
can absolutely. He can split your. You know, you sort of sit there and you start guffawing because it's so funny. And also, I'll tell you something.
Oh my gosh. All of these other like these actually somewhat intelligent authoritarian leaders around the world, they all know, as long as you're like, ooh, Donnie boy is such a good boy. You're such a good boy, Donnie. You're such a strong, smart little good boy. You're a big, strong, smart boy, Donnie. Good boy, Donnie. Donnie's such a good boy. Donald Trump will be like, I really like him. He's really cool. We'll make a deal. We'll make a great deal. Our president literally is the most pathetic fucking individual in our country right now, and that just says a lot about our country. Okay. Keep on sucking the orange pecker, please. Keep on going. I need to hear more.
Else, that's Sarah, who's a psychologist, and she, psychologists. Psychologists.
Of course.
They look at people. They identify very quickly with that. You know what she said to me about Donald Trump? She said he's a good person. He has a good heart. He wants to do good. And that is something that I think that you have to know him well to appreciate it. And
Donald Trump, you're a good boy. You're a good boy, Donnie. You're intelligent, Donnie. You're smart and you're funny. And you're also a good boy, Donnie boy.
last thing I tell you about him, okay? I mean, I could tell you many things, but he cuts through the chase. He cuts through the BS. I have to spell out what BS is. He cuts through the BS. He goes right to the point, to the heart of the matter. And sometimes he says things that get right to things that people don't want to really think through. And he cuts to the bone. And that is an amazing quality because it lets you focus on the things that are important. So it's been an incredible partnership, both personally, but also for our two nations.
Did you have any type of relationship with Biden?
Not the same. I've known Biden for, 40 years? Almost as long. Well, both of them. Over the decades, it was a different relationship. It was a friendship, but also it evolved into, how shall I say this? Severe disagreements. And with Donald Trump, we've had powerful.
Is he admitting right now that Biden behind closed doors was doing pushbacks against what the Israels were doing? What? He didn't let you just like rape and pillage? Oh no, poor Netanyahu.
Agreements. And where there's no daylight between an American president and an Israeli prime minister, amazing things can happen. Like our common enemies who chant death to Israel, death to America, and want to develop atomic bombs and the means to deliver them to this city.
Dude, this is where an actual reporter, actual journalism would be like, here's all the evidence that is provided that shows that they do not have WMDs or not trying to have WMDs, and also the evidence showing that they are incapable of actually delivering a WMD to the United States. No, not even to Israel, let alone the fucking United States. But let's see how they respond to this.
And to every part of America, all of a sudden they're not so intimidating. All of a sudden we can defeat them. All of a sudden you can use these brave American pilots who come from around the world, drop it right over the bunker, and help us end the amazing feats of our soldiers and pilots. That's an amazing thing. It's good for America. It's good for the security of every single American.
How do you
Increasing tensions with countries that do not have a desire to fight us in the first place will increase tensions. Just in general, Trump has increased tensions between us and our own fucking allies. because of fascist freaks, genocidal fascist freaks like this guy saying any criticism of Israel is actually anti-Semitic, we are having college students being not only arrested or kicked out, but sent to fucking El Salvador and ICE picking them up. So freedom of speech is gone. All for a foreign nation, mind you. I feel so much safer. I feel so much safer now that Donnie Boy's in office. Definitely.
You feel about the Americans' opinion on Israel right now?
Well, look, I think the broad segments of the American public support Israel, but I'm concerned that the young people in America, some of them are getting the wrong picture of Israel, vilification, demonization.
Don't do the evil shit. If the shoe fits,
You can feed them a lot of lies. So the only way you can fight lies is with the truth. How do you fight lies? You tell the truth.
You mean how, like, you told the truth about there being a terrorist calendar in a hospital when it was just a calendar? You mean whenever you told the truth about WMDs? You mean when you told the truth about what's happening in the West Bank? Do you mean when you tell the truth about how many people died on October 7th, or told the truth about how many Palestinians are dead, or told the truth about what the situation in Gaza is right now? Yeah, I could go on, but I think we all get the point.
And you have to tell it as often.
The lies are the truth. This is fucking 1450. What is it called? Newspeak. It's the it's George Orwell Newspeak. The truth is lies, the lies are truth. Words mean nothing. It's anti-Semitism means nothing anymore because criticism of a country's behavior is now considered anti-Semitic. You know, fucking George Orwell rolling around in his grave right now.
And as intensely as the lies that are leveled against you, and that requires an effort. It's like another battlefield, you know. And I'm doing this podcast among other things to reach young people.
Of course,
you guys are pretty young. I mean,
30 years old.
30. That's young,
dude. These two goons are so. I would cast these two guys as like fucking dumb, like dumbass and dumbass 2. Like the Dumb and Dumber guys. Like they just.
Well, first of all, they don't know what kind of an open society it is, how pluralistic. I mean, we live in the heart of the Middle East, okay? Iran is not that far away. In Iran, they hang gays by cranes. In Israel, probably Tel Aviv is one of the, the most open, liberal-minded city on earth.
Just give me a second. Oh. What's this? No same-sex marriage. No, same-sex marriage is not legally performed or recognized in Israel. While the country has made strides in LGBTQ rights, including legislation, civil partnerships, in recognizing same-sex marriages performed abroad, civil marriages is not performed for any couples, regardless of their sexual orientation. And same-sex marriages performed within Israel are not recognized by the state. This whole like, oh, you're LGBTQ, but you think it's wrong when a country lies about another country and bombs them, even if that country kills gay people. Yeah, both are wrong. Killing queer people is wrong, but also like lying about WMDs and like constantly attacking your fucking neighbors based upon those lies, and then trying to justify criticism of me by saying like, but you're one of those queers, right? Don't you know the country that they're attacking hates queers too? It's like, no, yeah, but also Israel doesn't support LGBTQ people either, you know? It's such bad faith. Like, fascists will always utilize liberal fucking talking points in defense of themselves. They'll do like they'll they'll pearl clutch and use liberal talking points or liberal arguments to justify unjustifiable positions that have nothing to do with the original topic all the time. All the time they'll do this. This guy's not a liberal. He's like a staunch conservative anti-gay individual. Like, I don't care. There's still gay people there. There's still gay people in the Middle East. There's still atheists in the Middle East. There's still Christians in the Middle East.
Israel
Oh, you're going to support Israel? Don't you know Israel bombed a Christian church recently?
is a high
We visited there, yeah.
No, it's
Yeah.
completely different.
Our assistant's
Women.
gay too. He had a good time.
Well, you can vouch.
yeah, no, we all had a good
So,
time.
you know, I mean, look at that. How about women? Okay. Women in Iran, they shoot the women. They shot this extraordinarily brave and beautiful woman, shot on the sidewalk.
How many Iranian women have the IDF killed? You can't be like, oh, the Iran does bad stuff, and that's why we're allowed to do bad stuff. Like, no, you're both bad. They're bad for doing that bad stuff, and you're bad for justifying your bad behavior with that bad stuff. Like, two wrongs don't make a right. You fucking idiot. Lying about WMDs and then in bad faith pretending that you have like liberal beliefs and you actually care about these things when it's just a way to like enact war on it, be aggressors to the people that like the country that surround your country to create more conflict to justify you not having an election. You know, it's just, oh my goodness. I don't know how much more of this I'm going to cover, but like I see where this is going. He's just going to get to say whatever he wants to fucking say, and these two Neanderthals are going to sit there, nod their head, and be like,
Because she showed too much hair. In Israel, women are, you know what women, I'll tell you what the difference is, okay? So I had this young woman officer in my military secretariat. You know, the prime minister has military secretariat and usually has a general and it has staff assistants. One of the staff assistants was this young woman pilot, navigator, on leave from the Air Force to do this work in the prime minister's office. You know what she did now? She was flying over the skies of Tehran, you know, attacking this horrible regime that tyrannizes the women in Tehran.
bombing households with the women of Iran in it, bombing places where civilians are, killing the civilians that he's pearl clutching about right now. Pearl clutching about. Oh my gosh. When you hear the whole thing, it doesn't really make any sense, doesn't it? Oh, you care so much about these women's rights and these LGBTQ rights, but you bombed their houses and killed them? Wait a minute. How does that make any sense? Sounds like just a convenient justification to enact violence upon a group of people that you want to enact violence upon because it keeps you in office. Motherfucker's been lying about WMDs since the year I was born, 1996. Like, come on.
That's a difference. The women
He's Islamophobic.
there get shot on the sidewalk, and an Israeli woman pilot helps liberate Iran. Quite.
Oh, like how America tried to liberate the Middle East and just made everything worse. Yeah. We're here to liberate you by killing you and destroying your infrastructure. Stop resisting. We're here to help while beating them over the head with a freaking a pole. While stabbing them in the gut. We're here to help. Stop resisting.
The women of Iran, and boy, that's a big difference. And that's true of everything. It's true of nightlife. It's true of the startup nation, the incredible ingenuity and entrepreneurship, incredible freedom. Israel is a I would say is a paragon of freedom in an area that doesn't exactly enjoy freedom. And to have young Americans march and support these mass rapists, these people who beheaded men, who burned babies alive. I'm talking about the Hamas monsters. Is that their...
Hamas is bad. Hamas shouldn't have done that. But also, Israel put them in a situation where they thought that was a justifiable thing. Israel has all the power in this situation. Israel is doing apartheid to the Palestinian people within Gaza and in the West Bank. Israel is funded and backed by America. Israel could have enacted policies that would have lessened the tensions between these two people. They have all the power. They have all the say. They can make the decisions to make it peaceful. Palestinians can't. Hamas, thinking that if we do this and then we have hostages, we might be able to have some sort of say and get something that we want. We have leverage over them now. We are powerless. What can we do? Kidnap their people, kill their people, kidnap their people, and then we have leverage to try to negotiate something that we want. Hamas is not the ally to the Palestinians, but the Palestinian people are not Hamas. Are we going to just ignore the fact that this guy and his administration funds terrorist organizations and allows money to go to terrorist organizations for decades? Cause the problem, sell the solution. It's a colonialist, genocidal ethno-state. They will never be satisfied until they have all of the territory that they deem is theirs. It's blood and soil mentality. No different than what justifications Hitler and the SS had in trying to make the Aryan 1,000-year regime. He is currently blocking aid to Palestinian civilians. There is mass starvation. Hundreds of doctors that have done volunteering within Palestine have come out and talked about how they're seeing children with gunshot wounds in the back of their head. There is thousands of videos of children missing limbs, of dead children from the IDF. Israelis protested to say we should be able to sexually assault Palestinian prisoners. If you don't believe me, boom. Israel protesters rally for the right to rape prisoners. I think you get the point. There's also, let me see if I can find it, also leaked footage of his IDF soldiers sexually assaulting one of these Palestinian prisoners. I'm not going to show the video. This might take, oh, here we go. This isn't the video of it. But this video right here, this is a video, it's a screenshot of a video. IDF soldiers are sexually assaulting this young man, and they're using the shields to try to block it. And they took turns doing it. And more soldiers showed up, saw what was happening, and joined in. So I don't want to fucking hear about, like, oh, how rape is bad. When both things are happening on both sides, one from a terrorist organization, but the other one from the military force of a fucking nation, and the people are protesting saying, like, the military should be able to do this. There's a difference between the actions of a terrorist org and a government's military. So I don't want to hear this bad faith shit about, like, oh, boo-hoo, win-win. Both sides are doing it, but you're a fucking government. You're a military. You're a government.
Ideal? They don't know nothing. I mean, they don't know what they're talking about. And I want to bring that truth to them. So Israel is a great free society and the best partner that America has anywhere on earth.
Great people there for sure.
They lobby in our government and make policies that harm American citizens. What other government would be allowed to lobby for their interests within our country? They are suckling off the teat of us and only benefiting. They're a fucking leech, and we need to detach ourselves from them.
Sure, when we visited, everyone was so welcoming, and people were inviting us over for dinner and stuff. But I see, like, that's the thing too. I'm not claiming to be an expert too, but I'll just read stuff on like X, and like people will say like Israel's killing babies or like they're starving people.
That's completely
Oh, thank God, there's a little bit of a pushback.
false. In fact, the reason we have civilian
Oh, it's completely false, eh? It's completely false, eh? I'm trying to find an image that's not just... I'm trying to find an image that's not going to get me in trouble. It's hard because there's a lot of them.
قول أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله قول أشهد الله الله
Yeah, I don't think there's any image that I can show, but I'm literally scrolling through like hundreds of them. Oh, This is the most safer work one I guess I could show. All the other ones, all the other ones that I'm seeing, are literally like they look like ripped apart meat. They there's not much left of the kid, and that's from the bombings.
Casualties in Gaza is because Hamas, who are basically horrible murderers and killers, okay, committed to our destruction and your destruction. They say so openly. I mean, they say the big enemy, the real enemy, the great Satan is America. And Israel is the small Satan. But it's a small Satan that is standing in their way of conquering with other Iranian proxies.
No. I'm pretty sure if Israel ceased to exist and America had nothing to do with Israel, they wouldn't give a fuck about America anymore. Hamas isn't like, oh, we have to kill all Americans. Hamas hates America because we are funding Israel, because we are allies with Israel, and Israel is killing their people. That's why Hamas has hate in their heart. You have to understand material conditions. If you lived your life, instead of like thinking, oh, my entire life I have been given propaganda that says we are the good guys, and the people that my government says are the bad guys are the bad guys. Instead of like being a fucking sheep, think for 5 seconds. If you lived in a nation and the neighboring nation was constantly coming in and beating your neighbors, killing your neighbors, and then eventually killed your family, how would you feel about those people?
Conquering the Middle East, and then we move on to you. So America's.
This whole Hamas is a threat to America is psychotic. Hamas ain't shit. Hamas is not gonna come fucking start a war with America. That's psychotic.
The great Satan. And America, needs to disappear. And we stand in their way. But one of the things...
It's actually reverse. Israel's the great Satan. America is the little Satan. The further away Satan. That if America... This is like the fuck around find out situation, right? You do something, there's cause and effect. A group of people have been colonialized, displaced, murdered, currently under genocide. Of course they're going to hate the nation doing it to them directly, and the nation that says that they're their biggest ally and is funding it. Of course they're going to hate those places.
You have to understand is Gaza.
If America had nothing to do with Israel, Hamas and people that hate Israel wouldn't give a fuck about America.
Is the densest urban environment you can find, and Hamas embeds itself in the civilian population of Gaza, right? The Palestinians, okay? We tell the Palestinians, hey, leave.
Then why are you bombing the refugee camps? Yeah, you told them to leave and go to a certain place, and then you bombed them when they got there. This is like, I could show map. There's a map that shows like the Gaza Strip, and it's like it started here. They told everybody from over here to go over like one section over. They bombed all of it. Then they told everyone in that one section over to go to the third section over. And then they bombed the second section. And they told everyone that was in the third section to go over to the fourth section, and they bombed the third section. And then they bombed, and then they had nowhere else to go, and then they just bombed the fourth section. They're targeting hospitals. They're breaking international law. They're committing genocide. They're starving them out. They're not allowing medical care to go in there. They won't even allow baby formula to go into, because like, you can make a bomb out of it is their excuse or some shit. It's like it's just history is not going to remember this evil, wicked son of a bitch in good light at all, and it's not going to remember anything that our country did to ally with this asshole and his government well either. Like we said never again for his ethnic group, and now we're currently funding and supporting his ethnic group doing the thing that we said never again because it happened to them. It's insane.
Because after they butchered us and raped our women and beheaded our men and burned our babies,
After you colonize them and push them further and further and further into the corner,
we have to remove this threat. So we come in to take care of the Hamas terrorists. But the Hamas terrorists don't leave the civilian neighborhoods. And we say to the civilians, we call them up because we have their telephone numbers. We say,
where are they supposed to go? You said it. There's. How are you going to start the sentence off by saying like it's the most dense urban area within the Middle East or some shit like that, and then be like, oh, but where are they supposed to go? Where is Hamas supposed to go where they're not next to civilians? If it's the most dense urban area, if there's like civilians in every section of where they could possibly be at when it comes to the Gaza Strip, where are they supposed to go where they're not using humans, the civilians as shields? Where are they supposed to go? How are you going to start off the sentence by saying, oh, it's inevitable for us to kill civilians because it's the most dense place, but then also argue at the same time Hamas chooses to use civilians as a meat shield? And when has ever, if the police force went to a bank where there were civilians, or like a school where there was hostages, and they just burnt down the fucking school or the bank to deal with the criminal inside, who would be okay with that? How when has that ever been a justification? The brain rot people have when it comes to Israel, because they're apparently our ally and they're the most progressive people in the Middle East or whatever bullshit you want to fucking say, is insane. It's psychotic.
Please leave. We send them leaflets, millions of leaflets. Please leave. We do everything that is possible that no army has done. They want to.
Weren't those leaflets in English? A lot of this shit has been in English for propaganda to try to convince Americans that like they're doing the right thing, and like defending Israel is the right thing because they are reliant on us. They're fucking such spoiled brats. And they think it's anti-Semitic if we don't support them. They demand our support. They say if you don't support us, you like they think that they owed support from us. They are owed our tax dollars.
Leave. You know what Hamas does? They shoot them. You say, we want you to stay because we want to have civilian casualties, because then they can show it on CNN or all these other networks and so on, and claim that Israel is deliberately doing this. We're not deliberately doing anything. We like.
Not a normal war. Doctors say children have been targeted by Israeli snipers in Gaza. Is The Guardian some evil anti-Semitic woke propaganda? doctor was making her rounds in the intensive care unit on her final day on the battle on the battered European Public Hospital in South Gaza when she stopped next to two young arrivals with fatal injuries and breathing tubes in their windpipes. I asked the nurse, "What is the history?" She said that they were brought in a couple of hours ago. They had sniper shots to the brain. They were 7 and 8 years old, she said. The Canadian's doctor heart sank. These were not the first children treated by LV, who she was told were targeted by Israeli soldiers. And she knew the damage a single high-caliber bullet could be to the fragile young body. They were not able to talk, paraplegic. They were literally lying down as vegetables on those beds. They were not the only ones. I saw even small children with different sniper shot wounds to the head as well as the chest. They were not combatants. They were small children, said Aviv. Children acute. I think that, yeah. Yeah. What Hamas did is unjustifiable. I can understand their reasoning, but it's unjustifiable. But that does not, unjustifiable thing does not justify this kind of stuff. You can't justify targeting and slaughtering civilians if your civilians were targeted and slaughtered. You're literally saying, oh, these evil, wicked terrorists did these evil, wicked things. So you're admitting that you're doing evil, wicked things on a way higher scale, mind you.
Like them to leave. And in fact, successively during the war, it's been now a year and a half, they finally do leave, most of them. So we've minimized those casualties, but it's not because we seek to have civilian casualties, it's because Hamas wants them. They're willing to sacrifice.
We all know where the leaders of Hamas are. They're not even in the West Bank. They're not even in Gaza. We know where they are. Everyone knows where they are. Israeli government knows where they are. If they have implemented bombs into radios to target foreign hospitals, if they are able to do something like that, they could have easily taken out the leaders of Hamas a long time ago. It's just a convenient excuse to commit ethnic genocide, ethnic cleansing.
Sacrifice their own children, their own families, both because they don't really care for human life, but also because they think it's very good propaganda against us. And if they just let them leave the war zone, get to the safe parts, safe havens that we've created in Gaza, no one would be.
You've bombed. Oh my gosh. This is like, oh my goodness. This is one incident out of literally dozens. Israeli strikes killed 33 people in Jabalia refugee camp in Gaza. Israel hits Gaza refugee camp, killing 20. Why is Israel attack Lebanon's biggest Palestinian? Refugee camp. Israel bombs Gaza's refugee camp in Shurenz. Israel airstrikes kill at least 13 people in Gaza refugee camp. This is a sick, twisted motherfucker.
We heard. And the minute Hamas lays down its arms, surrenders, maybe we let them leave Gaza. That's the end of the war. No one gets hurt.
What would your message be to Palestinians that just want to have like a peaceful life?
Get rid of Hamas. Help us get rid of Hamas. They torment.
Hamas is an idea. You can't get rid of an idea. The more people you kill, the more the idea spreads, because the idea is that you can't do, like, the war. A war against a government makes sense because the government can say we give up and we're not fighting anymore. You win the war. Attacking people with an idea that is Israel is our enemy and doing things that only increase that idea will never end that idea. How are they supposed to get rid of Hamas? You could have, in peaceful ways, in response to October 7th, just went into the Gaza Strip and forced a new election and had a new government there. There hasn't been an election since I think 2008. Most of the people that live in Gaza now are under the age of 18. They did not even vote for Hamas.
You, they oppress you, they shoot you in the back of the head. If you want to leave the war zone, they kill you.
Wow, sounds a lot like fucking IDF. Every accusation is a confession in this fucking conversation now, isn't it?
And if you say a word in protest, they'll kill you. If you're gay, you're in bad shape, really bad shape. And if you are a woman,
When Donald, a veteran queer activist, recently walked past rainbow flags hung for Pride Month in the old part of city of Java, a historic center of the Palestinian culture, he was overcome by a wave of revelation. The most famous symbol of the LGBTQ plus liberation has been so co-opted by the Israeli state that to a gay Palestinian like him, it now serves only a reminder of the horror unfolding just 6 miles south. Last November, Israel's government posted two infamous images of Gaza on its social media account, one showing Israel soldiers in battle fatigues in front of buildings reduced to rubble by Israel airstrikes. He holds a rainbow flag with a hand-scrawled message in the name of love. The second post, besides a tank, grinning as he displays an Israeli flag with rainbow borders. First ever pride flag raised in Gaza. Fascists, authoritarians, people on the far right will utilize woke morality to justify their evil fucking ways. Like, imagine this. In the name of love, there are gay Palestinians, there are trans Palestinians. I'm pretty sure this might be the video that I'm... Yeah, there was an LGBT before the genocide started. There was a LGBTQ group that went over to Palestine, and they just they were openly queer, and they just had conversations, and they were fine. Once like this guy's country doesn't allow gay marriage. I'm gonna watch a little bit more, but this is actually boiling my blood. This is so...
You're chattel. You're chattel. You're nothing. You're property. That's the opposite of everything we believe in. We, I say, it's not only Israel. It's you. So we're the same.
How do you respond to, like, I'd say there's a lot of American support from the females, from the gays towards Palestine. So how does that make any sense?
That's, gays for Gaza is like chickens for KFC. I mean, that's insane. The whole thing is absurd.
No. My morality, my values do not end with the people that want me dead. I want to make a better life, and I will defend the rights of all people, no matter who they are. I'm not a fucking hypocrite. I'm not one of these people that will be like, oh, I want human rights for everybody, but because you don't want human rights, that means you deserve to fucking die. Your children deserve to be sniped. Your children deserve to be bombed and lose their limbs. Are you psychotic? I don't care. Any country, any group of people that is I'm trans. I'm also pretty fucking gay. So anyone that's against LGBTQ people in general, I'm not sitting here hoping that their rights are fucking removed. The policies that I advocate for in the world that I want to build is beneficial to them and everyone like them. Because I advocate for policies that are anti-war, anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist, no commodities when it comes to human necessities. Easier travel. Non-racist. These things I want for all people. I want all people to be able to experience this world that we live on and have it be healthy. Anti pollution. do something to either do our best to stop global climate change. The things that I advocate for is beneficial for all. Freedom of religion and freedom to believe in whatever religion you believe in. My values don't end because people, I'm not going to support a genocide or not care about people being slaughtered just because they think that I'm a degenerate or something.
Chickens for KFC, right? Gays for Gaza, or women for the women of Gaza. Talking.
If I was these fucking interviews, I'd be like, "Do you support gay marriage?" In response to this, I'm like, "Do you support gay marriage? Why don't you pass legislation to make it so it's legal for gay marriage in your country if you're so in support of gay marriage?"
About. They're completely subjugated. They've got this death cult that is contaminated. So you can push this stuff on TikTok or what.
The Palestinian people are subjugated by Israelis. So true. Oh man, by the Israeli government, they are subjugated. Very true. I'm gonna watch maybe for a couple more minutes until it hits 8 o'clock for me at most, and then I'm gonna switch to the thing that I actually want to cover today.
Whatever on the stuff, but you can't build peace or security on the rocks. They'll crash. I mean, these things will crash on the rocks of Middle Eastern realities. You can only build peace on truth and reality, not on deliberate, falsified fantasy.
Why do they say Israel's like starving the people of Gaza?
Well, because we're trying to get the food in, and we let food trucks in, and guess what happens when we let them in?
This is millions of ton of aid that has not been allowed to be given to the Palestinians. Israel is blocking 600 UNRWA trucks from entering Gaza while children die of hunger. They put sand in sugar bags. Israel blockade. Hebrew writing on the sugar. Israel blockade, and then changed out sugar for bags of sand so they can say, "See, we gave aid," and also rations. This guy should be in prison. There's a... Oh, she's asleep. There's a warrant out for his arrest from international law. He should be in prison. We're aiding and abetting prisoners of genocide and war crimes.
Hamas steals the food, takes the good chunk for itself, then sells at inflated prices. They jack up the prices and then they sell the food.
Who's working right now? What job are they going to? What are you talking about? What are you fucking talking about?
To its population, to its hungry population, if they give them at all, and then use
It's
the money
Hamas,
that
it's
they take
Hamas,
from
it's
their own
Hamas,
people
Hamas,
to
Hamas.
recruit more.
Do you condone Hamas? Fucking, I hate this shit.
Killers into their terror machine. That's what happens.
Why are more Palestinians not siding with Israel against Hamas then?
Well, up to now they've been terrorized, but guess what's happened? Since we're beating Hamas, all of a sudden we see Palestinians rising. You have to see this to believe this, okay? And they say to Hamas, "Hey, you're not coming into my building. You know, you can't use my school or this hospital as your command post."
What school, hospital? Like, there's nothing left. It's all rubble. More journalists than in all of the wars of World War I, World War II, Vietnam, Cold War, Middle East, all of these wars combined, more journalists have died in this conflict alone. On the first days, they targeted Israel targeted journalists' houses with bombings. Like, what are you fucking talking about? No one's allowed in. Aid's not allowed in. They kidnapped Greta Thunberg because she was trying to deliver aid.
We're not letting it. And they start fighting them. Now we have actually armed conflict between Palestinians and terrorists. It was unimaginable a year and a half ago. But now there are Palestinians who rise up. And, you know, the more the better, because we can create a different future for Gaza. And we should also do something very simple that President Trump said, and it was brilliant. So that's my idea. That's how he cuts to the chase. He says, you know, at the end of this war, the people of Gaza should have the choice. If they want to leave for other countries, they want a freedom of choice. Why are they locked in? Hell, we're not locking.
That's not what he said. He said it's going to be great beachfront property. He's going to turn it into a golf course. I can't anymore. I just actually can't anymore. I can't. I'll skip to more of the end and see what they're saying. I just can't anymore.
She comes back up. The commander blows the whistle. You know, we punch the door on both sides. The door flies out, and you know, they're shooting at us. And one shot got through a passenger's. I mean, she slumped over, and we had to push her aside in order to get in. And two of the terrorists, the male terrorists, run into the front and for the future of your country. That's what my brother did. That's what I and my colleagues did in our military.
Okay, I just can't anymore. Okay, we're going to talk about the thing that I actually wanted to talk about. Whoa, this was playing? What the heck? That's not what I wanted at all. That's so funny. I have not seen this yet. This is actually something that I want to cover. This is something that I actually want to cover. But first, don't forget to like and subscribe. Every like and every subscription is actually really, really, really beneficial to me because I'm a nobody. I ain't got nobody. I'm not no one. I ain't got a single one. Where? There's a thing that I wanted to say in between all of this. There's a thing that I wanted to show. Ay. Oh, they blocked it. They deleted. Oh man. Whoop, not that button. They deleted it. No. Okay. Well, they. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wrong buttons. Wrong buttons everywhere. New streamer flops. Oh, here it is. Here's the other thing. Okay. So McDonald's. Whoa. Remember the snack wrap? Remember how awesome the snack wrap is? Dang, I've boycotted McDonald's for years now. McDonald's made the snack wrap again, but look at that price. $3 for this little fucking thing. Oh, I don't want to go to McDonald's website. Fuck you, no. $3 for this thing. So I write, snack wraps used to be 99 cents. Corporations really do think we're dumb consuming drones that they don't have to pay a living wage. Prove them wrong. And by prove them wrong, I mean like just stop buying from McDonald's. I don't buy fast food like ever. I don't do it. This is how much they've grossed year over year. McDonald's gross profit for the 12-month ending of March 13th, 2024 was $14 billion, a 9.3 increase year over year. So every year they've been increasing about 9% of their profit. McDonald's annual gross profit for 2023 was 14.5. Why don't you just do 0.6 billion? Oh my goodness. A 10% increase from 2022. And then a 4% increase from 2021, right? So like they've just increased their profit over. And if you've noticed, like these fast food places, they're not cheap and affordable anymore. They're as expensive as when I was growing up, like a sit-down restaurant's meal would be. Because fast foods thing was like, oh, you can go into the drive-thru and get like a burger for $1, like a little easy simple cheeseburger and fries for $1, and a snack wrap for $1. Like they used to have things. Majority of their prices was under $5. So it's not like they're increasing the price because, oh no, we're losing out on money, so we have to increase the price to make profit. No, they're increasing their profit by 10%, 9%, 4% every single year, right? And then this absolute dumb fuck responds to me and says they haven't. Oh wait, did the other person delete? No, it says there's two. It says there's two. Why is this other one not showing up? Twitter. Why are you breaking Twitter? Elon Musk, you son of a bitch. Did they block me or something? Oh, well, wow. It says it's there, but it's not showing the tweet. That's really weird. That's really, really, really weird. Well, some dumbass responded to me and was some chud responded to me and was like, "Oh, these are low skilled jobs. You don't deserve to be handed a lifestyle. You shouldn't. They're like high schoolers that work here, and that's it. Blah 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 blah. Maybe I can find. Come on. I can do this. I can do this. I don't tweet too much, so I can probably find the response I made to the guy at least, and then that will fix the fuckery that is broken with Twitter for some reason. There we go. Oh my goodness, there. Yep. Oh, they hid. They hid away, and that's why I couldn't see it. They hid their posts. Oh, what a baby. It wasn't me. So I responded to them being like, "Oh, it's low low skill work. You don't deserve a lifestyle, yada yada yada." I went like, it's this NPC anti-worker excuses like this I've heard my entire life that excuses corporations to steal employees' wages while raking in billions of dollars in profits. Average age is 26. So, yeah, it's not just like high schoolers that work at these places. It's adults that pay rent. And I think if you work at a place, you should be able to afford to live. If you're working at a place for full time, 40 hours a week, you should be able to afford to live. Call me woke, call me crazy, but this whole anti-worker mentality of like, oh, it's low-skilled labor is psychotic. Because this dumb fuck probably goes to fast food places, probably goes to restaurants, and relies on them and their services. There's no reason why a company is making record-breaking profits year over year and their workers' salaries are nowhere in comparison to living affordable standards, and they're also increasing the cost. So not only is this dumbass that privated himself defending workers not being paid a living wage because he doesn't value their labor, because he's corporate shill cuck, but also he's defending the prices increases. It's a double whammy. It's a double whammy of stupidity. It's actually a triple whammy. Oh, if we increase the pay of our workers, then we're gonna have to increase the prices. Then every price has all gone higher since I've heard that the first time when I was a child. Prices just keep on increasing while wages stay stagnant. Like, these people are sheep. They're sheepy cucks. They're sheepy corporate cucks. All of them. How dare you? Yeah, don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. Advocate for living wages. If a company cannot survive paying their employees a living wage, they don't deserve to fucking exist. If your company relies on giving people poverty wages, if that's like something that's reliant for your company to exist, it shouldn't exist. It's a lie. It's a lie that the CEO, the donors, the capital class, the bourgeois, whatever you want to fucking call them, the 1%, it's a lie that they have spread and that dumbasses follow. And then they complain, oh, everything's so expensive, while crying socialism and communism whenever someone actually talks about a policy that would benefit the decrease of prices and the increase of pay. Okay. So I'm going to cover the entirety of this now. I'm going to cover the entirety of this. 1.5, because we got to get through it. It's only an hour and 40 minutes. Okay, we got this. I haven't seen this yet. I've seen spoilers. I've seen clips, but I have not seen the entirety of this at all. So we'll see. We'll see how the cookie crumbles.
Settlers from the 1500s.
Colonialists.
Yeah,
You
colonials.
don't look very Native American to me.
I am Native American. Whites
not.
are Native Americans. What are
Sorry,
you talking about?
you're not.
What are you talking about?
You're a little bit more than a far-right Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
I think you say I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am.
Listen to me. I am an immigrant. I'm speaking from personal experience.
Get the hell out.
I don't even like... I should get the hell out.
Yes.
Why?
I don't want you here.
I'm Mehdi Hassan. I'm a journalist. I'm the
So that's all about like all the scenes that I've seen that were spoiled. Like a little bit more of what was just shown, but like this, everything else is gonna be fresh to me. Mehdi Hassan, super based, super smart, super intelligent, great debater. Let's go.
editor of Zeteo, and today I'm surrounded by 20 far-right conservatives.
More like 20 Hitlers.
My first claim is Donald Trump is pro-crime and pro-criminal. Welcome.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Mehdi.
I would just like to ask, what makes someone pro-crime versus, anti-crime?
I think when you're soft on criminals, when you let criminals out of prison, when you pardon people who've assaulted police officers, you're pro-criminal. Donald Trump pardoned almost 1,600 people who were involved in January the 6th. I think 600 of them had been charged with assaulting a police officer or obstructing a police officer. 170 had pled guilty to assaulting a police officer. 70 had pled guilty to assault with a deadly weapon. J.D. Vance said, we're not going to pardon the violent criminals from January 6th. Donald Trump pardoned all of them. Are you okay with that?
It's actually really funny because a lot of the people that were pardoned either went directly back to jail because they committed more crimes once they got out. With some of them being CP, sexual assault, violent assault, or they were just killed by the police because it's like they were destined to either rot in jail or fucking die because maybe they weren't mentally well individuals that should have been on our streets because they were violent criminals.
I would say January 6th is a very special case. I would say it's almost a climax point in history. I would just phrase the question this way. Right now in the LA protests, if they were to, just for example,
What about?
they were to rush the capital of LA, I mean, they'd have to move over all the homeless people living in tents on the steps of the Capitol. But if they were managed to get into the Capitol and they were just protesting, peacefully, let's say police officers were rushing them in. They were letting them in and saying, hey, you guys can go in, like we have many testimonies that say.
What about the violent ones, though?
Okay, violent ones like
Like a man named David Dempsey, a judge.
He was trying, instead of like responding, so the claim is Trump is pro-crime, right? And instead of disputing Mehdi Hassan's claim with his own sort of thing, he was going to try to be like, well, wouldn't you be okay if like people on your side did the same thing? Seems pretty hypocritical if you ask me. It's like, oh, this is gonna be fun.
A Reagan-appointed judge sentenced him to 20 years in prison. He stomped on police officers' heads. The judge said his conduct was exceptionally egregious. He attacked police officers with flagpoles and pepper spray. Donald Trump pardoned him. There's a man named Daniel Rodriguez. He got 12 years in prison for taking a stun gun and tasing a police officer in the neck and giving him a heart attack. The judge said he was a one-man army of hate. Donald Trump pardoned him. Does that not make Trump pro-criminal? He's letting violent criminals out of prison.
I would say no, it doesn't make him pro-criminal.
You're okay with that?
I did not say that. I said that one pardon against somebody.
It was 1,600 pardons. 600 of those were people
I guess
charged
one
with...
example that you just gave me.
I can give you more. Just keep going.
Fine.
Oh man. I care about law and order. These dangerous immigrants are here to, they hate our country and they're here to hurt us. It's okay if people that try to overthrow the government's pardoned because they're on my political side. Fucking A, dude.
Fine, and I'll say the exact same thing every single time.
Then your argument will fall apart because it's not just one example if I keep going.
Go for it then.
Okay, Shane Jenkins got 7 years in prison for 9 criminal offenses, attacking police with a deadly weapon, destroying government property.
How do pardons that probably shouldn't have happened turn into pro-crime?
He said he victimized these people. At first he said, at first they were like, everything that happened yesterday is really bad, really bad. You are criminals, you're bad. You do not represent us. And then they, after time passed, they decided to push the narrative of like, oh, they're actually victims. They're actually victims. It's all a lie. It's all a liberal lie. It's woke news, lies, lies, lies. The people that tried to overthrow the government because I said you should fight like hell. We're going to march over to the White House. Rudy Giuliani, fight like hell. blanket pardons for all of the people that tried to overthrow democracy and overthrow our government and kill our fucking, like, even freaking Mike Pence. Try to kill Mike Pence. Jeez Louise.
You've agreed that they shouldn't have been pardoned.
Sure, but that wasn't your claim. Was January 6th? Your claim was Trump is pro-crime.
Yes, because he pardons criminals.
Okay, I
He
would say
pardoned
that's a
not-
fault.
Let's talk about non-January 6 people.
Okay.
He's pardoned people like Paul Wolchak recently, who took millions of dollars from his own employees, was sentenced to tax crimes, had to pay back $4 million. Trump pardoned him. He bought himself a $2 million yacht. Why is he pardoning criminals like that?
Ooh.
Well, I don't know. I don't think you should. I don't think really presidential pardon should be a thing at all. But I don't think.
agree.
I don't think that.
All right, pause.
That means something.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thanks.
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited with this guy. Oh, yeah, let's go.
How's it going?
Hey, how's it going? Mehdi.
What is it?
Mehdi.
You're from northern UK, I guess?
I'm from London, North London.
Okay, fair enough. What's your ethnic background, if you don't mind my asking?
What kind of racism should I implement towards you?
My parents are from India.
Okay, perfect. Just getting premise here. First of all, I want
What premise? What? Why does it matter? Has nothing to do with the claim of like crime. The premise of what?
to
The
say
premise of Donald Trump being pro-crime.
No. I want to concern myself with why
Exactly.
you care about what's happening in the U.S. first and foremost. Secondly, I want to say this: with the
Should
argument,
US should people who live in the
let me
US not
finish.
care about?
Let's not interrupt each other. Because I have this thing. Like people know, I have this thing. I have to stay calm. Okay, so
Okay.
here's the thing.
He's already with like veins in his neck. I have to stay calm. I have this thing where like I get really angry and you won't like me when I'm angry. What a fucking dork.
I am happy that he released J6. In fact, so much so that I was prepared to protest if he didn't.
Okay.
So when you say, are you okay that he's pro-crime? Sure, because you know what? We're changing the definition of what crime is, first and
You don't think
foremost.
stomping on police officers' heads?
This is 1984, baby. Crime doesn't mean crime anymore. Breaking the law, beating. I'm so pro cop that I think we should be able to beat the shit out of fucking cops as long as it is for my political gains. Law and order, baby. Oh man, fascists don't believe in fucking anything except for power. Power and cruelty. Let's go.
Is a crime?
I don't think it's no longer a relevant conversation anymore. You're
Really?
arguing. No, it's not, because you know what? Okay, have you
He's not even. He's okay. So, the premise is, Donald Trump is pro-crime because he's, and the argument so far has been because he's made these pardons again for criminals, violent criminals, which a lot of them have went back to jail because they committed more crimes after they got out. So, it doesn't matter what he thinks matters. He ran up there to try to debate for the premise. He's not even meeting Mehdi where he's supposed to be meeting Mehdi at. If you don't think the premise matters or the argumentation matters, why the fuck are you sitting in a chair? What are you doing here?
seen the U.S. in the last 4 or 5 years?
Yes, I've
BLM
lived
protests.
there for a
Have you
while.
seen? Okay, I myself have been involved in these protests. I've seen egregious things that you couldn't even imagine.
So we
being
have no
done to
rules then?
conservatives. It's not about that. It's
What's it
about
about?
tribal warfare.
Okay.
That's where we're at in the U.S. I don't know where you're at in the UK. You're from India, so I
What?
don't really.
I'm not from India.
Oh, sorry, your parents are from India, so
I'm an American
you have
citizen.
your own stakes.
I'm an American, you know.
You're an American citizen? Okay,
Yes.
fair enough. I don't know how
Yes.
you got that, but fair enough. Here's the thing.
Are you an American citizen?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But here's the
Not
thing.
sure how you got that. Okay.
Born here.
Okay.
Oh man, these white supremacists. Oh. Citizenship is a legal term. It's not an ethnic thing. It's not a racial thing. Citizenship is a legal thing. I don't know how you got that.
Born here, and my family lineage is settlers from the 1500s, so I have some stake in the claim here. Okay,
But you're
a little different.
But you're a
than yours.
descendant of immigrants, settlers,
I didn't know.
colonialists.
Yeah,
You don't look,
colonials,
you don't look
yeah.
very Native American to me.
I am Native American. Whites
not.
are Native Americans. What are you talking about?
You're not.
What are you talking about?
Oh, 1984 words don't mean anything anymore. It means whatever I want it to mean. Yes, yes, Mehdi, that face is how I feel right now. Oh my goodness. Native means that your people are native to that area. If America was a native country run by native people, it'd be a native country run by Native Americans. It is not an ethno-state run by Native Americans. It is a melting pot run mostly by immigrants. Just because your family immigrated here several generations ago doesn't mean you're ethnically from here. Their lineage goes all the way back to the land bridge. Their lineage goes all the way back 12,000 years ago. More than that, 12,000 years ago. You've been here less than 100 years. We are all immigrants. I'm an immigrant. This white fucker is an immigrant. Just because you're an American citizen doesn't mean you're not an immigrant. You can be an immigrant and a citizen. If you're born here from immigrant lineage, you're an immigrant. Oh, man.
The whites are Native Americans.
Really?
Whites are
What was
Native
happening before that?
Americans.
I think you're getting confused with it.
I don't mind going.
The fucking clapping, like the absolute like brain dead shit. Let's real quick. I gotta see real quick. I gotta. So, a native is a person who is a citizen of a particular place. So I guess every immigrant that gets their citizenship under this definition, doesn't matter how long they've been here, is native. LSD law. A native is a person who is a citizen of a particular place, religion, or nation by virtue of having been born there. Okay. It can also refer to a person whose national origin derives from having been born within a particular place. I think maybe what Mehdi is getting at is indigenous. Did he say indigenous? Like whites are indigenous? Did he say that?
Listen, okay, fair enough. I don't know how you got that, but fair enough. Here's the thing.
Are you an American citizen?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But here's the
Not
thing.
sure how you got that. Okay.
Born here.
Okay.
Born here, and my family lineage is settlers from the 1500s, so I have some stake in the
Okay.
claim here, okay?
But you're
a little different
But you're a
than yours.
descendant of immigrants, settlers,
I didn't know.
colonialists.
Yeah,
You don't
colonials.
look
yeah.
very Native American to me.
I am Native American. Whites
not.
are Native Americans. What are you
Sorry,
talking about?
you're not.
What are you talking about?
You're not.
Whites are Native Americans.
Yeah, so Mehdi is trying to get to indigenous. Yeah. Which indigenous? No, you're not.
Americans.
Really?
I think
What was
you're-
happening before the 1500s?
I think you're getting confused with.
I don't mind going on a tangent, but what was happening before the 1500s?
Calm down. I think you're getting.
What was happening before the 1500s?
There was indigenous people
Calm
here that
down.
came here.
Calm down, calm down. As he like is freaking out. I am white people. This is the white nation. You're brown. Where are you from? Calm down.
Do you know what
Asia.
indigenous means?
Listen, before
Indigenous
America,
people
let-
can't
you
come
let
from
me
somewhere
finish.
else.
Why do you ask a question if you're going to interrupt?
I'm not sure if you know what the meaning of indigenous means.
I do know what it means. It
Doesn't
means
sound
they
like it.
came here first, right? They came here from Asia by way of land bridge. Have an argument with Neil deGrasse Tyson or anybody else about that. I don't care.
Is he an
I
American?
genuinely don't care. Yes, he is.
Okay, just
so
checking.
my point is, okay.
Nothing to do with crime. So far, you've agreed with me that these
Because
people
you're
are criminals.
derailing, dude. I'm trying
You
to stay on
literally
track.
sat down and asked me where
no,
I'm from. I think you
I
derailed this
think you got
conversation from the
offended by
get-go.
that, but because
I'm
I'm
not
always
offended. I'm just
curious-
wondering what it
because
has to do with
I'm
crime.
always curious.
We're going to talk about
why-
immigration. Don't worry. Later on, you can come back.
I hope so.
Right now, you're doing a very bad job of making the case that he's not pro-crime.
I just
and
got a
pro-criminal.
round of applause. I could probably get another one actually if I asked for it.
Wow.
So I don't think I'm
is this
doing
how
as
you
bad.
get rounds of applause? You sit in a room with 20 people who agree with you. Wow, amazing.
Oh my goodness. I just got a round of applause, unlike you. Dude, this meathead. Oh, he even got like the fucking brainlet. I'm a future military veteran. I'm a future. You're speaking to a future army soldier. You're being disrespectful to a future army soldier. He got that fucking haircut. Oh man. I need to stay calm.
Amazing. That
Well,
must
wait
make you
till
feel
this comes
good.
out. You know what? I'm
How
just
many
really
people
glad
agree
you're
with
getting
you
this
applauded you?
emotionally outraged right
Wow.
now. This is great.
I love it.
Do I have to say anything at this point, or are you just going to keep going?
Please.
Okay.
Make your claim.
Well, my claim is that I don't care if it's pro-crime. You
Okay,
want to go
so
back to the
sorry,
topic
sorry,
of conversation?
Then go get out of the seat. Then get out of the seat. His claim is that it's pro-crime. You're like, I don't care. Okay, why the fuck are you sitting in the seat? Dude, do you not understand the rules of the game? Are you that stupid? Yes, he is. He is that stupid. White supremacist, white nationalist, like this fucker is that stupid. Alt-right, Nazi, Hitler's like him. Yes, they are very stupid.
That's fine. We agree then. He's pro-crime.
But
and
I
you
have
don't
a
care.
question for you, though. Do you care on the opposite side of the spectrum?
Yes.
Do you care?
Oh my goodness. It's always whataboutism with these people. I might be like evil and bad and I have unjustifiable beliefs, but you're the same then. You're exactly like me. You're like me. You're like me, aren't you? You're like, you can't complain about me because like they'll say you can't complain about me being pro-crime because you're also pro-crime. Implying that being pro-crime is bad, and then they'll complain about the left being pro-crime. They're like, you can't complain about me because I'm pro-crime, because you're also pro-crime, which is actually really bad because BLM is like a really bad thing and they burnt down cities. Oh, man.
About law being administered to the opposite side of the
Yes,
spectrum.
I think
they're
anyone
doing
who
the same.
assaults a police officer shouldn't be pardoned. I think that Donald Trump shouldn't have pardoned 9 Republican members of Congress who were convicted of crimes, and I don't think Joe Biden should commit. I don't think Democrats should pardon Democrats.
Fair, but I don't
We
think you
both
understand where we are in the U.S. then.
I think
Oh no, your hypocrisy just went out the window. Oh no, what are you gonna do now, Mr. Meathead, Mr. Calm? I have to stay calm.
No, because you're arguing from a position of like a U.S. that doesn't exist anymore.
Okay.
We're headed towards
so nihilism. No laws, nothing matters.
It's not about
Everyone's pro-crime.
It's not about that. It's that
That's
conservatives
convenient.
conservatives for too long have been playing it safe. They've been playing by the law.
Really?
They've been playing it
playing
by
by the law?
Yes, they have.
Maybe you missed the Bush presidency.
Conservatives
Did you
are
live
so
here during the Bush years?
Conservatives are
Didn't
so
play by the
concerned.
law, George W.
Let me
Bush, nor did
finish.
Ronald Reagan.
Let's be respectful to you. Let me finish.
I'm not sure you've been that respectful, but okay.
I'm trying to bring it back, so let's both bring it back,
Let's
okay?
do.
I'm conservative, okay?
Really?
Let me tell you this. We do play it too safe. We've been playing it by the book for too long. At this point, gloves are off, right? The left has made their point. They're willing
Are
to
the
do...
police force in Washington the left?
Yes!
Why
Are you kidding me? The left? Are you insane?
Police officers.
Look at
Wow.
LA right here. You think those stand down?
You think the LAPD are a bunch of liberal Marxists?
No, but I
Really?
think they...
This is why I wanted to watch this, because this is actually enjoyable. The last video made me really angry. Now I get to laugh. This is fun. Oh my goodness. He's literally saying, like, oh, yeah, Republicans should break the law. Republicans should be criminals. We've played it too safe for too long. We need to do crime. Because the Democrats are doing it. If the Democrats are doing it, they should go to jail too. Both Republicans and Democrats that do crime and break the law should go to jail. But this guy's saying like, oh, all Democrats should go to jail because they broke the law, but none of the Republicans should go to jail because we need to not play safe anymore. Kind of seems like a hypocrite. Hypocrisy doesn't work here.
They listen to liberal Marxists who tell them what to do. I think they listen to who signs their paychecks at the end of the day.
Check, because you're doing lots of little...
They're beating the snot out of anti-ICE protesters as we speak. I'm pretty sure the liberal Marxists aren't telling police officers what to do. This guy lives in a fucking fantasy world. Holy shit. Cops have never been on the side of the left. Historically, will never be on the side of the left, especially under the capitalist system that we're in. That actually reminds me. That reminds me. This reminds me of a tweet I made. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. These are officers crashed with and arrested anti-ICE protesters on bridge located on the state line between Ohio and Kentucky. Shotgun. Punching him in the head. Shooting all of them. They were just standing there punching. Trying to get punches in the face specifically.
Record!
Yeah, dragging this lady off, and what they were doing is peacefully protesting on this bridge. Threatening to taser her as they're shoving her against the fence and assaulting people. Grabbing her by the hair, hitting her in the head, shoving her face down. Peacefully protesting. Throwing her to the ground on this great thing. Yeah, no, they're definitely on the side of the Gestapo, I would say. They're not on the side of the Marxists. They're on the side of the fucking Gestapo. And what I wrote under here is, under a capitalist system, the police has always been and will always be class traitors. It's a position of power that the worst among us gravitate towards. So, literally people protesting against the Gestapo, and this is how they're treated, right? They're just following orders, though. Yeah, so, I don't know. I just said, are they Marxists? Are they following the law of Marxists? I can also show the ICE protests where the police started shooting rubber bullets at them and beating them and gassing them multiple days in a row, and how like it was peaceful. I covered a little bit of that.
Diversions. We both agree Donald Trump's pro-crime. You're just fine with it.
No,
is that the position? That's what you said so far.
Yeah, that is what he said.
I don't agree with your definition.
What's your definition of crime?
It doesn't
Stomping
matter.
on a police officer's head is not a crime. That's your definition of crime as the Native American.
I am Native American.
If you say so.
So, going back to the topic at hand, we have different definitions of crime because you're
That's
talking
convenient.
about...
There's a criminal code in this country. It's called the U.S. Criminal Code.
You know what? Let's focus on...
I'm going to use this guy's argument. I'm going to go punch a cop in the face and tase or punch or tase a cop. And then I'm going to be like, but this guy said like, that's not a crime. And see what happens to me.
agree on.
focuses
I'm
on.
sure you and I actually agree on a
Do
lot
we
more
agree
than
that
yours.
people shouldn't stomp on police officers' heads? Can we agree on that? If
I'm
you don't
not-
agree on that, then I really think this conversation is kind of
No,
pointless.
because first of all, you're saying what? That the police have the authority, that they're given the authority. I don't accept the authority that's been
It's a
given
very
by liberal
conservative position.
I'm
a conservative or pro-police.
Then you
Or
don't
we
know what a
redefine-
real. Hey, listen,
so
you're
we
in a room
redefine
with
crime.
juggernauts right now.
We
Okay?
redefine
I'm telling you right now,
conservatives.
you are going to be blown
I
open
mean,
if you think
yeah,
that my
if we're going to
position
struggle
is
with the
right,
English
you
language
have
for the
no
next couple
idea
hours, then yeah,
what
we'll
you're up
struggle.
against right now. Okay.
100%.
Yeah. Newsflash.
True. He's warning Mehdi. Like he's like, I haven't openly been like you're. Well, no, he's been pretty racist. He's like, I don't see how you're an American citizen, even though Mehdi Hassan has citizenship. You know, he's alluded to it, but like, he's actually doing the defense of, hey, my side can assault police officers, and that's not a crime. My side can assault police officers, and that is not a crime. But I'm gonna cry about this conspiracy of like how liberal Marxism is controlling the police in LA or some shit, and that's where the real crime is. Like, what? Dude, you live in fucking LA. What are you talking about?
The conservatives are liberal to me, okay? Neocons, libertarians, all those mainstream people, they might as well be leftists to me, okay? That's how far to the right I am. Do you understand my position? So when
I
you
kind
say,
of guessed it when you sat down.
I'm Hitler. I'm Hitler. Don't you know that I'm fucking Hitler? How dare you compare me? I'm Hitler.
Say, about obeying police. Why would I give the authority to police? Do you know here in America?
Do you think Donald Trump should be pardoning 9 members of Congress who committed financial crimes? Are you pro-financial crime? Are you pro-financial crime?
All right,
Thomas Timbo
pause.
is?
Pause.
I think the people who clapped you have voted you out.
All right, head back to your seat. You voted out by the majority.
Nice to meet you. Hello, sir. How are you?
Hey, so I'm going to be as respectful about this as possible, but the truth is your claim is completely bad faith. You do not care about being anti-crime. You yourself are pro-crime. Your side is pro-crime because you're a progressive.
How am I pro-crime?
So I'll give you an example, right? So your side, not Donald Trump.
It's always instead of arguing how he's not pro-crime, instead of arguing that, they cannot argue against the premise because it's true, and they either agree with it or want to do this. This right here is what we call bad faith. This is what we call bad faith right here, because instead of actually meeting the premises and arguing against the premise, you do this whole hypocrisy to pivot away from the premise or the argument that was established in the beginning, right? You're trying to get away from the original topic and talk about hypocrisy at this point. It is mind warping that this motherfucker gets in the chair and is immediately like, you're bad faith. Now, hear my bad faith argument to get away from your claim. Oh, man. Ay.
Has passed a series of laws in California. Let's go California.
What
Where
a
we are right
dork.
now. That's where I'm from. I don't know. Are you from California?
No.
Or? Okay. So in California, for example, the state legislature, completely progressive, just passed a law that limits sex offender registration to 10 years. It was life before. That's pro-crime. The legislature in California, which is progressives again, has passed a law that says the voter-induced 3-strike law is no longer absolute. If someone murders someone, stabs someone on 3 separate occasions, a judge now does not have to give them life. That's a progressive law. That is not. That is pro.
I support. Is it life in jail?
You support that, don't you?
I actually don't support
Is no
Let me
longer
read what these
California
facts
law that
say real
limits
quick.
sex offender registration to 10
California has tier-based sex offender registry. Those who committed misdemeanors have to register for a minimum of 10 years, while those who commit more serious sexual crimes have to register for 20 years to life. I would want to hear the reasoning behind this. I think the serious ones should just be for life in general. But if you haven't done anything for 20 years, like if obviously if you do something, you're gonna go back to jail, right? And it would just keep on going forever and ever and ever. And I think rehabilitative justice means we don't hold people to something that they've done, even if they've done a bad thing a long time ago. If they've changed as a person, they shouldn't be labeled like yesterday I was going on about how like a drug user shouldn't be labeled as like a drug addict their entire life when they've not done drugs for 20 years. We have to allow people to get past their mistakes and not be seen as their mistakes, right? I just want to know what the like 10 years is a long fucking time. It's a minimum of 10 years. 10 years is a long time. And then 20, so it's not that they don't have to register at all. So he's lying.
Years. It was life before. That's pro-crime. The legislature in California, which is...
I just want to hear the...
Hello, sir. How are you?
Hey, so I'm going to be as respectful about this as possible, but the truth is your claim is completely bad faith. You do not care about being anti-crime. You yourself are pro-crime. Your side is pro-crime because you're a progressive.
How am I pro-crime?
So I'll give you an example, right? So your side, not Donald Trump, has passed a series of laws in California. Let's go with California. It's where we are right now. It's where I'm from. I don't know. Are you from California?
No.
Or? Okay. So in California, for example, the state legislature, completely progressive, just passed a law that limits sex offender registration to 10 years. It was life before.
No, it's a minimum of 10 years, not limits it for 10 years. They have... a minimum of 10 years. So it's the opposite of what he's saying. So he's lying.
That's pro-crime.
Also, dude, you're in support of the fucking Epstein guy. Donald Trump was found liable in a civil court of law that he sexually assaulted someone. He's on record saying, oh, you can just grab them by the crotch because when you're wealthy and powerful, you can just do stuff like that. He's been accused of sexual assault from multiple different people for decades of his entire life. He's BFFs with Epstein. He's talking and like there's in the works of possibly pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell right now. Like oh man. Okay.
Legislature in California, which is progressives again, has passed a law that says the voter-induced three-strike law is no longer absolute. If someone murders someone, stabs someone on 3 separate occasions, a judge now does not have to give them life. That's
okay. So the California voter changed the state 3-strike rule in 2012. So the mandatory 25 to life sentence was only imposed on serious or violent offenders. In 2021, the legislature overruled a majority resisting for those with certain enhanced sentence. Yeah, no, he's just lying. He's just lying. So they're saying like the mandatory 25 to life sentence was only imposed for serious violent offenders. Yeah, he's just lying. He's just misrepresenting this shit. So yeah, fuck you. You're lying, dude.
a progressive law. That is not. That is pro-crime. You support that, don't
That's
you?
not pro-crime. That's not pro-crime. They're still going to jail. They're still dealing with repercussions. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? There's not a fucking single brain, and if you just have 2 brain cells, the comparison to, like, letting violent criminals that were found guilty in a court of law go, comparison to, like, changing the laws and regulations on a book for violent criminals, not making it so they don't have to face crime whatsoever, but making it so like there's different criteria for that crime. Like that's not even on the same fucking platform. We're in the same universe of idea, right? Like what is even going on? What are you going on about? First, you're lying. Second, you're comparing things. Even if you weren't lying, you're comparing apples to oranges. What the fuck? Excuse me, but you're bad faith.
I actually don't support sex offenders coming off a list. I think they should be on for lifetime.
Okay, so you disagree with progressives.
So hold on. You and I both agree that sex offending is a bad thing, especially child sex offending.
Oh,
right?
here we go.
You and I agree on that.
I agree
the
on
legislature
that.
of California doesn't.
So I'm not here to debate the legislature of California. I'm here to debate
You're
Donald
progressive.
Trump being pro-crime.
But
And
you're
I'm saying that Donald Trump was friends with Ghislaine Maxwell. When Ghislaine Maxwell, who's the worst child sex trafficker of our lifetime, she's serving over 20 years. Do you know Ghislaine Maxwell?
Yeah, she's actually not. Jeffrey Epstein's the worst sex trafficker.
He's dead. I'm talking about people alive right now.
Actually, what a dork. Oh my gosh. Actually, it was Epstein. Actually, and it's like, bro, even if this actually mattered, which it doesn't, that's a bad faith. Actually,
It's interesting though you didn't use his name, right? Wouldn't he be the one who did this?
Oh, great! I'm glad you brought up Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, before he died, did an interview with Michael Wolff. He's on tape. I don't know if you heard the tape. He says my closest friend was Donald Trump. I was his closest friend. Elon Musk. I'm not sure if you've heard of him. He tweeted recently that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files. And Ghislaine Maxwell, who was the right-hand woman of Jeffrey Epstein, when she was on trial for child sex offending, which you and I are opposed to, Donald Trump stood up and said, "Good luck to her. I wish her well." So yeah, that makes him pro-crime and pro-criminal if he's being soft on child sex
Well, you
traffickers
just said they
like
were his
Epstein.
friends. He's
No, I'm
clearly
saying he was
something.
friends. He was friends with Epstein. You haven't seen the videos? They danced together, partied together.
It's a
Epstein
guy,
said I was
it's
his
a guy he
closest
knows.
friend.
He's not supported the pedophilia part. The only people supporting
Actually,
pedophilia
that's
are the
true.
left.
Trump gave a speech about 20 years ago where he said Epstein's a great guy. He loves young women. A lot of them are very young. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, laugh, laugh. So yeah, I think he's pro-crime and pro-criminal.
So you
And I
think
think he's
he's
soft
pro-crime
on
for having a
sex
friend who's
offenders.
do you have any friends who are criminals?
Not that I know of. Certainly not child sex offenders. No, do you?
are you serious? Actually, this is bad faith because like you are a hypocrite. Actually, I think child sex trafficking is really bad. Don't you have any friends? Don't you have any friends that could possibly be a sex offending criminal? Every accusation is a confession with this fucker, I guess. Oh my goodness. Actually, actually, don't you know that just being friends with them doesn't mean like they're a bad person themselves? Do you think this motherfucker would say that about the Clintons? I say Clinton and Trump are both sex pest freaks that should go to jail. This actually you're a hypocrite. It doesn't work on us. We actually care about values. We actually uphold our fucking standards. Unlike you fascist freaks, this dork being over here being like, I just care about like what I can do to gain more power. Actually, oh my god.
No, of course not.
Okay, so we're both in agreement again.
If
So why
it
are you
came out
defending
tomorrow
Donald Trump?
if it came out tomorrow that one of your friends was a child sex
You know
trafficker,
what I'd do?
you'd stop being friends with him.
Yes.
Yeah,
And I
but-
wouldn't say-
And then I'd go on TV and I would say, "Oh, look, Mr. Hassan was friends with this guy 10 years ago. Therefore, he's
What if
pro-child
Mr.
sex
Hassan
trafficking."
said, "I wish them well when they're on trial"? Wouldn't you ever go at me for
You
that?
wish your
Wouldn't
friend
you
well
ne-
on trial?
Yeah, child sex trafficking.
I would fucking never. I would be like, you're dead to me. There's a situation in a Discord that I'm a part of right now where it showed like this person was like a sex weirdo, and I was like buddy buddies with them, but I was like okay with them, and we were chill. And I don't want anything to do with him anymore, right? It's like I'm fucking disappointed in you, and like that's gross, and you need to get better, kind of deal, right? But I would never say like I wish you fucking well to someone like that. Like if my friend was Ghislaine Maxwell, I would be like, you're a disgusting fuck, and I regret ever meeting you. You sick, disgusting individual. I don't care if I will never choose a friendship over someone like I would never like choose to hold a friendship or like have empathy towards someone that is a sexual predator, a child sexual predator. Like that's psychotic. He's literally doing the actually face right now. Like, oh, why are fascists such dorks? Why are you such a goober? Why are you such a fucking nerd?
I wouldn't wish someone well, but that's
Donald
your
Trump
gotcha.
did.
That's your gotcha.
It's a pretty
Is
big
it
gotcha.
He wished
Yeah,
a friend
pretty
well?
big gotcha.
Okay,
He
but
praised
see,
the- he
what
praised
you're
the
really
woman
trying
for
to do
child
right now is you're
sex.
trying to get back to
What
Donald Trump on a
about the
personal
fact
level.
that
Let's
Elon
talk.
The whole conversation is about Donald Trump. These fuckers are the ones that are like, oh, let's get off topic, and they're like, oh wait, you're getting off topic. Like, dude, the premise is Donald Trump is a criminal and supports crime, is pro-criminal. You sat in the chair. That's what you're supposed to be arguing against. You don't get to change the conversation and then claim that your opponent is changing the conversation by bringing it back to Donald Trump, which is the person that you're supposed to be talking about in the first place. Oh my goodness. They can't keep getting away with this.
Says his name.
What's his policy?
Oh, you want to talk policies?
Yes.
So when he left office in 2020, he left behind the highest murder rate for over 100 years.
He left
Between
behind the highest murder.
Yes.
That is the most bad faith claim.
He heard like debate bro buzzwords and now he's just throwing them out. According to the Bookings Institute, the murder rate increased 30% across U.S. states in 2020. Their analysis found the spike was connected to local unemployment and school closures in low-income areas during COVID. Man, if someone that was president at the time didn't fuck up when it came to his like response to COVID. I have to turn the light on. I'll be right back. Turning the light on. Sorry, man. I can't see. I have to see for work. I'm sorry. I feel bad. My girlfriend's trying to sleep and I just turned the light on. I'm such an abusive monster. Oh no.
No, it's a fact from the CDC
and you
data.
know what? Here's why it's bad faith.
Can I finish the sentence and then you can come back in?
You're just
It's
lying
so
to
bad
people.
faith.
Donald Trump.
I'm lying? Can
Yes,
I finish the sentence?
Donald Trump does not cause the murder rates. Murder is a state level
that's
crime.
hilarious.
Gavin Newsom is more
Blue states are shitholes because like of all the crime and murder, and it's all because of the Democrats. They don't believe in fuck all, dude. They don't believe in anything. These are fucking troglodytes. These are knuckle grinding, lowbrow. Look at this fucking dork. Motherfucker should be on Grindr, not on this fucking Jubilee panel crying bad faith because he heard his favorite debate bro fucking say it and like do his best Ben Shapiro impersonation. Like, Jesus Christ.
responsible for the murder rate than Donald Trump is.
That's hilarious. So Donald Trump's not responsible for the murder rate, but other politicians who are Democrats
Yes,
are.
because it's
Everyone
a state
can see
level
your
law.
partisan
That's
shit.
like saying, no, I'll say Republicans are too. State governors who are soft on crime are the ones that are
Let me
responsible
finish
for
the
murder
sentence.
rates.
When Donald Trump left office in 2020, between 2019 and 2020, according to data from the CDC, from the FBI, from Pew Research, there's a 30% increase in the murder rate between 2019 and 2020. It was the single biggest jump in the murder rate since 1905.
And who's
So
doing
he's
who's
pro-crime
doing the murdering?
and
Aren't they
pro-criminal.
responsible? Who's doing the murdering?
The murderers.
So aren't they responsible
But why
for the
did it go
murder
up on
rate?
his watch?
What?
Why did it go up on his watch?
Gee,
He's
that's a
very
real
bad.
hard. That's
He's
a real
very bad
hard.
at fighting crime.
That's a
for
real hard one to
Republicans.
figure out, right? We shut down the whole economy during COVID. We told everyone they couldn't go out unless it was to violently
Oh. Who did all that?
protest. We told people that if a cop tries
Who's
to arrest you,
president?
that cop's
Oh, when something happens, Donald Trump has nothing to do when bad things happen. Donald Trump has nothing to do with it. But when good things happen, it's all about Donald Trump. We should worship him, lick his boot. Dude literally came up here trying to cry about fucking sex offenders and shit. Oh, I gotta stop pausing every 5 seconds. Oh my goodness.
probably gonna get charged with murder.
No, I think the pandemic had a lot to do with it. But
Right,
the
so
pandemic
did he
didn't
cause
finish
that?
in 2020.
What?
The pandemic didn't finish in
No, but
2020.
you
and yet
asked why the murder rate
and
went
yet
up.
we're
The
going to
murder
play the
rate
what
went up
about game.
because of
You
all
guys
these
blame Joe
factors.
Biden for crime for years.
And it went down under Joe Biden immediately.
What Joe
He
Biden
is.
actively induces policies that are pro-crime. I'm asking
So
you
does
for a
Donald
second,
Trump. Okay.
name the policy
I'll
that's
name one right
pro-crime.
now. I'll name
Please,
one
I've
right
asked
now.
you for like 10 minutes.
I'll name
Please
one
do
right
that.
now. No, you haven't actually. You talked
What,
about
some of-
California legislatures. He pardoned violent criminals
That's
who then went
that's
on
not a
to
policy.
commit
He
other
gets-
crimes. You don't think releasing violent crimes into
A
the
pardon's
community?
a one-time thing. What's his policy
Do you know-
he has pushed? Name a law he
Hold
has
on,
signed.
a pardon
What
is a
law has he
one-time
signed?
thing. A policy is not one-time
That's
thing.
like Jimmy Carter pardoned the
You
draft. No,
guys
listen.
may want to dodge January 6th, the pardon.
I'm not dodging that.
Then
Jimmy
deal with
Carter.
it. Do you agree
Okay,
with
I'm gonna write
Do you
now.
agree with
Jimmy
them?
Carter
Do you
pardoned
agree with
draft
the pardons?
dodgers. Does that mean his policy was
I don't
no one
support
has to-
Jimmy Carter. Do you
Okay.
support the pardoning of people who went on to be prosecuted for sexually abusing a 7-year-old child, illegal gun possession, reckless homicide?
Now, see,
These are
there's
people
more
who
bad
released.
faith. See,
These are
there's
people
more
who
bad
released
faith.
from
He
prison.
didn't pardon someone for sexually abusing
No,
a
but
child.
they went
He
on to be
pardoned
convicted
someone
of it.
for
So
rebelling
that's-
against the government that they believed
No,
had
they-
rigged elections. That's what he pardoned them for. He didn't pardon them for
No.
sexual child abuse.
But they were criminals who committed those crimes. He let them out. So that means
Now,
the crime rate goes up.
so you say they're criminals because they did the crime, right?
Yeah.
Would you extend that to illegal immigrants, that they're all criminals because they committed a crime?
No, because being here illegally is a civil suit. It's not anywhere close to sexually assaulting children, violently assaulting people. I don't. Comparing those two is just so fucking psychotic. Are you really you're comparing being here undocumented to someone sexually assaulting children, having CP, assaulting officers? Dude, this guy is such a nerd. If he got shoved into lockers, I think the world would have been a better place. He deserves to be shoved into a locker right now. Actually, don't you think like legal immigrants are like the same thing as like child predators and stuff? Actually. Oh man. Oh my.
crime. I have a
No,
feeling your
the
position
Supreme Court. We're going to talk about immigration.
Someone who's illegally entered the United States, not a criminal, but
Not
somebody who
according to the
illegally
Supreme
entered the
Court.
capital
Not
is.
according to the Supreme Court of the United States.
The Supreme Court has said that anyone who enters the United States
The
illegally
Supreme
is not a
Court,
criminal.
and we can jump to
Can I get the
future
case
claims.
site? Can I get the
We
case
can
site?
jump to 20. You want to get the case?
The case site, please. You said the Supreme Court
The
said
citation of the case.
yes, that entering the United States illegally is not a crime.
It's called Arizona versus United States 2012. Go look it up.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you doing, sir?
Nice to meet you,
Nice to
Mehdi.
meet you. Thank you for coming. Appreciate you. I really just more want to get an understanding. When you say pro-criminal, what do you mean?
I mean that when confronted with people who've committed criminal acts, Donald Trump has been either soft on them, friendly with them, pardoned them, and of course, let's not forget, I mean, we've got 5 minutes left, I'm surprised it hasn't come up earlier. He's a convicted criminal himself sitting in the White House.
Okay, I want to
34
make sure I
felony
understand
offenses.
you correctly, because
Yes.
I don't want to strawman you.
No,
You're saying
I appreciate that.
every time that he's been confronted,
Not every time. I didn't
most
say the
times,
words every time.
most times,
A lot of the time.
a lot of the times,
Yes.
he's leaned towards criminal activity.
I didn't say criminal activity. He has committed
Endorsed
crimes.
criminal.
He's been indicted for 88 different criminal offenses.
President Trump did a face 88 criminal charges. New York jury found him guilty of 34 counts of falsifying business records. Other charges were dropped after he won the re-election. So it's not that he was found guilty or innocent. It's not that he was found innocent on those other charges. It's that because he's in office now, he's above the law.
In 4 different jurisdictions by 5 different grand juries. He was convicted himself on 34 different criminal offenses by a jury of his peers. But let's park that for a moment.
Okay.
Separate to his own crimes, when
Right.
confronted with the crimes of others, or the alleged crimes of others, for example, a Chinese crypto billionaire called
Right.
Justin Sun, who was being investigated for market manipulation, Trump dropped the case, invited him to the golf course,
Right, I get
invited
it.
him to
So
the White House,
plenty of
and
examples,
the guy
plenty of
invested
examples.
$70 million in Trump's
Okay, so
cryptocurrency.
what I want to ask you
That's
this. Okay,
pro-crime in my
so
view.
is it possible? Because remember, the burden of proof's on you, right? You have to prove. Is it possible that all these things that he's done that supposedly make him pro-crime?
Yeah.
Is there's another reason for the doing it? There's other justification. For
Oh,
example,
no,
let me give an example,
yeah,
and then you can
please.
rebut it. The J6.
Yes.
Is it possible that he could have done this
Yes.
to unite the country, to move past, to go to a new chapter? If it's even possible, I think you would have to admit that there's another possibility. Therefore, he's not pro-crime. At least a possibility.
So let me agree and disagree.
Yep. Okay.
In what mental gymnastics world is pardoning the people of January 6th going to bring both sides of the country together? And if that was his goal, then why is he constantly increasing tensions between both sides by vilifying and demonizing his political opponents or anyone, and I mean literally fucking anyone, that criticizes him? More importantly, it doesn't matter what your reasoning or your justification of doing a thing is. If the outcome is being soft on crime and releasing criminals, if that's what you're doing, if you're being light on crime, pardoning criminals and enacting in criminal activities yourself, it doesn't matter what reason you said you did these things for. You're just being pro-criminal.
So I agree with you that the intent could be different. I don't think Donald Trump was sitting there saying, how can I increase the level of murders? Let me release some murderers.
Right.
I'm not saying he did that on January 6th. I don't think he was trying to unite the country. That's where we disagree. That's bullshit. In fact, he divided the country further.
Yep.
But intent doesn't really matter to my claim. If he's releasing violent criminals,
Wait.
it
Intent doesn't matter?
No, he's
No, it
pro-crime
fucking
and
doesn't.
pro-criminal.
No, but that's a big indictment to say pro-crime. That means
If I'm
he's
confronted,
for crime.
I'm confronted. Well, he is, because I gave an
No.
example.
It could
Can I
be
finish?
possible.
I didn't
Okay, sorry,
interrupt you.
forgive me.
Your friend earlier, your ally, said, where has he done stuff that's increased the crime? I'm telling you, people have been pardoned who've been convicted on multiple other crimes. These people who we pardoned had previous criminal records. They were not just some folks chilling around go, we're against the takeover of our country, we're opposed to rebellion. A lot of these people were already hardened criminals, militia members. He looked at those people and said, you know what? they've been convicted in many cases by Republican judges, but I'm going to let them out. Yeah, that makes
can I
you
ask you a question?
pro-criminal.
Is it possible?
Very
Again,
much so.
all I'm trying to-
And if Joe Biden had done it, you'd be attacking him.
Sure. Is it possible that their conviction was part of a plea? It's like, oh shit, I can't get out of this, so I got to take a plea deal.
Some of them, maybe.
A lot of them, maybe?
Others we saw with our own lying eyes on tape, battering police officers.
So I want to eventually.
Did you watch live on January 6th? What happened?
To be completely honest, I'm pretty novice on this.
Okay.
I'm more trying to target. You're saying he's pro-crime. In my head,
I'm
just
saying-
thinking this logically. Let me finish. If I can finish for 1 second. If thinking this, and there's a possibility that he might have had other reasons. For example, unifying the country. Next chapter, right? That could be the reason.
Holy shit, dude. I've heard about this guy. I can't wait for him to come up. This is gonna be the best thing, but oh my goodness. First off, look at the LARP sitting next to this angry ass I don't even know what to fucking call the LARP, the like 1950s, 1920s LARP going on. That's a sick ass mustache goatee combo though. That's some aura farming if I've ever seen it. Angloid. This fucking fuming Angloid.
Reason. Therefore, it's not pro-crime. There was other reasons. I'm just saying that's a possibility. And if that's
I'm saying it's a possibility, but I'm saying it's irrelevant because if you're knowingly releasing violent criminals out into the community, pardoning, not just releasing, then yes, you are being pro-criminal. And I've interviewed police officers.
I don't know about that case,
I've interviewed police officers who have been assaulted, beaten, had to retire from the police office, broken bones.
Can I move really quickly?
I'll finish very quickly. I've interviewed these police officers. They've been beaten by people who they've then seen walk off the streets and then carry on threatening them. Yes, when Donald Trump is responsible for that, you're definitely pro-crime.
Okay, I doubt a lot of the sources, but
you doubt police officers who testified to being assaulted.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
They didn't even let him respond to the full claim. That's sad. I wonder if it had something to do with who he is as a person.
Thanks. Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Nice to meet you, Mehdi.
Dude, the guy that was voted out tried to run back up. There should be like a rule that you can't get back into the like, oh, I'm here for round 2, buddy.
So you claim that your main claim is that Trump pardoned some people from January 6th. By the way, I was there. I saw it all firsthand. About a football field away. There's smoke in my eyes. Bloodied. It was a crazy day.
Were you convicted of any crimes?
No, of course not, because I didn't enter the building. Staying very peaceful. But your entire claim is that he pardoned.
That's not my entire claim.
That's basically you keep bringing it up. All you do is bring it up.
Okay, I'll mention
Well,
some other
let me
people.
say this.
Are you okay with his pardoning of Paul Wolchak, who
Let me
stole money
bring
from
this
his
up.
employees?
You keep talking
or
about
9 former
pardoning.
members of Congress.
You
That's
keep
my
talking
claim.
about pardoning.
He keeps pardoning criminals. That makes him
You know who else
pro-criminal.
pardoned a big criminal?
Go on.
Hunter Biden was pardoned by his father. He did crack cocaine, and he had hooker.
Oh, we already watched the Hunter Biden thing. Before Trump left in office in 2020, he pardoned a bunch of people. He gave people a bunch of fucking pardons before he left in office. Hunter Biden was pardoned for having a gun and saying that he didn't do drugs, and he paid his taxes. Like, this is the psychotic this is the fucking psychosis and like the brain rot of the conspiracy. I believe a thing and I'm gonna repeat a thing because it justifies a position that I already hold, and not just looking at the evidence and coming to a conclusion. They not like us. They not like us.
There too.
I'm with you all. I'm with you all.
But then why don't you claim that Biden? Why don't you claim that
I
Biden
think Joe Biden in that instance was pro-crime. He shouldn't have done it.
Well,
he
so
shouldn't
he
have
was
done it.
overall pro-crime
shouldn't have
just
done
because
it.
he did that
No,
one.
but Joe Biden didn't just. So if it was just a pardon, then you'd be fine. But I already mentioned there's also the fact that Joe Biden wasn't actually convicted criminal in office. Trump has committed crimes. Trump hangs around with criminals. He spent much of the 80s hanging around with the New York mob. He hung around with Jeffrey Epstein.
According to the Fear City documentary and other reports, Trump worked with the mafia on certain construction jobs that involved unions, supply and contracting companies that were under mob control.
And Ghislaine Maxwell.
Well, that whole that's
I can keep going.
Jeffrey Epstein lived.
He was a criminal before he even ran. He was found guilty of racial bias when it came to his land, who they were renting out to.
in West Palm Beach, the area, and that's the closest golf course you can go to.
Do you think,
and he's very,
do you think
very
Donald
rich
Trump is in the Epstein
to be
files?
paid.
Do you think Donald Trump is in the
As
Epstein
soon
files?
as Trump found out,
Do you think
that
Donald Trump is in the Epstein files?
No, I do not. Here,
What, is Elon Musk lying?
Let me explain this. Okay. He lived in the area in Mar-a-Lago, near Mar-a-Lago, so he bought obviously a ticket to go in there.
Yep.
As soon as Trump found out that Epstein had done all those bad things, immediate ban
That's
from
not true,
Mar-a-Lago.
but okay.
Immediate ban
That's
from
not
Mar-a-Lago.
true.
Yes, it is.
That's not
yes,
true.
it is.
In fact,
100%.
Ghislaine Maxwell recruited some of the girls that were abused from Mar-a-Lago.
So listen to this.
From Mar-a-Lago. That's pretty outrageous, right?
During a deposition, Virginia said she was approached by Ghislaine Maxwell about giving massages to Epstein while working as a spa attendant at Mar-a-Lago. Damn, everything that pops up that Mehdi says is real. Everything that pops up for what these fucking fascist losers say shows that they're false, that they're lying. They ain't like us. They ain't like us. But this is probably just woke media. This is some lies. Woke media lies, right?
Elon Musk tweeted that out in a fit of rage. Okay. Do you
Sometimes
really?
people tell the truth when they're angry.
Do you really?
The truth comes out when people are angry sometimes.
So Cash
we
Patel,
might see that today.
Cash Patel literally said that Elon Musk had no access to the Epstein files. So
Cash Patel said that Epstein killed himself. Do you agree with that?
Whatever he says goes. Then yeah, I don't care.
You do?
He knows more information than I do.
A lot of MAGA people are upset.
He knows more
with Cash
information
Patel
than I do. But here's the actual claim.
Suddenly people are trying to vote you out because you said you agree with Cash Patel on Epstein.
He knows more information
All right,
than I do.
Pause. That's time. Please return to your seat.
Good to meet you.
Yeah. Take care.
My next claim is that Donald Trump is defying the Constitution.
Yes.
Nice
It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Mehdi, lovely to meet you.
So I would say that with Trump being anti-constitution, I don't really care, to be quite frankly,
Okay.
because in regards to the Constitution is a document that should seek to serve us. And when it fails to seek to serve us, that can be amended. Laws can be changed. And quite frankly, the fact is, we're defending things in this country that shouldn't be defended. The First Amendment should not defend pornography and making children and women be victimized, making women and children be victimized as a result of that. I think things like black.
What? First off, you're a fucking traitor. I don't give a shit about the Constitution. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Face the wall, traitor. I don't care. What are you talking about? You don't care about the Constitution. What? I do know something about this guy. He claimed that he got fired because of this interaction, and he got fired because of this interaction. In actuality, he was fired in January, but he made like I think it was like almost $300,000 from sycophant, dumbass chuds that are willing to give their money to horrible people. Yeah. Okay.
Blasphemy shouldn't be allowed per the First Amendment. I think that, quite frankly, there are a lot of legal processes that are enabling criminals and bad people to fully enact their will in this country in the name of the Constitution or following the Constitution. So, quite frankly, if Trump is anti-Constitution, good, and I think he should go further.
So this is wonderfully revealing of the modern conservative mindset. So I appreciate you spelling it out so openly. Just checking, do you support the Second Amendment?
I do.
Okay, surprise! I was shocked to hear that. I'm saying that Donald Trump is defying the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. He's thinking of defying the 12th and 22nd Amendments. You're saying you don't care about the Constitution, but actually you do because you quite like the Second Amendment. You just don't like the bits that you disagree with. Can I just be clear on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm more than willing to amend it and include
whenever
the
it's in your
Second
favor.
Amendment. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So can Democrats do the same when they're in office?
No, absolutely not. Because
So you don't
it's the
believe in
friend enemy.
democracy?
No, I don't. Absolutely not.
What do you believe in?
Autocracy.
This is a fault. This is a fault right here. This is a fault to having free speech and having the rights that we have, because people that want to remove the rights that allow them to be this fucking evil openly in public allows them to like advocate for the removal of everyone else's rights. This is a fault right here. Like this weasel ass little shit, this loser that got fired in January from his job, this loser gets to sit here and be like, I'm going to benefit from all of the rights of equality that this document gives us, the Constitution gives us, but I want to remove all the bits that I don't like that's going to oppress the group of peoples that I do not like. and give me rights over them so I can actively oppress those people that I do not like. They ain't like us.
By who? Honestly, quite frankly, anyone who is in line with Catholic teaching.
Donald Trump is not Catholic.
Of course, he's not. I completely agree, and that's part of the problem.
You don't support Trump?
No, I don't. I didn't even vote for him. I wrote in like John Pork or someone. I can't even remember.
So he's a theocratic fascist. Okay.
Why did you vote if you don't believe in democracy and you want autocracy?
Well, because quite frankly, I voted. I kind of voted just to.
I came with this argument, but I'm bored of my own argument. I'm much more interested in this. So
yeah, absolutely.
How do we get to an autocracy?
I think, quite frankly, that if we are able to enact local leaders.
Who is the we, by the way?
I think, quite frankly, these far-right conservatives sitting right around
White
me.
people?
Yeah.
No
Absolutely.
So,
well, actually, I have quite.
Some of the people in this room don't make the cut from what I can see visually.
Actually, hold on for a moment. I do think that there are people who happen to not be white who do actually have history in this country and have roots in this country. For instance, from the Mexican-American War, we subsumed a lot of territory of people who have far stakes in this country who happen to be Hispanic or what have you. I'm for defending the traditional demographics of this country, which is
Indigenous Americans, Native Americans, right?
Majority white. So it should stay that.
Oh. I'm not racist. I don't want to subjugate and oppress and make this a white ethno-state. I just want this to be a white ethno-state.
How does the United States... I mean, we've gone so off topic, but how does the United States look like under you? So what's your name?
My name is, my name's Connor. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Took a little bit of a doubt there.
Oh, well, I use a pseudonym
Fair
online,
enough.
but fair enough.
How would Connor's America look? What would it look like?
Well, quite frankly, I think we would deport people who shouldn't be here.
No, I didn't ask about deporting. What does the government look like?
What does the government look like?
Yeah.
I would say, quite frankly, it's under a sort of benevolent leader, such as
Where does he
Franco.
come from?
It could be a kind of aristocratic class. Could be someone
who picks the autocrat?
Frankly, the people. I mean, we could hold a vote on it. Kings
so isn't that democracy?
Well, sure. You can have a vote to get to that state.
And then no more votes afterwards?
Absolutely.
Wow.
100%.
Wow. And if that...
This guy's a fucking traitor. This guy's a traitor. He's anti-America. Like, this is the most anti-America person I've ever seen, like, be, like... I hate everything that the founding fathers made this nation about. That honestly has made this a good nation in comparison to a lot of nations that are autocracies, that are theocracies, that are dictatorships. But I want to make it into the autocracy and dictatorship that our founding fathers didn't want us. He's literally a fucking traitor, dude. What the hell?
Autocrat kills you and your family, you're fine with that?
Well, I'm not going to be a part of the group that he kills. Because
there's going to be a demographic that dies? It's not, what? 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 He didn't say, oh, there wouldn't be any killing. He was like, I wouldn't be the person he kills. What? Who says? Who says? If he decides that you look funny, that he doesn't like you as a person, or you smell weird, he could just kill you. He's the fucking overlord leader. Like, what?
That's the whole thing.
How do you know?
Carl Schmitt
Autocrats tend to kill everyone,
Carl
even their own
Schmitt makes
supporters.
this point very well in his work. It's the friend-enemy distinction, right?
Carl
liberals,
Schmitt, the Nazi theoretician.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't care.
Are you a fan of the Nazis?
I don't. I frankly don't care being called a Nazi.
I didn't say that. I didn't actually say that. I said, are you a fan of the Nazis?
Well, they persecuted the church a little bit. I'm not a fan of that. But
what about the persecution of the Jews?
Well, I mean, I certainly don't support anyone's human dignity being assaulted. I'm a Catholic.
But you don't condemn Nazi persecution of the Jews?
I think that there was a little bit of persecution.
We may have to rename this show because you're a little bit more than a far-right Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
I think you can say, I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am.
Who else is a fascist? Let's see.
I think you can say, I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am.
Okay. There's one. There's one. The guy that needs to stay calm is one. There's one. Oh, it's like the queer guy too. What the hell?
Absolutely.
I'm just checking who's
There's
clapping
one.
just to get my set of where everyone
Because
is on this.
in
Because you know
during-
that millions of people are going to be watching you on YouTube and checking out who the fascists and the Nazis are.
I'm not ashamed of that whatsoever.
clearly you're not.
During the
Clearly you're not.
during the pre-war period, prior to World War II, it was only those parties that properly enacted the people's will. That's why they won. The conservatives were fat
Are
cats.
you
They were
in favor
aristocrats.
of? Are
They
you in
didn't care.
favor of killing people who aren't like you?
Quite frankly, I'm not. If
You mentioned
they-
Franco.
You said I'm not. Now you're saying I'm not. Whenever you said you wouldn't be the demographic that the benevolent leader, the benevolent dictator kills. What? You're contradicting yourself. You just said you wouldn't be part of the demographic the benevolent dictator kills, and now you're saying, "Oh, I'm not actually for that." Bro.
Earlier, Franco killed a lot of innocent people.
Oh, well, he killed communists. He killed people who raped nuns and killed priests.
What about children who he killed and women who he
Oh yes, all communists have raped nuns and killed priests.
killed?
What are you talking about? He never killed any women or children. He was Catholic,
He only
dude.
killed combatants.
Oh yes, Catholics never killed women or children. Never have raped children either. Franco and his forces killed over or executed 150,000 people. That includes members of the Catholic clergy who were deemed either liberal or loyal to the Spanish Republic. Oh my goodness. I don't. Franco's really based. He never hurt a Catholic ever.
Yeah, he only killed combatants.
Never killed any innocent people.
The White Terror was only punishing those people who did acts of terrorism. And again, are you supporting
The
like
White
raping
Terror.
innocent women? Nuns, dude. Killing priests? I mean, priests don't brandish guns and kill
You
people.
just refuse
Imagine like justifying a movement called the White Terror.
to condemn the Nazi Holocaust, my friend. I don't think you're in a position to ask anyone any questions.
I quite frankly don't care what you think about me. If I'm a Nazi
And
and
the
being a
feeling
Nazi,
is mutual,
if
so-
being a Nazi means upholding human
Kinda
dignity, because I even believe in your dignity. I don't in
I
a state that I was
with the
running.
greatest of
I wouldn't
respect.
want to.
I believe in your dignity. That's why you need to believe in my. That's why we need to make this a white ethno state, a Catholic white dictatorship ethno state. What? Dignifying to all those atheists or all those Christians that don't believe in your flavor of Catholicism. All the Catholics, all the liberal Catholics, very dignifying towards them. Oh man, I'm a very moral person. I care about people's rights, and that's why Hitler was based. Holy shit, dude!
I wouldn't want to hurt
I
you
don't
or
debate.
anything like that. But
What are we
quite
doing
frankly,
here? I don't debate fascists.
okay. So do you concede then? I mean, why?
Do I concede you're a fascist who won't condemn the Nazis?
Yeah.
Yes, I concede that.
Okay, great. So I mean, what are we doing here? Because I mean, you just
don't
seem
know what
offended.
you're doing here,
You
to be
just seem
honest.
offended, to be quite frankly. Like,
I'm offended by people who can't condemn the Nazis. Yes, I am.
okay. Well, I condemn the evils that they did, but I don't really
Against
care
the
about
Jews?
being. Yeah, sure. I don't care
Yeah,
about
sure.
being called a Nazi.
I don't like the things that they did to the Catholics. That was horrible. That was evil. That was so bad. Do you condemn the Holocaust? Oh my goodness.
Nazi is the whole thing.
I never called you a
I
Nazi.
care
You
about
called
doing
yourself
the right
a Nazi,
thing.
a fascist, and a General Franco
Well,
supporter.
yeah, I am a General Franco supporter. He was awesome. He was so super cool, quite frankly. Because the whole
Especially when he killed the Catholics.
You don't believe in democracy.
I don't believe in
What
democracy.
are you doing here at a televised debate?
Because-
This is democracy. I want to debate and
because
disagree.
it is the means to support an end. The reason we have free speech now is because we want to be openly talking about our opinions so we can get the state that we want.
He literally did the thing. They will utilize the privileges that they are granted within a liberal democracy, within a secular liberal democracy, to destroy it. Yes. Thank you for just outright saying it. Thank you. Oh my God, this is the most honest fucking Nazi I've ever seen in my entire goddamn life. Every Nazi that I've had to debate, they would like tip tap around, like fucking pitter patter around, like be like, oh no, and like talk backwards and like jump over, pivot when you get them cornered, and you pivot them back into the corner, and then they pivot away again. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you for being honest.
But it doesn't mean upholding free speech after we win. Again, I mentioned
the only good thing about this fascist moment we're in is that you guys are so open about it.
The whole
It's great.
reason
Say
I
the
mentioned
quiet part loud.
the
Keep saying
whole
it.
reason I mentioned Carl Schmitt earlier, and you kind of blew past him, is the friend-enemy distinction.
Past him because of the Nazi
Even
point.
liberals, when they take power, they want to enact policies and they want to enact protections for their people and their ideas, and they're willing to punish their enemy. And so I'm the same way.
A law that says you cannot discriminate against people when it comes to like food service, work, housing, any service whatsoever, based upon their religious beliefs, their sexuality, their race, is not the same as now we live in a theocracy while what that allows Catholics to discriminate against everything that they deem as un-Catholic, including white people being in the country. I mean, not non-white people being in the country. That is not the fucking same. Being kicked out of Walmart because you're gay is not the same oppression. It is not the same thing as like, oh, I'm not legally allowed to oppress gay people within my in my business anymore. I can't fire people just solely based on them being black anymore. Those are not the fucking same. Privileged fuckers. Privileged, naive, weasel fucks like this would not survive under the conditions that they want to enact on others. They cry in pain, in agony, as they are living under the conditions, as if they are living under the conditions that they advocate for other groups of people. It is such a pathetic fucking ideology. It is such a sad state to exist in. My goodness. Equality is not oppression. The thing that makes it so I can't kick you out of my business because you're a Catholic is the same reason I can't kick a gay person out because they're gay, or a black person out because they're black, or an atheist out because they're atheist. That's what equality is. Protections equally under the law.
I'm like, hey, if you're going to punish me, I'm going to get in power, and I'm going to frankly punish you when you try to leverage power against me. Just that simple.
I'm not sure what you want to say.
Hey, it is what it is.
All right. Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seats.
That dead stare, I felt it.
I can't say the same, but thank you. Good to meet you, Mehdi.
Good to meet you, sir. All right. So I kind of want to start at the basics or the foundation. I want to see.
Can I just check?
Yes.
Are you a fascist?
No.
Okay.
I don't. I describe myself as, I think, just a Christian.
Fair enough.
I'm a devout Christian.
Good to hear.
So, I want to start like, what is your connection to the Constitution, and why do you love it so much? Like, what makes it so important that Trump would defy something like the Constitution to you personally?
Great questions. My first connection is I'm an American citizen. I naturalized American citizen, took a pledge to this country, to the Constitution. As a previous speaker has said, Constitution's not perfect. A lot of things I don't like about it. I don't like the Second Amendment. There's various amendments. I don't like the way the Senate is set up. I'm sure there's things you don't like about the Constitution. The difference is, I don't think you can just illegally defy the Constitution. I think each and every one of us can make up whatever we want. Certainly presidents who are elected with an oath, right? Donald Trump took an oath to preserve, protect, defend the Constitution. And now when he's asked on television, isn't it your job to uphold the Constitution? He said on NBC, I don't know, which goes against his oath. And I'm identifying specific amendments where he is violating. He's only 6 months into his presidency, defying the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. He wants to defy the 22nd Amendment and be president for a third term. This is the problem we have right now. Free speech is under assault. The free press is under assault. Due process is under assault. The right to be in your home and not be invaded by federal agents, the Fourth Amendment, is under assault. So that, for me, is a problem.
Okay. Well, I'd like to start to say I really don't find the Constitution that important. I find it to be like a 300-year-old document. And it was created to defy the country that subjugated your ancestors in India. And then your parents probably moved from India to Britain. And then you move here to tell us that we should listen to a piece of paper that you were never even connected to begin with. So I want to say, like, if I don't care about it, why do you care about it so much?
if you live under this if you live as a citizen in this country or undocumented under this country, you should give a lot of fucks about the Constitution, because that's the thing that makes it so you have the rights where the state can't just like come into your house and steal all your goods and fucking shoot you dead without any consequences. The Constitution is there to protect the people. Like, that's why it's important. So anyone within the borders of America should give a lot of fucks about it, because it's the only thing keeping us from being under like a dictatorship. Or it's supposed to be. It's the social agreement between the government called the United States of America and the citizens under that government called the United States of America. It is the agreement between us. My God.
How do you run a country without any kind of laws or due process? And by the way, you do care about it, because without the First Amendment, you wouldn't be sitting here.
Well, I agree with the First Amendment, and I think.
So do you agree with Donald Trump's crackdown on the First Amendment? He's imprisoning people for their speech. He's threatening free speech media organizations. He's threatening peaceable assembly. These are all rights under the First Amendment. Why aren't you bothered by that? As a
Rolling her eyes, dumb bit.
conservative claims to love the First Amendment.
So I don't like the First Amendment. I like free speech.
Okay,
so
the First Amendment is what guarantees free speech. I'm from the UK, by the way. I'm from the UK, which is a democracy. We don't have the First Amendment. No, that's one of the things I do like about the Constitution. I wish the UK did have a First Amendment.
So people
I'm a
get
journalist.
arrested for praying outside abortion clinics and stuff like that, right?
So you're opposed to people being arrested for speech crimes, I assume.
Well, it depends what it is. If it's like the people.
So you're like one of the previous speakers. You don't, as long as there's someone who agrees with you, you don't mind the crackdown.
No, I support.
Either we consistently support principles or we
free
don't.
speech 100%.
Yeah. Oh, thank God. Thank God Mehdi said it.
Okay.
I don't think anyone...
So do you think Donald Trump is defying the Constitution by cracking down on the First Amendment?
So I think he's cracking down on free speech, like the deportation of Mahmoud Khalil, who was just
released from prison by a judge saying his First Amendment rights were violated.
And I agree with the judge, and I disagree with Trump deporting them. But I think that's more a matter of free speech and not the Constitution.
Oh my God. All these fascist fucks immediately waving their red flags because this guy is actually a decent human being. Oh man. Christians, be warned. You are not an ally to these fucks, because your ideology, your morality is just a means to an end to get them getting power.
I think that's pedantry at this moment. I think you've conceded that he is cracking down on free speech, which is the First Amendment. So he is defying the Constitution. So it's a pleasure to be in agreement with you, sir.
All right, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thank you very much.
Hey,
how's it going? I'm Mehdi.
Mehdi, great to meet you. My name is Kai. Do you, Mehdi, believe that the Constitution is important and good?
Overall, yes.
Do you believe that that Constitution can be eroded through democratic processes?
What do you mean by erode?
The original intention of the Constitution being destroyed through a purely, democratic or legal process.
I'm not sure I agree with that.
Okay.
I think if you're democratically amending the Constitution per the rules of the Constitution, that's fine. If we could find a constitutional way to get rid of the Second Amendment, I'd be pro that.
So let's pose a hypothetical wherein the entire population of the United States has drastically changed.
Yes.
And the population now has completely different intentions about what to do with the country. Let's say it wants to give it all back to Mexico, dismantling the United States of America. If that's the case, then what's the use of the Constitution? It hasn't defended the country. In fact, it's allowed for its destruction.
I don't understand the premise. How did the whole country change?
What? In this La La Land hypothetical, what?
Demographic replacement, mass migration. I mean, we're seeing a change in demographics, and there's
what is the? I do want to talk about immigration today.
I hope we talk about it.
Everyone's itching in this group to get to immigration.
Yes, sir.
I've saved it. I've saved it for you all. But given we're on the sense of the Constitution, and you asked the question, what is the proportion of immigrants in this country? What proportion of the population is foreign-born?
It's very difficult to measure because the actual projections of the number have been changing more rapidly.
But what is currently the best estimate of official?
I think it was about 15%.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just under 15%.
Which is, by the way, more actually than the original estimate was. So
but 15% of the people are going to change the country, change the Constitution. How's that going to work? It's actually a nightmare. As someone who wants to amend the Constitution and get rid of things like the ridiculous way the Senate is set up, or the Second Amendment on guns, or various other things, it's really hard to change the Constitution. They made it almost impossible. You know, last time we had a constitutional amendment,
you know,
like 20, 30 years ago.
I understand, which is
why
why
I think members of Congress pay.
Which is why
it's impossible.
I get it.
So where are you getting this scenario where 350 odd million people all become foreign-born migrants or the children of migrants, immediate migrants? migrants, even though America is a nation of migrants, and then abandons the Constitution and gives the country back to Mexico. Outside of your imagination, where is that happening?
Let's bring it back to the actual discussion. What you did is
please.
you entertained my hypothetical, but then instead of sticking to the point of the Constitution, you said, well, how would you bring about your hypothetical? And then when
because you missed out the part where the Constitution is quite hard to change.
Hold on. I understand that. I gave you.
I also wanted to get a sense of where you are, and you're a great replacement guy. So that's fine.
okay. Yeah, and you're a real good journalist because you don't talk to people who identify as like a political ideology. I mean, that's
no,
a very liberal idea.
I don't debate fascists. I'll talk to them, but I won't debate them.
Frankly,
yeah, there's no point of debating fascists because they don't have any morals, they don't have any values, they don't have anything other than a means to an end. Everything they say is a means to an end. They're anti-intellectual. They're anti-facts. They'll just say whatever they need to justify or get to the end goal that they're trying to get. Yeah, there's no point in their ideology makes them inherently bad faith. Yeah.
That's upsetting. I think there's a big problem when, we value freedom of speech so much, but any, real journalist is not going to talk to somebody because they identify with the politically incorrect ideology.
Freedom of speech has nothing to do with who you decide to talk to. What the fuck are you going on about?
Talk to the guy in front of you. What are you talking about?
You literally stopped talking to him, and then everybody had to vote
debating versus talking is very different.
Okay.
It's pointless, right?
Okay,
he doesn't believe in free speech.
Okay.
He doesn't believe in democracy.
He was freely speaking with you. You're the one who shut up.
No, he said very clearly. He said, I support free speech so that I can get one election. After one election, my guy comes in, and after my guy comes in, nobody gets to speak or vote again. Why would I debate that?
We listen to your conversation.
Well, I'm reminding you what it said because you just misrepresented.
Let's bring it back to the Constitution.
Please do.
You're the one that went on this weird fucking tangent to get a gotcha. Like what? Everyone could rewind and see that you're not being honest when he said he doesn't care about the Constitution or free speech and he wants to make a theocratic white supremacist theocracy, dictatorship,
Fourth, Fifth, 14th Amendments. Those are the ones I'm saying Trump is defying. Do you support that or do you deny them?
I believe that the Constitution is valuable because it represents particular interests of the founding stock of Americans who made this country great.
Ding, 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 ding. We found it. We found it. White supremacy. Ding, 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 ding. If anyone says fucking founding stock, they are a Nazi. That is the most big. If you ever hear anyone say, "Oh, the founding stock of this country is being overtaken by immigration," the founding stock doesn't exist anymore. The founding stock has merged in with generation of immigrants. What are you on about? The founding stock, what he means by founding stock is white people.
Do you think due process is important? Some would say that's at the very core of American Constitution. Fifth Amendment.
And what I think makes the Constitution function, what allows it to save this country and to actually make it work, are the people who are...
I'm not sure where you're going with this argument.
Hold on. I'll show you.
Is Trump defying the Constitution? That's my claim. You can have these weird hypotheticals
We're taking it into a different meta, which is what's the function of the Constitution?
I'd rather not have your...
You already did.
Yeah, but now I don't
just 5
want
minutes
to.
ago when you took it to immigration.
Now I don't want to.
Okay, let's bring it back.
I want to bring it back to the First, the Fourth, the Fifth, and the 14th Amendments, and the 22nd Amendments.
Look,
either you say... You've got two very good positions here. One is to say, I don't think he's defying them, and I'll say why you're wrong. Or you say, I don't care that he's defying them, as one of your colleagues said, in which case, I don't know where this conversation goes because you don't believe in democracy.
That's fair. Do you think it's wrong to dismantle the Constitution?
So there's two options ahead of you. Do you agree?
This is important.
They can't stay on topic. They can't do it. They're impossible. It's impossible. They want to get a gotcha in. They want to they want to be like, oh, actually, don't you think? Gotcha. There's no point in having a conversation with these people. In real time, he's proving why having a debate with these fuckers is not a good idea. You can't do it. Mehdi Hassan gets to make the argument. These people are supposed to come and talk about and argue against whatever Mehdi Hassan's claim is. They can't do it. They just can't do it.
So is Donald Trump... Okay, let me ask a question back because you're asking me questions. You're not answering the basic point.
Well,
do you think Donald Trump is dismantling the Constitution? Can we agree that Donald Trump is dismantling? Because I'll agree with you on that. I think he is dismantling the Constitution.
I think he's
illegally, unconstitutionally,
I think he's interpreting it in ways that are more...
Which judges do not agree with him on.
Okay,
Which the Supreme Court has not agreed with him on.
And the judges don't agree with the people who wrote the Constitution.
How do you know that?
Okay, let's take your example of the Second Amendment. Let's say that a bunch
I
of
didn't
judges...
give the Second Amendment.
No,
I said
hold on.
first, fourth. You don't want to talk about the ones I've given.
You're
Let me say them
interrupting me.
one more time, because you're ignoring me. First, fourth, fifth, 14th, 22nd Amendments. Those are my amendments that I came with today. If you don't want to debate them, just say so.
I'm trying to understand your
Just say
ideology.
so.
You believe that dismantling the Constitution
You
is
want to
okay
talk about first,
when it's
fourth,
about parts
fifth,
of the Constitution
14th,
that you disagree
22nd
with.
Amendments.
You would be fine getting rid of the Second Amendment, even though that would be a dismantling of the Constitution.
No, because it would
Your
be done
problem-
via constitutional means. I'm not the one sitting here like your pal.
Okay, you have
saying,
agreed. You have agreed the
I'm
Constitution.
Not the one saying you just get rid of them willy-nilly. I don't agree.
We're ramping up.
I don't agree that.
Donald Trump just blatantly breaking laws without changing the Constitution under legal means is not the same as Mehdi Hassan wanting to find a way of getting rid of the Second Amendment or like changing the Second Amendment under constitutional means. Like, that's not the same. Like, the fact that you don't this guy doesn't, either this guy is bad faith in lying or just doesn't get the fact that, like, oh, if there's a law in the book that says you're not allowed to shoot people dead, oh, but then the president just shot someone dead, defying that law, isn't the same as someone saying, hey, I want to make it legal to shoot people dead, and I want to go through legal means of making it so you can shoot people dead. Just breaking the Constitution, breaking laws, is not the same as saying through government means I want to change the laws. That's not how that works. No.
Joe Biden should come in and say by executive order, if Joe Biden put out executive order saying Second Amendment no longer applies, I can round up everyone's guns. I don't agree with that.
Your result is exactly
I don't
the
agree
same.
with them. No, but I don't agree with the method of doing it. It's unconstitutional.
That's fine.
He would have been defying the Constitution, and I would have said so, but you can't bring yourself to say so. We've been sitting here for several minutes. All of your friends have seen me ask you several times, do you agree that Donald Trump is defying the 1st, 4th, 5th, 14th, and possibly 22nd Amendments? Your colleague at least admitted that he's defying the First Amendment.
I understand that you came in here. What you are attempting to do is simply frame this conversation like you did with the first claim about Donald Trump.
This whole show is about his claim, and you're supposed to respond to his claim. He's stayed on the claim the entire time. If you didn't agree with the claim and you don't like the framing of the claim, then why the fuck are you in the chair? Dude, oh my goodness. They don't understand the rules of the game.
But then when anybody asks you any kind of question that presses you to the least degree...
No, I answered. I said I would dismantle the Constitution, but I would do it constitutionally, not by executive order.
So what I'm trying to get to is to prove to everybody who's watching that what you care about is not the Constitution in what it represents or creates. You care about the Constitution only insofar as it allows you to achieve your political worldview. We agree on that.
No, I care about the Constitution because I don't think presidents should be fascist dictators and violate the Constitution. That's what I'm saying.
You care...
And he is I don't think the president should have the power to lock you and me up if we write an op-ed that he doesn't like.
That's
I
awesome.
don't think the president should be able to crack down on us if you and I decide to go protest outside his parade. I don't think the president should be able to deprive you and I of due process or come into our homes without a warrant.
And I think,
well, let's end an agreement then.
All right, pause. You've been voted out.
I'm glad
it's
we
good to
ended
meet
an
you.
agreement.
It's good to meet
you, Kai. Hey, how are you? I'm Mehdi.
Hi, I'm Jessica.
Nice to meet you.
How are you? So Trump is defying the 1st, 4th,
5th, and 14th, and maybe the 22nd soon.
Okay. So I want to focus on the 1st and the 5th.
Okay.
So you say that Trump is defying the First Amendment. Can you give me an example?
For example, he banned the Associated Press from attending White House events. A Trump-appointed judge said that was against the First Amendment. He's been cracking down on media organizations he doesn't like over their speech. If they say stuff he doesn't like, he, for example,
cracking down how?
So, for example, he banned
Lawsuits.
the Associated Press from attending White House events because
I
they
can't go
said
to the White House
it's the
either.
Gulf of Mexico. That's not how it works. They were already at the White House. He deprived them of access, so he punished them for their speech.
But
which is
are
why
they
a
allowed
judge,
to go to the press?
which is why a judge he appointed, Trevor McFadden, said this was contrary to the First Amendment. A Trump-appointed judge. He's called MSNBC and CNN illegal. Media organizations are not ipso facto
But that's free speech.
illegal.
He can call them whatever they want.
Attacking the media
Yeah, he
by
can
the president.
He has the free speech to do that under the law, to say that under the law, but under the Constitution, the same law that gives him free speech makes it so he can't target media. Like, are you... these people are so stupid.
As the executive?
Yeah, he can
And-
say whatever he wants. That's literally the First Amendment.
He can say whatever he wants.
Absolutely.
But the media can't say what they want.
They do.
But he's going after them. He's suing them. He's using lawsuits to crack
Yeah.
down on the press.
They
Presidents
used
have not done that
lawsuits to
before.
give him 34 felonies that Hillary Clinton did.
No media gave him a lawsuit.
No, but people
Oh, we're
on the
talking about
Democratic
media.
side.
We don't talk about the Democrats.
Okay. So he can call them whatever he wants because that's the freedom of speech.
He's
he can even
threatened to
discourage-
imprison reporters.
He's threatened to imprison reporters. He's done lawsuit. He's threatened to take away funding from people based upon their speech. He's threatened to, he's demand colleges revoke people's scholarships or attendance based upon them doing protests for Palestinians. Like, what? The supreme leader can say and do whatever he wants because he's the Lord and the supreme leader, Daddy Trump. But all of us, we gotta be careful because if you get in the way of our supreme leader Trump, which Luckily, I'm on the side of. It'll be all you'll face the consequences. Oh my god, so fucking stupid. Brainlet over here.
He wants to prison. He said reporters should go to prison for reporting. He threatened some of them with prison rape, right? That is against the First Amendment.
Okay. How is that against the First Amendment?
You don't think sending reporters to prison for
Is he
reporting that he
sending
does
them?
like?
Did he do that?
He wanted to. He said so.
Okay,
I would like them to go.
I would really like to.
So other people stopped him doesn't mean he's not defying the Constitution.
So
he also said if you turn up,
excuse me, he can want to do something.
Yes.
That doesn't mean he will or he can.
Okay.
It's just a red flag on its own that he wants to do these things. I'll be dictator on day one. On day one, I'll be a dictator. It's just a red flag that you vote and support for someone that does these things and wants to do these things. If there's checks and balances in places that stop him from doing these things, thank fucking God. Oh, man.
And I think he's very
Well, I've already
aware
given an
of
example of something he did do to the Associated Press, but okay.
Yeah, okay, so the Associated Press is allowed in the Oval Office, which is his office, that's his executive space.
Okay.
And they are allowed in the press room, just like CNN, just like The Guardian.
Which he thinks are illegal media organizations.
He can think whatever he
calls
wants.
the media the enemies of the people.
You called him a fascist.
Yeah.
you can say whatever you want.
Yes.
Yes.
But the
and
president is. I'm not the president of the United States with the executive
so
power
now, okay,
to
so
crack
then
down on
the
the
First
media.
Amendment only applies to the citizens, but not the
I
president
never
of
said
the
that.
United
In
States.
fact, Donald
so then
Trump runs
he
his
can
mouth
say-
more than anyone.
Absolutely, he
Yeah.
does.
And he doesn't just say stuff. As I said, he actually does stuff. He actually does crack down. For example, Fifth Amendment.
Yes.
Due process.
Yes,
Judges have actually said you have violated due process.
Yes,
of
except
people
for,
on trial.
except for people kind of forget the Clinton, the 1996
Fuck Clinton. Clinton should go to jail too. He's an Epstein child diddling freak too. This every single time they get in a corner, they have to do a gotcha or like whataboutism. Oh, it's always a thought-ending cliche. Their brain is wired. These people's brains are fucking wired to like not think past step one when they hear step one and immediately go to whatever fucking talking point that was handed to them through right-wing media or their church or wherever they got it from. It's immediately like, oh, I'm on the spot now. I'm cornered. But what about Clinton? What about Clinton? So instead of arguing that it's not a thing or that the thing is actually justified, you're admitting that it's a bad thing and that he's doing it. But now you're trying to justify supporting a bad person that does a bad thing by doing whataboutism. When I'm pretty sure, Mehdi, and I know for a goddamn fact that I do not give a rat's ass about Bill Clinton. He could rot for the rest of his life in a jail cell and I'd be A-okay with it.
Immigration Reform Act,
Yeah.
where you can get limited due process when you have expedited.
American citizens?
No.
What about American citizens?
Who's getting deported? That's American.
2 American children have been deported multiple this year. Have you not been?
No. Their parents have been deported, and their parents say,
No,
"I'm
the father
going
was
to take
American.
my baby."
No, didn't.
No.
Illegal?
We don't know because they didn't go to court. And the judge.
They
by
don't
the
have
way,
to go to
by the-
court.
yes,
That's
okay.
not a part of the due process.
Are you a lawyer?
I'm
The whole due process, the entirety of what due process is going to court, having the right to go to court and having a fair trial to be found guilty or not guilty.
very aware of
Are
it.
you a lawyer?
Do I have to be? Oh, we're making an argument
you a
now
lawyer?
from we're making.
It's a simple question.
No.
Are you a lawyer?
Okay, we're making an argument.
I'll take that as a no. A Trump-appointed judge in the case, not some Marxist lefty judge, as you
I
people like to
don't
call them,
care.
a Trump-appointed conservative judge said you cannot, it is illegal and unconstitutional to expel or deport an American citizen without meaningful process. He said that in April. So that was an act that Trump
So
did. It wasn't
the
speech.
child-
He got rid of an American citizen from the country without process.
So the
That's the
child-
Fifth Amendment violation.
Since I'm not up to date on that specific
give you
case,
more.
I'm sure you can. So
Well, you weren't aware that American citizens are being deported. It's a pretty big story.
Yeah, the
Maybe if you
child
read the
probably
fake
went
news,
with
you might know.
What?
If you read the fake news, you might know what's going on. A lot of American
How would I
citizens
know what's
have
going
been
on if I
deported.
read fake news? I don't watch CNN or Rachel Maddow.
That's,
Sorry.
That's why you don't know that your fellow citizens have been deported this year.
My fellow citizens.
Are they
no.
not? American citizens haven't been deported?
Okay. When a child goes with their
All right,
adult-
guys, that's time. Please return to your
Nice to meet
seat.
you.
Nice to meet you.
My next claim is that immigrants overall are
She didn't even know what due process is. Due process isn't going to court. What? Okay, immigration overall is good for America. Okay.
Good for America. Hi, how are you?
Hello, nice to meet you,
Mehdi.
Daniela. So in regards to your claim, I just want to start by asking this. Do you care more about helping Americans or immigrants in this claim?
Immigrants are Americans. I'm an immigrant and an American.
Well, immigrants are not Americans. Americans are the people that were born here.
That's not true. Where'd you
Are you
get,
talking
what's the
about
basis of
people-
your claim for
Are you
that?
talking about people that get naturalized in the process of becoming
Yes.
American?
14th Amendment. Have you read it?
Okay, yes, I have.
Citizenship clause. It
so
says any persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States.
I'm aware of that.
There's
I'm
about 40 to 50 million naturalized
I'm
Americans
aware
in
of
this
that.
country.
Yes, but
You didn't seem aware of it because you said Americans versus immigrants.
So, but are you understanding that the process of getting all these immigrants that come in here we've been also the millions of immigrants, it's up to the millions, it's the last 20 years now, and it has dramatically affected Americans here in the country, which
Positively, I would argue.
people like me and everyone around here, we cannot find homes or even get jobs within our own fields that we go to college for, that we get into debt for.
They took our job. They took our job. Oh no. Oh, they can't keep getting away with this shit. Okay, simple fact. The prices of goods go up as corporations make record-breaking profits. I didn't know immigrants that just came into the country that are undocumented are the ones that are in charge of those corporations. Housing is going up because the housing market is being inflated by corporations and banks buying up property and increasing the value. And the lack of new, cheaper housing being built, which is also lobbied so it doesn't happen by the corporations and banks. Jobs don't pay enough because every single time someone says we should increase the wages, people like this dumbass says it's socialism or communism, or like, oh, it's going to destroy America. How are they're going to increase the prices? Because if they increase the pay of their labor, then they have to increase the prices. So we're blaming people that are literally coming here doing like shit ass fucking jobs that are undocumented on things that corporations and billionaires and the 1% or whatever the fuck you want to call them are doing. Okay, cool. Yep. Makes sense.
And because more blue-collar work, especially in construction, agriculture, and so forth, and the hospitality industry, we cannot get jobs in those fields. So it requires
Are you looking for a
us-
job in construction
I am
or
not.
agriculture?
No, I went
Just
to
joking.
college.
Okay.
Many people here are in college or went to college, but we can't even find jobs in our fields. Also because of the H-1B visa program as well. But in regards to just your claim about immigrants specifically, we cannot even get jobs to pay for housing.
Unemployment is at a record low right now, even under Donald Trump. And I'm not a Donald Trump fan, but I would say unemployment under both Biden and Trump has been at record low levels.
Okay, is this in regards for American citizens?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm unaware of that statistic, but from what I see, like,
I'm an immigrant and an American, and I employ many
And
American
my-
citizens,
and-
both naturalized and the ones born here.
And
I employ
my
Americans.
parents. No, my parents came
Americans as defined by you.
My parents came as immigrants to become naturalized, so I'm not necessarily opposed
Oh wow.
to immigrants.
So you're the child of immigrants.
Correct. I'm a child of immigrants. I was
But
born
you don't
here.
accept that immigrants are Americans.
Not at this moment.
So your
because-
parents are not Americans.
Not at this moment.
Hold
no,
on, your parents
they're
are not Americans.
citizens. They became naturalized.
You just said you can't be citizens by being naturalized.
No, I was born here, and I'm not
Yeah,
opposed
you're born
to
here, right?
naturalization.
But
I never
are your
said that I'm
parents?
against naturalization.
Are you against naturalization?
No, I never said I was against
You did. You
naturalization.
began. Everyone was here. They can play it back on YouTube. You said Americans or immigrants. Are your parents Americans or immigrants?
No, my parents are United States citizens.
But they're immigrants. You said.
No, they came here as immigrants. However, but
So
I
they
want
are
to make the
immigrants.
claim
You
that
said,
we cannot
I came
even-
here as an immigrant. I'm
but
an immigrant.
at this point, when they came, the United
People
States
aren't happy with the way
economy,
this is going for you.
the United States economy was not at.
It's better now. The American economy is better than it's been
Not
for
from
many
the-
years.
not from the
And I can say
statistics
that
I
as someone
see.
who
We
doesn't like
have-
Donald Trump.
We're
Which
giving
statistics are you
millions
seeing?
and billions of dollars
Which
to
statistics are
people
you
of
seeing?
minorities as well as
The reason the
immigrants
economy is doing badly now is
that
because
we
Donald
can-
Trump's
that we're giving
tariff.
I wonder if there's like a criteria that's not being talked about when it comes to like if you're an immigrant or an American citizen. I don't understand this like misunderstanding between them. I don't where's this misunderstanding coming from? Is there like a criteria that Mehdi Hassan isn't meeting or other people's aren't meeting? I wish I could ask. Something to think about.
policy.
We cannot
Nothing
even
to
get
do with migrants.
businesses.
In fact, the
They can't even
congressional.
start businesses.
I'm an immigrant. I started a business. In
No,
fact,
I understand because the
immigrants
SBA is
are-
giving people
immigrants-
billions
I didn't
of
take any
loans.
loans
They're giving
from
them
SBA.
billions.
I didn't take any loans
I'm not
from
saying you
SBA.
did, but I'm
Okay, well,
saying
I'm
that
saying I did.
statistically speaking, they're giving billions of
So
loans
should we do
to these people.
statistics? According to statistics, immigrants are 80% more likely to be entrepreneurs than native-born Americans.
Sure,
They're more likely to start
absolutely. No, I'm
businesses
aware of
and
that.
hire Americans.
No, I'm aware
right?
of that.
Immigrants
But
are
we
more
also-
likely to pay in taxes than
Yeah.
take out in benefits.
And
They're more likely to add to innovation and jobs and wages. This is what the statistics show. The Congressional
yeah, I
Budget Office.
understand- I
Let me just finish my
understand
point and let you come back
that.
in.
Okay, go
The
ahead.
Congressional Budget Office, which is bipartisan, Republicans and Democrats both use it. They have said that the immigration surge that you mentioned will lead to an extra $9 trillion of GDP over the next 10 years. That amounts to $65,000 per American household. That's $65,000 for each and every one of you holding up a red flag.
Okay, I
All
understand
right,
that. But
pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your
Nice
seat.
to meet you.
nice to meet you. Thank you.
Oh man.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Mehdi.
What's going on, man? Nice to meet you. All right, so first before I start, I need to know what you mean by good. I can talk about the economy, I can talk about culture, I can
Great.
talk about all those things. I need
All
to
of
know
them.
what you mean.
All of them.
All of them.
I'm saying immigrants are good for the economy. They're good for
You think lower
culture.
wages are
they're
good for
good
the
for
economy?
society. Where's the lower wages?
What do you mean, where's
Dude, this guy's like tweaking. He's been seething over there in that chair. His eyes are shot red. His face is flushed. He's fucking shaking and shit. Oh my goodness. What a snowflake getting angry like this. My goodness.
lower wages?
Where are the lower wages?
Yeah, so you can
What's
look
the
at
basis for saying no lower wages?
Sure, so you can look at like the STEM industry. It's been in like a complete and total recession. There's been tons of studies like from the Economic Policy Institute that shows that like companies like Tesla, companies from like Silicon Valley, they engaged in mass firing of workers, around 35,000, but then they hired around 12,000 H-1B visas, and it's kind of just standard economic thinking. If you
It's not standard economic thinking. The vast majority of economists and economic studies suggest that there is a negligible, if no impact on wages over time
That's not-
from
that's just-
immigrants.
that's
In fact, your colleague mentioned earlier, construction, there is actually evidence in construction, yes. But in some industries, in some areas, there is an impact. But overall, no. In fact, a study from the National Bureau of Economic Research found that migrants since 1965 have raised wages
Who's that
and
by?
raised innovation.
Who's that by?
productivity. National Bureau of Economic Research.
No, hold on. That's where you publish studies. I'm asking
Yes,
for
I
the
didn't
author.
memorize the names of the authors.
Yeah, I know you did.
Can
Right?
you
It's
give
from-
me the authors you've got?
Yeah, hold on. The study you're talking about is from Giovanni Perry, and what he did is he didn't account for aggregation issues, nor did
The
he.
vast majority of
Hold on, let
studies-
me speak,
please.
Yeah, thank you. Right. So listen, he didn't account for aggregation issues, right? And when you look at like the spatial approach, which is what all these economists use, you're not accounting for the fact that when immigrants come into an area, natives leave. If you look at an occupational approach, where you look at
What? What? Where is the study on that? Where? Maybe this guy would leave if he had to see one too many brown people a day, but like, goddamn, like, what?
look at the specific firms that immigration is going into, like Kim, ETAL 2013 did, you find a net negative impact when there's a 10% increase of immigration. You find around a 0.5% decline in wages when it comes to the specific occupations they're going to.
So
all your studies are flawed.
So 0.5%, weigh that up against what I just mentioned from the Congressional Budget Office, which is a massive boost in GDP per head, which you're not counting for, massive increase in tax revenue, immigrants actually funding the deficits and debts by paying way more in taxes proportionally, including undocumented immigrants. And what's interesting about wages is, I'm in a room full of, I don't know what to call you anymore, conservatives, Republicans, fascists, I don't know. One of you has proudly said that. One of us proudly, oh yeah, correct. I'm in a room full of correct people, but do any of you actually care about wages? Because for example,
I actually do,
For example,
right?
do you support raising the minimum wage?
Absolutely, and you can't do that when you're bringing all these people
So
coming into
that's
a
not the
country.
reason the
Yes,
Republican
it
Party
is.
blocks the minimum wage.
Oh. We can't have nice things because people come here from a different country. I'm going to keep on supporting the people that have repeatedly voted against increasing the minimum wage. Oh my goodness. How fucking brainlet. What?
You think Republican politicians don't vote for an increase in minimum wage because they're worried about immigration?
Did I say I voted Republican? Did I say I voted Republican?
Well, I'm in a show that was called 25 far-right Republicans.
That doesn't mean I'm going to support every single Republican
Good.
candidate.
So you and I, good. So you and I, let's agree. We both support raising the minimum wage. Yes,
100%.
$7.25 since 2009. It's lost 30% of its value.
100%.
If you care about wages, we should be raising the minimum wage in this country, not scapegoating migrants who aren't the cause of
Can I
low wages in the
respond?
country. You know who's causing low wages?
Based.
Billionaires, millionaires.
Yeah, and
People who won't
Based.
pay fair wages to their wages, regardless of whether you are an immigrant or a
I
native
get the
born
monologue, right? Now let me respond.
You had
right?
one. You had one
No,
with your one study that had about 0.5% impact. Go.
Yeah, and your study like sucked that you didn't even know who wrote it, right? So like, let's get back to the point,
because,
right?
Because I don't need
and
to
there
know
it
one
goes
study.
again. Yeah,
The majority of studies say that wages are not impacted
the
by
majority of your
migration over
studies
time.
are flawed. That's what I'm telling
my
you.
studies.
Right.
Neither of us are economists. It's the economist studies.
Don't assume who I am.
Are you an economist?
I could be.
But
right.
are you?
I could be.
Are you?
I'm not going to tell you.
Are you?
I'm going to major in economics, right?
Are you an economist?
No, not right
Okay,
now.
so when I said neither of us economists, I was correct.
Just don't assume.
To use your favorite word.
See here, dude, this is nothing of substance. You look at the red flags; they're coming up. Let me get
That's
to the point.
great, but
so
you're
when you
not an
talk about the CBO, one thing you're not accounting for here is that they're assuming an equilibrium, right? Do you know what that means? You shouldn't make these type of assumptions. You said earlier that unemployment.
Do I
was
know
like
what it means? I thought we were doing assumptions.
Okay, hold on. You mentioned we were like at like 4.2% unemployment. Yeah, that's counting people who have part-time jobs. That's counting
That's how
poverty
it's always
wages.
been counted.
Yeah,
I'm against poverty wages.
You
Can we
won't let
agree
me
again?
Yes. If you go to like the Logood Institute, they calculate it a way where it's like functional unemployment. Okay. If you account for things like just people who make around $25,000 a year, people who have fallen out of the labor market, people who only work part-time, if you count all of those people together and then add on the unemployment, that's around 25% of the population. So when you go, we don't have jobs, we don't have people to do this, and that, and the other. No, yes, we do. Okay, we don't have a labor shortage. We have a good job shortage. And when you keep bringing these people in,
And
they're taking those jobs.
The good job shortage is the fault of big firms, employers. I'm an employer. I can say
Who hires
that.
the immigrants?
Who hires the immigrants?
Yeah.
Employers.
Exactly. So
But
when you
that's-
Maybe we should make education not a commodity anymore. Did you know before segregation, the majority of colleges didn't, you didn't have to pay for tuition. You might have had to pay for housing and like the food and the books and the stuff like that. But you did not have to pay for the tuition if you were able to get into the college. A lot of people can't afford to get the education to do these high-paying jobs in skilled labor.
when you bring up these big firms,
okay, so
that's the
let me
way
ask
that
you
keeps
let me
wages
ask you
down.
a
You
question.
understand that, right?
So let me ask you a question. If you got rid of all immigrants coming in tomorrow, moratorium, you think that Republicans and employers of big firms would suddenly raise all the wages?
You notice
That's
how
what
you
you
didn't answer
believe.
what I said. You
That's
notice
what
how
you
it
believe.
was complete. Your
That's
ankles
what you
were wrong.
believe.
You pivoted the hell
That's what
away
you
from the
believe. Is that what you? I'm
Are
on the
your ankles
subject.
okay?
Do you believe that wages? I'm just wondering how naive you are. You believe that the 1% will raise wages in the federal wage
They will
if
be
we
forced
stop
to.
immigration?
They will be forced to.
It's great
When you
news,
increase
David.
labor's relationship to capital, okay, and you give labor more bargaining power because you're
But this
tightening
is
the
a very
supply of
simplistic
labor.
understanding of economics because
Okay,
you're
explain I'm wrong.
I'm telling you how you're wrong.
Here.
Because you're ignoring the fact that when immigrants come into an area, they spend money. They create jobs.
About 1/5 of their monthly income leaves the country.
That's a good thing also because you don't like US aid, foreign aid. So this is the point. They create
Don't
jobs. I
assume
came
that.
into this country. So far, every one of my assumptions about you has been correct. But listen to me. I am an immigrant. I'm speaking from personal experience.
Get the hell out.
I don't even like. I should get the hell out.
Yes.
Holy
Why?
shit.
I don't want you here.
Why?
Because you come here and say all this bullshit
Why?
about how Americans are lazy.
Why?
You push your left wing.
What the fuck? What? Is this guy like even here? I think he's just like fighting a scarecrow. Dude is like shaking. He was angry before he even sat down. Fighting some fictional character right now. When has Mehdi Hassan ever said Americans are lazy?
I never said
Politics.
Americans are
I don't
lazy.
know why you say this.
I never said Americans
yes,
are lazy.
You are.
The only person
You're saying
attacking
immigrants
people
have to
is
come
you.
into this country so they can do jobs that we don't want to do.
I
That's
never said
exactly
those
what
words.
He never said that either. That's never came out of his mouth.
When did I say it?
Really? You
When did I
didn't
say
that?
it?
So
It's
why
on
don't we-
YouTube. Guys watching on YouTube, rewind to the time where I said immigrants are doing jobs we don't want to do. When did I say those words? When
You
did that
said-
came out of my mouth?
Okay, so why
I
do we
thought
have to bring
doing
why do we have to bring in
assumptions, my
immigrants?
friend.
Why do we have to bring in immigrants to the country if we have people who are going to do the jobs?
Okay.
Pause. You've been voted out.
It's nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you.
You're gonna have to go.
Nice talking to you.
Get the hell
You're
out.
gonna have to go, bro, is what he said as I left to an American citizen. Good to know where you stand on immigration. It's not about immigration, is it? That's what it's not about.
It's about them. It's about protecting the original stock, as this loser said.
Hey, how you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Good
The
to see you.
aura.
How are you?
Not bad. So, what type of immigrants are we talking about?
What do you mean?
Like any immigrants or are,
Immigrants, that's why I said immigrants
are illegal
overall.
immigrants? part of it too?
Undocumented immigrants also contribute
Illegal.
greatly to the U.S. I say undocumented. I don't think people are illegal.
So, let's put it this way. I mean, I'm an immigrant too,
Are
from
you?
Iran.
Okay.
There isn't even
How
a
do you
U.S.
feel about the fact that people here want you out? Are you okay with that?
I'm here to debate you, not debate them.
I mean, you're all on the same side. You're part of one group.
No.
You've been clapping each other.
No, I mean, there are conservatives here, there are far-right people here, there are Republicans
But how do
here.
you feel about that guy wanting me and you to leave?
But, you know, let's
I'm just
stick-
wondering. Wait, this is the topic of immigration.
It's not
how do
about
you feel
my
about the
it's
guy?
not about my feelings towards them.
Okay.
It's about staying on this topic.
Okay.
And
Immigrants are
talk
good for America, yeah. You and me, we're good for America. And the guy over there wants us to leave. So I'm just wondering how you feel about that.
So I believe that there has to be strict immigration laws.
Okay.
We have to make sure that the people who are coming here have the good intent of the United States in mind.
That's not my claim, but okay.
So
my claim is about immigrants are net positive.
If we just open our borders to every single person
No one
that wants to
calls
be
for open
here, you know, that claims that they have economical hardship in their country.
Who's calling for open borders?
No, I'm just saying, you know.
Oh, you're just a straw man. So you're just saying a straw man.
No, I'm saying
you're
that
wasting time with a straw man. No one's calling for open borders. I didn't call for open borders.
You wasted
I said
time.
immigrants who.
You wasted time trying to cause division between me and my friend
division.
over
He
here.
wants you to leave the country. That's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, that's already division right there.
That's your side, my friend.
Like I said,
You
you were
made
the
your
one
bet.
that tried to derail this argument.
Derail?
By bringing that.
It's
Even
literally
though we're
core to my
trying
argument. I'm saying immigrants are good to America. People on
And-
your
and
side
I
are
asked
saying
you, what
we
type
should
of-
leave. Not me.
And
me and
I
you.
asked you, what type of immigrants are we talking about? Are we
Immigrants
talking about
overall.
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 So,
I mean, whatever.
so
you,
you
want me
believe,
to get into like particular communities? I'm not playing that
so
game.
you believe that people that come here without
Overall,
any
help
respect,
the society.
without any respect to our laws and our border, you know, are going to be good for this country?
No, of course.
How about we expedite immigration courts? You know, it's like multiple year waits when it comes to like becoming a getting your citizenship. So how about we make it easier for people that are trying to get into the country to go through the process to get into becoming a citizen of the country, okay? I wonder if this guy supports that. We should expedite these court hearings so people aren't forced to be here undocumented. And if someone is so willing to travel from their country all the way over here to try to make their lives better, and they're doing everything they possibly can not to be sent back, I'm pretty sure they're in support of our country and they actually care about the fucking country. Like, this is what we call survival bias. This is someone that's like, I did it the right way. It's not fair that these people are here not the right way. Survival bias is the most it's very sad. There's most conservatives that are within the demographics of people that conservatives target have survival bias one way or another. Like Blair White when it comes to I'm one of the good ones. Other groups of people, like, I'm not going to go into details, but like you know what I'm saying. This is just straight up survival bias. This is like, I'm going to demonize my own category of person because I feel like I'm better because I did the thing that I think that they need to do to be good. You know, I think they should actually be here documented, even though it's such a long wait. And it takes years to go through the process to become documented. So they have to be here somehow before they get documentation.
Of course not.
So you can't say that all immigrants overall.
I never said all immigrants.
Well,
I said
you said-
immigrants overall. Immigrants overall doesn't mean all immigrants. Sorry to break that to you.
All right, so we have to make sure that the people who are coming here have the good intent of this country in mind. Agreed?
Yes.
All right,
Irrelevant
good.
to my claim,
But
but
when you
agreed.
have undocumented immigration going on,
Yeah.
you can't vet that. You can't make sure about that. Let me real quick, talk about my background. There's no American embassy in Iran. So in order to come here, you have to stay in line for 4 years, and you have to go through some serious vetting procedure to get here. But I made it, and that process has to be in place because you don't want terrorists
But
to fill this
I
country.
made it too. I'm an American citizen. I went through lots of vetting. I took my test.
And that's how
the guy
it
over
should
there
be.
wants us to leave.
But
he wants us to leave.
when people
So people don't really care about vetting, do they?
But
It's not really about vetting, is it, my friend?
people should not have
You're in
the
denial.
right. People should not have the right
Yeah.
to ignore our borders and our laws.
What about those
to
of us who
come
don't
here.
ignore the borders? Should we get to stay?
Of course.
But he says we shouldn't.
Well, I'm not debating him.
You kind of are because you're all together on this.
No, I'm debating you.
Okay. And I'm pointing out to you that your argument is in bad faith because these guys are actually speaking the truth and you're in denial about who's on your side. He wants you gone.
I never claimed that I'm on their side or they're on my side. I'm here to debate you.
All right, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please
Thank
return
you,
to your
Nice
seat.
to meet you.
All I have to say is the Riz. I respect, so much respect for that Riz. That's amazing. The aura.
Hey, how you doing? I'm Mehdi. Nice to meet you.
The question is, immigration is good for America, right?
overall. If you look at the net positives to things like our society, our culture, our food, our economy, our general diversity, I know the D word is a bad word in places like this. I think immigrants have been a net positive. I think if you look at
The guy that's angry. I'm so glad the guy in the pink shirt's behind Mehdi. So now that I know that he's fucking fuming, just sitting in the room, his little response, like look at him, like he's like shaking angrily. Look at
general
this.
diversity, I know the D word is a bad word in places like this. I think immigrants have been a net positive. I think if you look at everyday lives, we all benefit from immigration.
And what kind of conservatives disagree with that?
Some of the guys who
Already
told me
put
to leave
his-
this place and go back to not a citizen.
Do you think all conservatives?
No.
Oh.
No, in fact, Ronald Reagan, who's a president I wasn't a big fan of until Donald Trump came along. Now people like Reagan look good in comparison. Reagan said in 1986, our country is a nation of immigrants. Our immigrant heritage is our strength. He gave an amnesty to 3 million undocumented migrants. He understood the value of immigration. So I'm with Reagan. Although this guy's putting his thumb down there. So Reagan's not popular in right-wing crowds these days.
I
Well,
don't
he's
like
popular with
Reagan
me.
either.
Good too.
I'm a deferred action of childhood arrivals. I was an illegal immigrant myself. I came here when I was 10. I'm what you would call a legal alien now. I didn't have any say on my parents' choices.
Yes.
Do I think that they were well-meaning by wanting to bring me over for a better future? Absolutely. I believe that.
Yeah.
Watch all the flags. Yeah, look at the bar. The flags are coming up.
Did they break the law? Yes. Do I agree with people breaking the law? Not necessarily.
Oh, here
I
it
think
goes.
that there's ever a situation where you can break the law for the better or the greater good? Immigration is it's an interesting issue because I do agree with you that
Good to hear.
everyone is an immigrant in the sense like.
Oh no. Oh no.
Can you tell me a little bit more about your journey?
I've been here 10 years. I'm a proud American.
I actually enjoy this conversation more than any of these fucking theocratic white supremacist losers. Like I would love to see like a 30-minute conversation between these two. I would absolutely enjoy every second of that. Because he's not bogged down with the brain rot that WASP mentality gives the other ones. And you can actually have a real conversation with this guy.
Citizen. I'm a dual national. I'm British. I'm American. And I am an immigrant who's contributing to this country. So, yes, I'm very much proud of America's immigrant heritage. I'm part of it. And despite what one of the other people said on the show earlier, everyone here, unless you're Native American,
All right,
is a descendant of
pause.
immigrants.
Sorry, you've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Thank you, man.
Nice to meet you.
How's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
Actually, a fan. I see you a lot on Piers Morgan.
Okay, thank you for watching.
Oh, a fan.
So, my argument is that Americans are what is a nation? A nation is a geographical location full of people who have some things in common. So, I think some of the things, typically in history, are going to be like race, religion, ethnicity, language. These are some of the things that we have to have in common in order.
How about citizenship? That's something that everyone has in common.
To actually have a functioning civilization, especially in self-government. I'm not necessarily a giant fan of self-government. I'm a Catholic nationalist. I'm not a fascist. You have to have at least some things in common in order to actually have.
I'm not a fascist. I'm just a Catholic nationalist. The other guy that was spouting fascism and being okay with being called a fucking fascist was also a Catholic nationalist. But I'm not a this is the duality. The guy beforehand was being like surprisingly honest, but this is how most of these fuckers behave. These are these alt-right individuals. They mostly like, oh yeah, I'm a big fan. I believe like we have to have people with the same kind of faith belief, or like we have to have people that are the same race or ethnicity. Those things have to be similar to actually be called a nation. I'm not a fascist. I'm a Catholic nationalist. Oh, all these new woke lingo, all this new speak from the alt-right to hide who they really are because they're too chicken shit to admit.
Civilization, and the immigrants, especially illegal immigrants that come into this country now, disrespect us. They hate everything that we believe. They don't even speak our language. I watched after Trump got.
What? When? How? Who? They hate. Why are they coming here if they hate us? Why are they crying or like doing everything they can to stay if they fucking hate us? Why would they come here if they hate us? Why wouldn't they go to somewhere else if they didn't hate? What is this? This is a projection of hate. They actually hate me. I don't hate them. They hate me. Oh, dude, this the racial supremacy not sending their best.
Elected, I watched an interview of an illegal alien woman crying and about getting deported, and the entire interview was in Spanish. That is a spit in the face. It's disrespect. They don't care about us. They abuse our system.
She's crying about being deported, but she's disrespectful because she's speaking in a different what? How much of a sissy snowflake do you fucking have to be to get triggered and feel disrespected because someone doesn't speak your language? Are you serious right now? If the West falls because a different language takes it over, if the West is gonna fall because there's people within the fucking West that don't speak English, the West is too fucking fragile and pathetic to have deserved to exist in the first place. My goodness.
You've gone from a teleological argument into just a bunch of series of wild, unsubstantiated
I'm asking
claims.
you, what is the...
I don't accept any of those claims. That they hate everything we stand for, and I don't accept... Well, I'm not going to deal with the teleology. I'm going to deal with the false claims that you made. There's no... What's your basis for saying that all immigrants or all undocumented immigrants hate everything we stand for? It's funny that you said you're a Catholic nationalist. How did most Catholics get to America? Irish Catholics, Italian Catholics, immigration. Much of the people coming across the southern border are Catholics.
Yeah, I know. I don't...
So it's really funny that you say you're a Catholic nationalist, but Catholics came to America via immigration.
Yeah, so there's...
So immigration is good for America. You and I can agree. Otherwise, people of your faith wouldn't be here.
No. Well, we were here on this side of the world, in this continent, from conquest. We came over here and
But the big surges of numbers, as you well know, because you're a smart guy, Italian, Irish immigration waves, Catholic immigration waves.
Okay, yeah, and I'm not
Are
even
you
claiming...
against those?
I'm not even
Were you
claiming...
against those if you were alive
I'm
then?
not even claiming that
'Cause
immigration
a lot of people
is
were against
bad.
those.
I'm not claiming immigration is bad in all cases at all times.
What is your claim?
My claim is that immigration, especially now, and especially for foreign people that have nothing in common with us,
It's funny you say it's especially now.
Catholics have been historically targeted from the Protestant WASP majority in this country. Like, if you go back to the 1950s and even further beyond, Catholics were hated as much as Jewish people were hated in this country. Like, look up your own religious history within this nation. Like, what are you... What?
I forgot your name. My apologies.
Brian.
The KKK targeted Catholics. Like, the KKK literally targeted Catholics. The Nazi movement that happened in the 1930s in America were anti-Catholic. Oh, man. You adopt the ideology that your ancestry were oppressed under. Now that your ancestry, like, now that your group of people isn't the main target. Survival bias, I swear.
Brian,
Yeah, how many
in every era there has been a Brian who says, I'm not against immigration, just immigration now.
Okay.
This is what people said about Italians, it's what people said
That's
about Irish
unfortunate,
folks,
sorry.
said about Russians, Poles, and now we're saying about
why
people
should I
coming across the
care
southern
about
border. Because you're not being, you're
Why
being a
are-
little disingenuous saying
okay.
I'm only against immigrants now. This is a trope.
that
This is
disingenuous?
because it's a trope that's been used by nativists throughout American history. And every wave of immigrants has come in and faced the same hate and animus and bigotry and lazy tropes. And every wave of immigration has ultimately
Well, I think-
assimilated, integrated,
Here,
benefited the
let me
country. In
make
fact, assimilation right now, according to Jacob Victor from the University of Washington,
Okay.
assimilation rates based on language and citizenship and naturalization are higher now than 100 years ago.
Okay, let me make a statement first. I think that you, in
You
your own
ignored my statement, but
you and your own person are a complete perfect example of why immigration is negative and why we shouldn't allow people
Wow.
who
Why?
don't have any.
Why? Why is that?
Thing in
Why?
common with us. You're pro-abortion. You're pro-euthanasia. You're pro.
I'm
you're
pro-euthanasia? I thought
Yeah, you went. I've seen your stuff. You've defended euthanasia.
Pro-euthanasia?
Yeah, on Piers Morgan.
No, I've never discussed euthanasia
Okay,
with
well,
Piers Morgan in my life.
okay, so my point is that you don't agree
Actually,
with
I'm
the
the guy
founders of
here.
this country.
If anyone watching at home, I'm the only guy here who actually supports American values, democracy, free speech, the Constitution. I've
Yeah.
got folks here telling me
Why-
they don't believe in democracy, that they're nationalists.
Wait, why should we care about that? By the way,
Isn't that what America stands for? What does America stand for?
Why?
The audacity of this nerd. The audacity of this fucking dork. You're anti everything America stands for. Why should we care about the Constitution and freedom of speech? The audacity, they can't keep getting away with this. They are not We need to not allow these fucks to claim that they are the patriots and they uphold American values. Every person that even just normal conservative, like neocons, need to be ringing the alarms and saying, you are a fucking traitor, shut up. And if you're in public spaces spouting this shit, you should face the consequences.
So you hate what America stands for, not
No,
me.
I'm not even
and in
saying-
fact, all the studies show that immigrants actually are more
So
patriotic
the only reason,
than native-born Americans.
the only reason why, yeah, that's the Mexicans in LA right now burning it down, waving Mexican flags.
LA's being burned down?
Please don't send us.
Not the Waymos. No, not the Waymos. Oh man, this hyperbolic, like, fear-mongering language. Yeah, they're Mexican American. The people that helped us with this Western expansion conquest was mostly Asian, Irish, and Hispanic. They're the ones who laid down the tracks.
Back to the country that we're
And
waving
black.
the flag of.
I've been in LA for a few days. I didn't see anything burned down.
Yeah, I know the
Where?
riots have ended. That's because Trump sent.
But if
in
it's
the
burned down, where's it
military.
all burned down? I haven't seen it.
They
I've
firebombed
traveled around all of
cars,
LA.
they
You said
firebombed
LA was
Waymos.
burned down. LA
Yeah,
is
it's a
500
figure
square
of
miles.
speech.
It's
Yeah,
not a figure
I'm
of speech.
saying-
It's
yeah, I'm
another
saying
false
that they're
claim of yours.
burning. No, they're burning
I support
buildings.
euthanasia. LA's burned to
No,
the ground.
bro, just listen,
Immigrants take
relax.
what we stand.
I can just say whatever the fuck I want. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. It's my freedom of speech.
Okay, so
I'm super
so
relaxed.
you're pro-abortion.
But you're just saying one
Where's the-
false thing after
no,
another.
so you're pro-abortion,
And I'm
right?
standing by my position.
You're-
Immigrants are good
You're
for it.
pro-abortion. You're an immigrant.
I'm
Where's
pro
the-
Roe v. Wade.
Yeah,
Personally,
where-
I'm not pro.
Abortion was not an issue up until the moral majority movement right before the Ronald Reagan, like in the 1970s. Abortion was not a religious issue until the moral majority movement. Like, what are... In God we trust. Wait. In God We Trust was enacted in 1956. Added under God to the Pledge of Allegiance in 1954. This was all response to, oh, I did not. Oh no, I need to go back. Oh no, I hope I fucked up. Yeah, okay, good. Whoo.
LA was burned.
The connection to church and state in the 1950s was response to Red Scare because the Soviet Union was like anti-religious. Like, you don't even know the history of this country. How can you claim like you're disrespecting the country by not knowing the fucking simple little bits of history of this country? You hate this nation. You hate this country because you're fucking ignorant and you choose to be ignorant to justify something you already believe. Cart before the horse.
Down. LA's
Yeah,
500
it's a figure
square
of
miles.
speech.
It's
Yeah,
not a figure
I'm
of speech.
saying-
It's
yeah, I'm
another
saying
false
that they're
claim of
burning.
yours.
No, they're burning
I support
buildings.
euthanasia. LA's burned to the ground.
Bro, just
Immigrants
listen,
take what we stand
relax.
for.
Okay, so
I'm super
so
relaxed.
you're pro-abortion.
But you're just saying
Where's
one false thing after
no,
another.
so you're pro-abortion,
And I'm
right?
standing by my position.
You're-
Immigrants are good
you're
for it.
pro-abortion. You're an immigrant.
I'm
Where's
pro
the-
Roe v. Wade.
Yeah,
Personally, I'm not pro-abortion. If you knew anything about me, you know.
Roe v. Wade is.
All right, pause. You've been voted out.
I was going to say
Bye,
nice to
dork.
meet you, Brian, but I guess not. You made it.
Great to
Nice
see
to meet you,
you. My
Mehdi.
name is Cyrus.
Nice to meet you, Cyrus.
I am also son of 2 immigrants, came in legally. I'm also Persian descent,
Fantastic.
born in LA.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Terangelis.
Yes, yes. Well, I am mainly up.
The guy in the pink in the back is like freaking out, like, oh, it's another one of these. It's another one. Why are there so many of them here?
Upset, not at the immigrants, legal or not. I'm mainly upset at Wall Street. I'm mainly upset at the
Same.
elites, the special
with
interests. They are the main reason why we've been having this issue since 1965. And I understand most want to do well. There are a few bad apples, we can agree.
Okay.
But we want to go after the elites. They are the main
I agree.
cause of the problem.
Who are the elites? Based, but who are the elites?
And just like healthcare, trade, everything.
Did you know,
it's
Cyrus, that the top 1% dodge $163 billion in taxes every year, while undocumented people pay $100 billion in tax? So I know where my anger is against.
There are issues with our tax system on the rich, but in a state like California, some taxes are too high. I used to live here, now I live in Las Vegas.
Different debate.
Okay,
I'm saying immigration is good for
depends
America.
on the
People
taxes.
like you and me overall are good for America, is what I'm
Okay,
saying.
but it depends on how it's done.
Yes.
It depends on how it's
And
done.
how it's been done
so
for the US.
I'm not blaming the housing crisis on immigrants,
No, and you'd be
not
wrong
on
too.
wages,
And you'd be
but
wrong too.
in a state like California that doesn't build enough homes and they're bringing immigrants in, you have to increase supply of housing.
agree.
Okay,
I agree.
but this is where our anger is at the political class.
I agree.
The Democrat Party used to have a different stance on immigration 15 years ago. Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton.
I'm not a fan of that. I'm not here to defend different Democrats. What I will say
Okay,
is
well,
that,
that's our anger,
what I will say is that everyone here actually does think immigration is good for America. Everyone here uses an iPhone designed by an immigrant, is on Gmail
Fair
designed
point.
by an immigrant, is
Did he just fucking pog?
watch. He's on a YouTube show.
But
You
this
guys all
is-
came to a YouTube show founded by an immigrant. You wouldn't
Fair
be
point,
here.
but that's
if
a
it wasn't
tiny
for an
minority.
immigrant.
YouTube is
All
founded by
immigrants would be
immigrant,
like
yeah.
us.
Okay, but it is a taboo subject. Should we be concerned about the demographics? So
No.
Anglo-Saxon, European American, 0% of America, it doesn't matter.
Are they 0% of America?
Well, let's say if it becomes 0%, it should not worry.
They're not going. Why you bring weird hyper?
I'll take the bait. It doesn't matter. No, it really doesn't. It absolutely doesn't matter. And if you think it does matter, you're fucking racist.
But there has to. But, I mean, they're still part of our country. There's culture. There's.
Yeah.
I mean, even Britain. Like,
I mean,
it
Americans-
In 100 years from now, if somehow, some way, interracial marriage has occurred to the extent that there is like less than 1% of white people in this country, as long as it's upholding the Constitution and as long as there's democracy, it doesn't matter. The demographics of the population, when it comes to race or ethnicity, doesn't matter. And if you care about that and you feel like it matters a lot, you are racist. I'm sorry to say. I also look right at the camera. You are racist. You are Adolf Hitler. You're not Adolf Hitler. That was just a reference.
concerns me. But it concerns me when Britain is changing, and it's it's like they're losing their culture. But it's losing their culture. Are they? Are they going to try to?
I'm from the UK. I'm telling you, no one's losing their culture.
London is going to be very little British in
Who
one
says
day.
so?
What's the plan? That's what we want to know. What's the
You
plan?
just made that up. Have you been
But
to London?
how do we know?
Cyrus, have you been to London?
No.
So then maybe you shouldn't comment on places you don't know anything about.
But what's the plan?
I grew up in London.
What's
London's
the
a very
general
British
plan?
city. I was in London a few weeks ago.
Okay.
It's a very British
I
city.
hope not. I understand that there are people in this audience that don't like me or you in this
Yeah,
country,
they
and
want us
I
to leave.
respect that. There's some that don't even want me to date a blonde woman. They want to keep to their own, or ginger or whatever. I respect that, but there has to be a deal made. There's Idaho, there's Montana. They can go live in a homogeneous society. I don't believe in force, okay? And
Oh my god, is he making the oh my. So culture changes throughout time. American culture is extremely different now than it was 10 years ago. This Jubilee proves that. Within my lifetime, I have seen culture change over and over and over again. New fashion trends happen, new food trends happen. There's no stopping time. Culture will always change. Within this, even if you have an ethno-state, under the ethno-state, the culture will still change. You can't stop culture change. So you're just crying and holding on to the ground as time is dragging you through life when it comes to culture. That's going to change no matter what. What else did he just say?
keep to their own, or ginger or whatever. I
Oh,
respect that, but there has to be a deal made. There's Idaho, there's Montana. They can go live in a homogeneous society. I don't believe in force.
He's making the white supremacist talking point that free association means you can bar people based upon race and ethnicity or religion or sexuality. But specifically in this case, race or ethnicity. You can bar people from living next door to you because if they have own property next door to you and live next door to you and they're a different race, you are oppressing the free association of that white supremacist. So racialized towns are allowed that get to discriminate and say people that don't fit the criteria are not allowed in. That is what he's just advocating for right here.
Okay? And I believe that there has to be a deal made. And I think there's upsides and downsides to diversity.
There's a deal made.
That's my brain deflating. My goodness. Survival bias, bro. It's a mental illness. Jesus.
People have elections, they vote for elections, and right now there's Donald Trump in the White House, not someone I support, but people voted for him.
Well, why did he get in mainly? Because we had 2016,
I'm sure we have time to get into that.
2016,
There's a lot
Bernie
of reasons he got in.
Sanders. Okay.
Part of the reason
Less than 20% of the American population voted for Donald Trump. He won with 20% of the population's vote. Let that sink in.
he got in is that people in this room want people like me and you to leave, and they voted for him to try and make that
I'm not surprised. One of the Charlottesville marchers doesn't like me, and I've met those people, and I respect their views.
You really shouldn't.
Well, they're
You should never respect white supremacist views because they want you fucking dead. Conservatives, people on the alt-right, there's no respectful. It's called it's called the something hypocrisy. Not civil. What is the? I'll think of it.
Don't respect racists and fascists is my advice to you.
Well, they have their preferences. You know, that's just, we can't change that.
Actually, we can. That's why I tried to come in today. But anyways.
All right, that's time. Please return to your seat.
What is that
Thank you.
called?
Nice to meet you.
There's,
Pleasure. Good. My final claim is that Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is ethnic cleansing.
So true.
Hey, how are you?
Sarah, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You too. So why do you say this is Donald Trump's plan? Why do you think that?
I mean, he says it's his plan. Have you seen his plan?
When
Have you
did
heard
he
his plan?
say it?
He said it standing next to Benjamin Netanyahu in January, February. He said it on Fox News in an interview on Fox. He said it on Air Force One when he was chatting to reporters.
Word for word, what's an example of what he said?
Word for word, he said, for example, we're going to clean out the Gaza Strip. He said they're going to leave. We're going to take control of it. He says, we'll own it. I would own it. He says, I'm not sure under international law how he can own a foreign piece of land. And when he was asked on Fox News, the people, the Palestinians who are being forced to leave, would they be able to come back? He said, no, they wouldn't. That is the literal definition of ethnic cleansing, according to a UN definition of ethnic cleansing.
Why do you think that Trump is saying this? Do you think that he has some personal interest in cleansing Gaza, or do you think there might be some special interest group or perhaps religious or ethnic group that's, you know, that maybe he received money from them and that's the whole reason?
She's just asking questions. She's noticing. She's a noticer. I'm just asking questions. I'm noticing things. I'm noticing a trend.
And why he wants to cleanse Gaza, or why do you think that is?
I don't do Donald Trump's motivations. I really don't care. My claim is that what he's doing is ethnic cleansing.
Well,
do you agree with that?
I would actually, probably agree, but I'm
You
just...
agree that it's ethnic cleansing? You agree with doing ethnic
No,
cleansing?
I don't agree with it, but I agree
Okay,
that's
good to hear.
probably his plan. But I'm trying to figure out, like, why do you think that is? Because Donald Trump's a white man. He identifies as Christian. I'm not sure if he really is. But what interest does he have in preserving a Jewish ethno-state? Like, why would he have that?
It's a good question. You'd have to ask Donald Trump that
But
question. I've got multiple views.
you don't
I'm sure
think-
you have many views. I'm not sure I like where you're going with your views, but I think Donald Trump is definitely someone who's got financial interests in ethnic cleansing. He's got political interests. He loves the evangelical voters he get. A lot of Christian evangelicals like to support Israel because they think Jesus will come back if all the Jews are gathered in one place with no Palestinians. I think
True.
he's going to make money, he thinks, from beachfront property with Jared Kushner. He said something similar in the
You
past.
think that's the real reason?
I think there's multiple reasons, yeah. I think financial, geopolitical, ideological, evangelical. I don't even care. My claim is that what he's doing is ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing is a war crime according to the Fourth Geneva Convention.
Yeah, I agree.
It's against international law under the Rome Statute, so we shouldn't be part of that. The United States should not be supporting Donald Trump's plan for ethnic cleansing.
I agree.
Good.
What?
Then why are you sitting in the chair? Just to ask questions to try to like say, isn't there like a certain demographic that runs the banks that is actually in control of this country? Is that literally why you're here? Just to do the JQ? Like, you ran to the chair even though you agreed just so you could JQ on fucking for everyone to see online. That's crazy.
What do you think should be done instead with the Israel-Gaza situation? I'm not sure what your stance is on this.
I would like to see a ceasefire in Gaza.
Two-state
I would like to see. I don't really get into debates about what solutions. I would like to see an end to the killing. I would like to see Gazans have freedom. I would like to see the Palestinians in Gaza somehow get their land back. 80% of Gaza right now is under Israeli military control or displacement. I would like to see freedom for the Palestinian people. I'm an American. To go back to the core of this show, I support American values. One person, one vote. Free speech.
It really is a religious and ethnic battle.
It is not a religious battle.
Well, yes,
no, it's
that
not.
is what it's obviously between Jews and Muslims. Both want control of the Holy Land.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
What else? What other?
Actually, the founders of Israel were secular. They were not religious, actually. And I think some religious Jews, like Bezalel Smotrich, who's the Israeli government minister,
it doesn't really
is a religious fanatic.
My point is,
the core of the conflict is over land. It's colonial. It's historic. It is not about religion.
Colonialism is for a reason.
The people who want to steal the land want everyone to believe it's religious.
My point is, why are we sitting here? Why are we sitting here? It's like a false dichotomy where we have to argue, like, do Jews get Israel? Do Muslims get Israel? Why are we?
I've never brought up anyone's religion.
How many of us How many of us here are Christians?
I didn't bring up anyone's
trying
religion.
to pick sides between Jews and Muslims taking over Israel. Like, don't you think that?
Hold on. First of all, I didn't bring up religion. Second of all, you know that a lot of Palestinians are Christian, right?
Some of them.
You're just reducing it to Muslim versus Jew.
Well, it's majority Muslim. Yeah, it's very.
But there are many prominent Palestinians.
I agree. Yeah, but there's not that many.
So it's not worth reducing everything to religion.
Well, it is. The reason. Why do you think Iran is backing proxies that want to take over Gaza and back the terrorism in Gaza? It's obviously because they want to Muslim control of the land. You don't think that's why?
No, I don't think it's about religion. I've been following this conflict for decades. It's not about religion. People who say it's about religion, it's a distraction.
Well, it's a big part of it, I think.
I think it's become a big part of it. It's been weaponized by bad faith actors, sure. But I don't think that's the core. The core is that one group of people are dominating another group of people.
What group of
it is
people
apartheid.
is it? But what group of people is dominating another group of people?
One ethnic group is dominating another ethnic group.
What ethnic group?
Say the J word. Say the J word. Say the J word.
Jewish people.
Yes, dominating.
Arabs.
Yes.
But I didn't say anything about Christian, Muslim, Jew in a religious sense.
Okay,
Jews defined as religion and ethnicity. You know that, right?
Well, why do you think that Muslims want control of the Holy Land?
You keep saying Muslims. I didn't bring up Muslims.
Well, they're Muslim states. Like, what do you think? Like Iran.
Not all Palestinians are Muslim. That's literally. There's atheist Palestinians. There's Christian Palestinians. There's Jewish Palestinians. Like, what are we talking about? It's an ethnicity.
And wants to do with
the Holy
Land.
Iran.
But that's part of the conversation. What do you mean?
No, it's not. The conversation is Donald Trump is doing ethnic cleansing, and you agree with me. So I'm not sure why you're still here, to be honest.
It's part of the larger context.
It's a weird
of the
debate when you actually agree with me.
What I was trying to say is we kind of have this false dichotomy here where we're trying to take the side of the Gazans, which mostly it's a Muslim majority, or the side of the Jews to try to decide who gets control over Israel.
I didn't say about control.
America is a majority Christian country. Should we be
Is that still true? I feel like that's not true anymore.
deciding Christians should have control of the
I agree.
Holy
Donald
Land?
Trump should not, nothing to do with religion. Donald Trump should not be deciding what happens to.
Okay, even if, yeah, but the majority of Christians don't believe in your JQ ass authoritarian Nazi fucking Christianity. So.
Gaza. That's my claim. If you agree with me, great. Let's shake hands. Give the seat to someone who disagrees with me.
Do you think that America should just cut ties with Israel altogether?
What's your definition of cut ties?
Like stop funding them, stop being a military
arm?
Yes,
that's what I would say.
Okay.
That was an easier debate.
He's back. The guy that got to say calm is back. I'm so excited.
Whoa. Welcome back, Richie. You really want to be here?
First of all, I really thought that obviously where we started, where it ended up, there's a lot of aggression. I can see in your eyes there's a level of exhaustion from being here.
Bro, this guy. This is
where my empathy comes in. Where it does.
He's like he comes off to me as like bargain brand what's that guy's name with the holsters? He's freaking Canadian. What is his name? He abused his pregnant wife. I'll find his name.
Is, when you have a room full of people that do agree with you, we have this opportunity to come together. And you're kind of mocking people when they do. So you mocked Sarah a little bit when you guys clearly had a common interest and goal to reach. So I can tell you're agitated. I want to bring that all down, please.
I'm guessing you're not going to, but let's see.
No, I'm going to.
We need to stay calm here. He's starting it off again. Steven Crowder. This guy's like fucking bargain brand Steven Crowder over here. He's just missing the holsters.
I do want to point out some contradictions. First and foremost, I don't believe you're pro-American in the value system that you claim to uphold, especially with free speech, if you're not willing to debate people that don't share your values. That's very un-American.
Donald Trump's plan for Gaza?
No. It would be anti-free speech if Mehdi Hassan said we should make your speech illegal. Him choosing not to debate people based upon their beliefs is not anti-free speech. That's free association. You can, that's free, like you, how in the world is me saying like, I don't want to talk to this person anti-free speech? He's not oppressing the speech. He's not trying to outlaw the speech. He just says, I don't want to talk to you about, I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to debate you. Like he talked to him, but he wasn't going to debate him.
Ethnic cleansing.
I don't believe it's ethnic cleansing,
Why
but I because it's not his plan.
It is his plan. He said it's my plan.
No, he's
Benjamin Netanyahu called it his plan.
He is obeying someone else's plan.
Okay. Who is he obeying?
He is obeying Israel's plan for the Greater Israel Project, of which this is one of those things that we can agree on.
Why is he doing that?
Why is he doing that?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they have something on him. Maybe they have something on all
But
Americans.
you think it's a bad thing what he's doing?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
No.
Glad
That's
to
why.
agree with you.
Yeah, but they agree, but they, okay, so like, you can agree on a statement, but the details of why that statement is happening is very different between these two people. So Mehdi Hassan thinks it's ethnic cleansing, genocide, and that's not good. This guy, I don't think that's the reason why. He just said it wasn't ethnic cleansing. So that's obviously not why. So they don't agree. They don't agree.
But see, I don't want to shut down
I'm
the
not mocking you, I'm
conversation.
agreeing with you.
Okay, perfect. But I want to take this opportunity because I don't know if I'm going to get the opportunity again to say you're not American. First.
What the fuck, dude? Legal American citizen went through the process for the legal means of citizenship. Let's hear that in its entirety.
But I want to take this opportunity because I don't know if I'm going to get the opportunity.
Like, this is like abusive like anyone that like knows about abusive tactics, this is like straight up like right wingers love to use like abuse tactics. Like he comes up here and he's like, you gotta stay calm. You gotta stay calm. Like I see like you're really tired in the eyes, and like you gotta stay calm. And I'm trying to come in good faith in this conversation. But like you need to like I gotta stay calm. You gotta stay. We gotta be calm about this, okay? You don't fucking belong here. And now, if Mehdi Hassan responds at all, he's about to be able to get to say, I said stay calm. I'm trying to come at this in good faith, and I'm just saying my opinion and all. I don't know why you're getting so upset about this. Let's see if that's how that plays out.
Again, to say you're not American. First and foremost, but you're not.
Remember when I said the agitation from you is not going to be lower?
What I'm saying.
You claim to lower the temperature and then make racist remarks. You know that's a racist remark.
It's not racist.
You tell an American citizen.
But okay, perfect. You just proved your own point. You just said that was a racist position.
Yes.
Earlier, you argued this contention that America has no race. It's a bunch of immigrants that culminate together into.
Why do you think he's not an American citizen? Please answer that question. Please answer that question. No. Mehdi Hassan saying that's a racist remark is because he has the belief, he's come to the conclusion in his head that this guy only sees him as not an American citizen based upon Mehdi Hassan's ethnicity and race. So that is why Mehdi is saying this.
America has no race.
You inferred it. You absolutely did. Okay. So now you're saying it's racist for me to take an American nationalist approach. You're kind
of an American national approach? Is that a white approach?
I think it's a white nativist approach. Of course,
so only Americans are white people.
Why did your parents immigrate?
I'm not being racist. You're just not an American because you're not fucking white and you don't fucking belong here. Oh my god, dude. Jesus. My.
It's only white people.
Why did your parents immigrate from India to the UK?
Because the UK colonized and conquered India.
Okay, why did you immigrate to America?
Because many reasons.
Okay, all opportunity. There's opportunity.
That's not true. You don't know.
The accent. Your accent is an afflict of white Anglo-Saxon.
But you know there are 50 million Americans.
White Anglo-Saxon doesn't exist anymore. White Anglo-Saxon died off decades ago. It's not an ethnicity anymore. What are you on about?
In this country,
I understand, but
none of them are Americans in your view.
What I'm trying to get you to do to reach.
White the Saxons were German. They were fucking German. They weren't even British. What do you? They don't even know their own shit, dude. Oh.
A common ground here.
We're not going to reach a common ground because you said I'm not American.
Please try.
I don't think you're American.
I'm saying you're not.
You're American.
I'm saying you're not American due to values.
I don't think you're not American on values either. I think you're a little fascisty, a little racisty.
See, you're using these words. Okay, first.
Oh, I love it. Good job, Mehdi. Good job by not getting angry. This is great. I just throw it right back at him because he is an American. He does not uphold American values. He does not care about the Constitution. He's a white supremacist. That's what he is. He's not an American. He's not a goddamn patriot. He's a white supremacist, wrapping himself in the flag.
First of all, I want to say this.
I'm not just throwing them at you. You didn't come sit down. I said
for every conservative that has ever been shut down by leftists like you, for every conservative, for every conservative,
you've already said
for every right wing, for every Stefan Molyneux, Thomas Sowell, Nick Fuentes, all of those people.
Is Thomas Sowell American?
He's Australian. But that's not the point. I'm saying people that are on our side of the aisle that get shut down by people like you because you're leveraging this position of emotion.
You're joking, right?
No, I'm not. You're leveraging a position of emotion.
My side of the aisle is trying to deport you. The only shutting down is being done by you.
They're actually trying to genocide my entire race. So what are you talking about?
Wow.
What are you talking about?
You're a white genocide guy?
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
What's happening in Gaza is not an ethnic cleansing, but the whites in America are being genocided. These people are such fucking snowflakes. They have such victim complex. The emptiness in this loser's eyes, dude. I wish my oppression was as much of a fantasy as this guy has. Me having to be, I have to see brown people, and brown people are coming into the country and becoming citizens. They're killing all of us. They're killing me. What a snowflake. What a loser, dude. You're a fucking loser, dude.
You know the fact you're
I'm amazed that Jubilee find some of you guys. How did they find you?
Do you see
Did they email you? Do you have Gmail?
Why are you trying to oust me? This
you
is such a
shop at
cheap
Costco.
tactic.
Do you go to Nordstrom?
No,
All immigrants. Have you ever been on eBay?
No, but
You love immigrants.
No,
You love immigrants when they're helping you. You just don't like the color of my skin.
We're having a different
All right,
conversation.
pause.
Genocide.
We're having a
Pause.
Based.
All right, you've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Okay, I really wish we could have gotten.
I mean, you believe in white genocide, so it's very hard to.
That face. That's how I feel, brother. You don't fucking belong here. They want to genocide white people from the nation, but while claiming white people are being genocided. Insanity. Fucking insanity. What laws on the books are targeting white people specifically? What actions are systematically killing white people within our country? And if you say immigration, that's a very sad, pathetic way of... If what's happening in Gaza is not a genocide, but just people moving into America that don't fit the white criteria is genocide. What the fuck does genocide even mean anymore? That's sad. That's a sad individual right there. The white category has changed over time. I am Irish. Half of me is Irish. That half of me is now considered white. If I came over here in the 1920s, or if I lived in the 1920s, I wouldn't have been considered white. The other half of me is Romani. That's definitely not white. But because I have fair skin and auburn hair and freckles, I'm treated with white privilege within our society. Like, what are we even talking? Whiteness has always been an in-group, and that in-group of white people have always subjugated and discriminated against anyone on the out-group. The in-group has had to grow over time to gain it, to keep its power. It's had to allow people to also now be considered white. But, like, there's European countries where everyone there is fucking, like, brownish skin. Like, Northern Europe, they have olive skin there. Like, like the Baltics? My goodness. Yes,
Hey, how's it going?
finally.
Nice to meet you. Hello. So I'll switch over to the Gaza thing in a second, but first off, I just wanted to touch on that. You said that you support free speech, of course, right? So what I'm confused about is you've refused to debate people that have disagreed with you because you said that.
They're so snowflakes. These are such snowflakes. And they don't know what the fuck free speech is. The guy was able to say everything he wanted to say with Mehdi Hassan not really pushing back on any of it and just making fun of the guy. These people are such snowflakes. They don't know what freedom of speech is. They don't know what the Constitution is. They don't know what the benefits of our Constitution and how America was founded and, like, this, how secularism is beneficial to them. Because, okay, let's say Christianity, we become a theocratic Christian nation. But now it's a theocratic Christian nation that says it's against God to not allow abortion. You have to now worship in a way that a different sect of Christians worship. Not your sect, not your version of Christianity, but a different one. And if you don't, you're a criminal and you're not Christian anymore. These people are so stupid.
They're racist or they're
No,
fascist,
no,
right?
no, 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 no. If we're going to do facts, they said they were racist and fascist. Get your facts right before you start arguing.
So isn't the whole entire point of a debate to debate people that you don't agree with?
I don't debate people who don't see me, A, as equal, no point, or B, support democracy because that would undermine the whole idea of the debate.
Yeah, because the debate was about the Constitution. Like, the premise of the debate matters. If they don't even agree with the premise of the debate, what's the point of having a conversation with them on, like, Donald Trump is breaking these constitutional rights. He's breaking the Constitution. Oh, I don't give a crap about the Constitution. Okay, where's the debate? How do I debate you at this point? You've already agreed that he's breaking the Constitution. He's breaking the laws under the Constitution. Like, wow. I win, I guess.
If you don't support democracy, as our friend here doesn't, and support General Franco, then what is the point of a debate?
He gets so happy. That guy, Conyer gets so excited for any little attention. Fatherless behavior, as these chuds would say. Any little attention. He gets giggly and fucking happy about it.
Mind the whole idea of the debate. If you don't support democracy, as our friend
at
here
him.
doesn't, and support General Franco,
He's
then what is the
talking
point of
about
the
me?
debate? The First Amendment doesn't mean you have to debate everyone. Somebody comes up to you in the street and starts talking to you. You don't have an obligation to carry on talking to them. I'm sure you go about your business. Somebody comes up to you in the subway and sits next to you and starts ranting in your face. You're not going to start debating.
everybody here
So
in this jubilee-
everyone here has hygiene standards, as do you. There are people you wouldn't debate, I'm sure, as well.
Okay. So can you please describe why you think Trump is supporting ethnic cleansing of Gaza just because he wants to take over the land there? How does that
And
equate to killing them?
not just take over the land. Kick out all the people. That is the definition of ethnic cleansing.
So isn't ethnic cleansing killing people? Because it seems like
No.
You can ethnic cleanse people without killing them. And by the way,
The westward expansion, before, like, the big wars and the slaughters of them, was ethnic cleansing. Even if we gave all of, let's say, the West Coast to Native Americans, like, all of the states along the West Coast was all, like, a different country, and it was, like, the natives' country, and there was not a single blood spilled, it would still be ethnic cleansing.
they have been killed. More than 50,000 people in Gaza have been killed by the Israelis, by people like Bezalel Smotrich, who said recently, the finance minister of Israel, we are going to Gaza to conquer, cleanse, and remain. We're going to annihilate the place. We're going to disassemble Gaza, he said. We're going to leave it behind as piles of rubble. That's the guy Trump's funding, supporting. That's the guy praising Trump. So yes, Trump and Smotrich are ethnically cleansing Gaza.
I cannot deny that thousands of people are dying in Gaza, but you need to realize why are they dying? Is it possibly that they're attacking another country?
No,
just
the
because
people who are dying
Israel
were
is
not attacking another country.
Just because Israel is killing more Gazans than Gazans are killing Israel doesn't mean Gaza is righteous and Israel is evil.
I never
Now,
said anything about evil or righteous.
Israel
I said ethnic cleansing. You said don't have to be killed. I said they are being killed, and the criteria for what's happening to them. If Donald Trump says these people have to leave and never come back, is that not ethnic cleansing? What is your definition of ethnic cleansing?
I would think ethnic cleansing is when you're killing off a large part of an ethnic group.
That's genocide. You're confusing your terms. Ethnic cleansing is removing one ethnic group using a deliberate policy by violence or terror-inspiring means to remove another population, another ethnic group from a certain geographic area. That's the UN definition of ethnic cleansing.
Yep.
That is what he's doing. When he was asked Donald Trump, can they come back? He said, no, they cannot. That is ethnic. I've heard all these. We've had people talk about white genocide today. You guys are nationalists. How would you feel if somebody came, a president of France came and told you to leave your land and not come back? Would you not feel you'd been ethnically cleansed from your home?
From America?
Yeah.
Well, because my ancestors were settlers here, not immigrants. They actually
Palestinians are not immigrants in Gaza.
Settlers are immigrants. What do you mean? What do you mean? They immigrated to a different place and settled there. Like what?
They are indigenous people to the land.
Didn't Israel just give Gaza the land like a few decades ago?
No.
No.
I'm pretty sure Israel used to have that land.
I'm pretty sure
No.
They withdrew from 2005 from the land, but control the air. No, they don't give it to them. They control the air, the sea space, the borders, the population registry. They controlled what went in and out. It was a prison, an open air prison. That's not giving them
Don't they have
freedom.
a border with Egypt and then the Mediterranean Sea?
Yes, and the
So how's
Israelis
that
and
a prison?
Egyptians work together because Donald Trump and Joe
Really?
Biden
The
and Barack
Egyptians are
Obama.
Muslim?
Yes, they're funded by the United States. Did you know that Muslim countries do bad things too?
No, I know that they do bad things.
Okay, then so we're in agreement.
All right, pause. You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, one. Great.
Hello, sir. Welcome back.
See you again, Mehdi. All right, so I agree that Trump wants to do a cleansing, but not an ethnic one, because that area requires a lot of cleansing. Because when you have a population that was taught from early childhood age to hate Jews, Christians, and pagans, you need some serious re-education.
Number one, that's not true. Number two, that's not what he's proposing.
Well, I mean, most Palestinians, by a polling number, do support Hamas.
They support resisting Israel.
And elections were held today. 43% of active voters say that they would vote for Hamas, 28 for the faith, 8 for the third party, and 19 are undecided, according to poll conducted by the Palestinian Center for Policy Survey Research.
Well, I mean, the thing is, what did they do in the first place that they're in this, what you call open-air prison?
Great question. What did they do to deserve being occupied?
Well, here's the thing, because the Islamic Republic in Iran is using them as a tool.
What has Iran got to do with this?
As a tool.
Dude, your hate boner from your native land does not justify fucking genocide. Come on. Come on. You know that there were plenty of people in your country, in your neighborhoods, that believed and thought just like you, that were oppressed just like you. It's the same way in Palestine. Survival bias, dude.
Tool for their Islamic expansion.
When did the Islamic
Because they don't-
hold on. When did the Islamic Republic of Iran? You're Iranian American,
Yes.
I believe.
Yes, I am.
When was the Islamic Republic of Iran founded?
1979.
When was Gaza occupied by Israel?
19. Well, the very first time.
67.
67. Yeah.
So can we do the maths together? 12 years before the Islamic Republic of Iran existed, Israel was oppressing, occupying, dispossessing the people of Gaza. So your argument makes no sense.
Were there any terrorist organizations at the time?
The PLO was considered a terrorist organization by the entire Western world.
All right. So was Hamas there?
Hamas did not exist till the 1980s.
Exactly. My point is, after the Islamic Republic came, it became chaotic because the Islamic Republic started to use the so-called innocent Palestinians for their own
So-called
ends.
innocent Palestinians. You don't think Palestinians
So
are innocent?
Not all of them.
But
Because
what about the 17,000 children who were killed?
They're doing the
17,000 children were killed. Were they not innocent?
Were
they not innocent?
Who's responsible for that?
Israel, who
No,
dropped the bombs on
Hamas
them.
is responsible. Hamas is responsible for hiding in hospitals.
If you was watching the earlier this stream, I already showed evidence of how this is bullshit, and I made these arguments of how this is bullshit. I just can't imagine.
and making tunnels underneath
So
those
when
hospitals.
children are shot in the head by Israeli snipers are not responsible for that.
Look,
It's a simple question.
Here's the problem.
When Israeli snipers shoot Palestinian children in Gaza in the head, as eyewitness testimony and doctors' testimony proves, that's not the fault of the Israeli snipers.
This is the problem, because when you have a
The problem is you won't answer the question. I'll ask you a third time. When Israeli snipers shoot Palestinian children in the head, is that not the fault of Israeli snipers?
Well, you gotta let me finish.
No, you got to answer the question. Fourth time.
Well,
when Israeli
I will
snipers
get to
shoot
your answer.
Palestinian children in the
I will
head,
get to your
we're running out of
answer.
time. I need to know what you think about innocent children.
because I will
what
get
you
to-
said was pretty outrageous. You said
I will
so-called
get to your answer.
innocent Palestinians. For the fifth time, when Palestinian children are shot in the head by Israeli snipers,
What
is that
did-
not the fault
what-
of Israeli
what did those
snipers?
children do?
What did
what did
you
they do?
tell me? Did the children deserve to be shot in the head?
Because the problem is,
you
over
know,
there,
millions of people are watching you say
they
to
start
justify the
brainwashing
killing of
children. They start brainwashing children at a very young age.
So you support
Exact same-
sniping children in Gaza?
Look,
do other people here support sniping children in Gaza? Is that a conservative position now?
What if they're wearing a suicide vest?
They weren't.
But what if they are?
They're not, though.
What
Dozens
if
of
they
children.
are?
I have friends who went there. Doctors went to
what
Gaza.
if-
American doctors. They came back as we had multiple children.
What if
with
they're
gunshot
hell bent?
shots.
What if they're hell
What if they're
bent on
not?
killing you and your family?
A 10-year-old child, an 8-year-old child, a 6-year-old child.
Because
this is
like
bad
I said,
for you.
like
You're
you said,
sitting on
they're
live
brainwashing
television
them.
where millions of people are going to see your neighbors, your
Because
friends.
millions
You
of
support
people,
the killing of
millions
children.
of people don't know what's going on.
Even your fellow right-wingers are saying, don't go this far. White genocide, sure, but don't advocate
Millions of
killing
people
kids.
don't understand the brainwashing that is going on in Islamic Republic and in Palestine to create
You're
this
obsessed
hatred.
with Iran so much that you're supporting the killing of Palestinian children who never harmed you or any other Israeli.
Thank you. He said it. He said it. Thank
That's
you.
insane.
Look.
And the fact that you support Trump's ethnic cleansing now doesn't surprise
I didn't
me.
say ethnic cleansing. I said cleansing of the land.
All right,
Because you
pause.
need to cleanse
I'm
the land
sure-
from
I'm
all the
sure
tunnels.
Slobodan Milosevic said similar stuff.
You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Now I wouldn't want to shake that motherfucker's hand either. I wouldn't have wanted to shake all their. Oh, it's the angry guy. It's the shaker. It's the salt shaker. Oh, let's go. Salty ass cracker shaker. Let's go, boy. Let's go.
How you doing? Good to see you again.
I'm good seeing you too, man. First thing I'm gonna say is I'm not down for Israel. Okay, that's the first thing I'm gonna say. And I don't like when you come up here and you use the type of rhetoric that you do. You talk like all these like left-wing positions, and then you go to the last part, which is I don't support ethnic cleansing in Palestine. I think you're doing a huge disservice to pro-Palestinians when you start allying yourself with all these progressives. I don't think it looks good because you have all these conservatives in here who oppose war. They oppose intervention in the same tradition of Pat Buchanan and all the greats that came
Not
before
Donald
him.
Trump, though, sadly.
Yeah, it is sad. It is sad. I do agree. I mean, he ran on an anti-war ticket. He said he
lied
was
to
going
you.
to. I didn't.
Because he lies, right?
You gonna let me talk, or you
Sorry.
just want to? Yeah, true. So, I mean, yeah, you keep going back to Trump. I don't think this is part of his plan. I think this is a plan of lobbyists, and this is not just unique to Trump. It's been a thing since the Democrats. It's been a thing since the Republicans before him. It's been like this since Truman. I don't know if you read like John Mearsheimer's The Israel Lobby
have.
or anything like that. Would
I
you
have.
agree or disagree with anything like that?
Oh, I agree with Stephen Watt and John Mearsheimer, yeah, for
Okay,
sure.
great. So I'm just wondering, when you ally yourself with all these leftists and you come up here and you argue for immigration, you argue up here that Trump's this bad criminal and this and that, and then you
But you
add-
think Trump's bad, too?
Where's
about
this
it. I think he's
going?
good on some questions and bad on other things, but let me get to my point here, is you ally yourselves with guys like, Jewish Voices for Peace and all those guys.
Great people.
Yeah, not really, though.
Why?
Because they're self-interested in it. It
They're
says
not.
it,
By definition,
no,
they're not.
it says it on their homepage.
By
that-
definition, they're not self-interested, right? They're going against their own
Are you going to let
community.
me talk? On their homepage, it literally says that we are here to segregate Judaism from Zionism. It's very clear they're doing this in their own interest. That's why it literally says Jewish Voices for Peace. They're going to be the good Jews who say that we don't support Palestine. And then what happens is you take all these progressives, you go out there and LARP in the street, and then everyone here who's conservative, they're going to vote for the pro-war candidate because they don't want to be associated with all the
Oh,
liberals.
so you're forced to vote for pro-war people.
Hmm. There we go. This is what that guy is saying. There, yep. I just hate to do this. I feel bullied, really. That's what this argument is. You made me do it. You made me do this.
Poor
It's either that or get
conservatives.
replaced in my country. What do you want me to do?
Oh, you and your replacement bullshit.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
You and your yeah, dude. I would be so wiped out having to talk to these fucking creeps, these weirdos, these antisocial freaks. Oh man, I would be so fucking this. I I don't know how he did it, because he thought he was just talking to like conservatives, not like Nazis and fascists and white supremacists. My goodness. I'm being replaced. Even though my family came here in the same means of how didn't your family replace the original stock by immigrating over here at one point? Oh no. Wait, you're going to be the first one that's going to the promised land. You're going to be the first one that's going to the promised land. Is that what the guy just said to him?
For pro-war people, poor.
It's either that or get replaced in my country. What do you want me to do?
Oh, you and your replacement bullshit.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
So angry.
Oh wow, there's 3 people so far. Let's keep counting. We.
I'm pretty sure that was a threat of violence. What does that even mean? What does the promised land even mean?
Should be nicer to you, otherwise you'll deport us. What a great argument. This is a free speech debate.
Yeah. You should like think exactly how I think and be nice to me, or yeah, respect our country or get out. Dude, you disrespect this country. You fucking hate everything that makes this country great. This pink shirt fucking loser. This salty ass cracker over here crying as hard as he possibly can about being in the same room with people that don't share his skin pigmentation, over here acting like he's the arbiter of the Constitution. Fuck this traitor, dude. Fuck you.
It's not your country, my friend. It's our country, whether you like it or not. I thought Kai was. He smiled, he laughed, he did it. We disagreed. He did it I felt like it was good faith. Let's see.
I appreciate it, Mehdi.
He seemed to be in good faith. He seems kind of smart. And, you know, he's one of the few people who doesn't want to deport me. Well, or maybe not. We're going to find out.
Mike.
He does. He does. That answer that he did, he does. I'd much rather have had him pick this guy. I would have rather him pick this guy.
Claim is we should get rid of birthright citizenship.
So the only thing that is making him a citizen, and me a citizen should be removed. How do you determine people that are born in the borders of this nation if they're a citizen or not? Probably has something to do with pigmentation.
Why do you want to get rid of birthright citizenship, and how, by the way? Because you know it's in the Constitution. I'm so glad you brought this up.
Yes.
Because it was one of my...
The 14th.
14th. I mentioned it to a bunch of your friends, and nobody wanted to engage in the 14th.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the 14th Amendment,
Exactly.
the Citizenship Clause, which says that if you're born here, you're a citizen of the United States.
Yes. And I chose this because it's an extension of the original debate and the immigration debate. Okay. I think birthright citizenship, first of all, when it was originally argued, you know, among the people who were actually voting on the clause, right? It was argued that the birthright citizenship was not automatically extended to everybody who was just born here. And we have a long history of that as well, for example, with the Native Americans, who had particular laws that applied solely to them. What I think we're seeing in this country is not everybody is so similarly under the jurisdiction thereof of the United States, right? And by allowing for birthright citizenship and not interpreting the Constitution as we're legally allowed to and restrict, you know, the automatic citizenship of anybody who's born here, we actually remove the issue, for example, of family separation, because there is no incentive of a family to come over to this country illegally and then have a child, which is contributing to the awful situation we have in America of breaking up families. This is not something that I...
Just don't break up the families and make it so those parents can become citizens. Oh, it's actually nicer to them that now that we're deporting the entire family. the thing you're advocating for in the core thing that you're saying that you want to do is ghoulish and evil and bad and harmful, because we end up with Gestapo in the streets blowing off fucking doors of American citizens' homes, harassing and terrorizing citizens in their own neighborhood, American citizens, asking them, are you here legally? Mm. Mm.
I imagine you or I agree with.
No.
The issue is birthright citizenship has incentivized that.
So even if I were to concede that in some cases birthright citizenship has incentivized that, that, you know, I don't like the phrase anchor babies, but I'm not naive enough to pretend that there are not immigrants who come here and time the pregnancy in order to get. Of course, you and I can agree on that.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you then rip up a constitutional principle that goes back centuries, goes back before the 14th Amendment. 14th Amendment came about, I think, in 1868, if memory serves me correctly. But the principle underlying it is actually from my other country, the UK, ancient English common law, right? So this was always the case. The 14th Amendment, as you know, because you seem well read, came along and codified what was already a principle in American and English law, that if you're born in the country, you are a citizen. Now, you mentioned the point about jurisdiction. There is that little bit in there where it says subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That, in the debate, if you go back and read the debate that the senators had at the time, they were very explicit that that was to do with foreign ministers and foreign ambassadors. Diplomats living in embassies, their kids shouldn't be citizens. Obviously, they're here on their own. You know, the Argentine embassy in DC is Argentine soil. So we accept all that.
Absolutamente, amigo.
But when they were asked about Chinese immigrants, Senator Trumbull, who was, I think, the chair of the Judiciary Committee back in the 1860s during this debate, he said at the time, Chinese immigrants' children, they're citizens. In fact, 1898, as you well know, we get Wong Kim Ark.
The Supreme Court's 1898 decision in the United States v. Wong Kim Ark upheld the principle of birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment, even for children born to non-citizen parents. 1898. Damn.
Supreme Court case, Wong King Ark versus the United States. And the Supreme Court says, yes, even the child of undocumented Chinese immigrants is an American citizen. So this is a principle going back centuries. So while I can agree with you that there are cases that abuse the 14th Amendment, that there are issues of family separation, I'm not going to rip up a constitutional principle that goes back centuries and is backed by a 127-year-old Supreme Court precedent because Donald Trump is looking for ways to cut the number of brown and black people in the United States.
If you don't mind me interrupting, this is where I think it's important as well to go back to what we talked about with the Constitution. When we're analyzing, and admittedly, I'm not as interested in the legal argument. There's obviously many ways to interpret the Constitution, but I don't think, especially among conservatives, that it is positive to use the Constitution to dismantle it. When we analyze the original context, like you were saying, in the late 19th century, our immigration law was absolutely different, including, you know, in respect with the Irish and Chinese immigrants that were coming over. It was absolutely different. Changed.
We had open borders, my friend. Some people in this room would hate.
Yeah, pretty much you just showed up here and you became a citizen. The American had mostly free and open immigration in its early days, but started enhancing restriction in the 1880s. That included the Immigration Act of 1882, which levied a tax on all new immigrants and blocked the entry of lunatics, convicts, and persons likely to become a public charge. Dude, that old school terminology of like lunatics, because like asylums were a normal thing back then. Proves the guy wrong. Yeah, no. The Mexican-American border was just completely and openly free. You weren't breaking the law going over to Mexico. Like, the Wild West was crazy because, like, you could just commit crazy, like, you could do a mass murdering in a town and then go to Mexico and be fine. There'd be bounty hunters that would go down after you if someone paid for a bounty on your head. But, like, you could just freely travel over the border. People in Mexico just could freely travel up to America. The American borders. Which, and all the people that were in California and in these areas instantly became citizens of America because the line, their border line, crossed them. They didn't cross the borderline. They were natives to the land. It used to be Mexico at one point, right? The border crossed them. They didn't cross it.
But we had open borders for half of American history.
Well, I don't think that's very true.
It's 100% true.
Hold on.
It's
If you're comparing the
150%
open
true.
borders, which I don't concede to, but if you're comparing the open borders prior to like 1910 and prior to the Hart-Celler,
This is just a fucking excuse. It's a distraction from the higher ups to say that all of the faults of this country, everything that's happening that's bad, is actually these people that are coming into the country. It's a distraction so people don't actually care about like policies that would better affordability, necessities, health, things like that. It's a fucking distraction bought and sold from media spread from media organizations that are owned by billionaires, right? So like this is all just a fucking stupid ass distraction whenever the real issue at hand is the 1% and they're lobbying. This is so fucking brain dead. Like, immigration was not an issue up until recently, until like Fox News made it a fucking issue. Rupert Murdoch made it a talking point for his sheep audience to gobble up the stupid lowbrow slop to distract them with, while Rupert Murdoch is increasing his wealth by like 150% over the founding of his company, you know? Instead of it goes back to it goes back further than this, but the industrial revolution, industrial complex, whenever people were like, we need to unionize, we need worker rights, the bosses would say, hey, it's actually the black workers' faults. Or it's actually the Irish's faults. They would get the people fighting amongst each other based upon race. It's just the same shit over and over again. And these troglodytes fall for it, hook, line, and sinker, because they get fucking upset when they see a brown person. They're like, oh, thank you, corporate capitalist overlord. I'll eat this justification slop to be a racist sack of shit. Oh, yum, 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 yum. Oh, thank you for the slop.
Act, and you look at the amount of immigration and who was coming over.
Nice deflection. Amount is irrelevant. We did have an open
It is
border.
absolutely relevant.
Why?
Because the Constitution, like the founding
So hold on, your argument is we had open borders, but there were fewer immigrants.
I was about to answer. Okay. It's important to analyze the context wherein these laws and parts of the Constitution arise. The original founding fathers said the Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people and is wholly inadequate to the government of any other, which means the people that wrote this document understood that it would not be able to properly...
Super secular people, but let's just be clear on that.
Oh, no, that's not true. They were deists.
A lot of them were super
No, the majority were deists.
But they were secular. Secular doesn't mean atheist. You know what that means.
I understand that, but deist doesn't mean secular or atheist. It means they believe in a God, but not a God that's
I didn't say anything
particularly
about whether
present.
they're deist or theist. I said they're secular.
Okay, but secular
means you separate church and state.
Okay, well, let's
Yeah.
talk. We could even talk about that. That's a perfect example.
You're going to run out of your own time making your argument, which you haven't made so far.
I understand, but the separation of church and state is now completely differently understood than originally proposed.
No, they left a lot of the people that immigrated here from Europe back during the time of the founding fathers came here because the British law was dictated by God and like their version of Christianity. And they saw that and they know the oppression that happened under it. And even George Washington has a quote of saying like, no government should force upon the religious values that the government seems are correct, for it even oppresses the groups within that religious sect, because like the state becomes the church. The state says we determine what is Christian and what is not Christian. Do you want the government to be able to say that you're not fucking Christian? These people advocate for themselves to be stabbed in the fucking eyes. They're like, hey, I want to be stabbed.
Jefferson, who talks about the wall of separation, which doesn't even exist in the Constitution, understood it in a different
Supreme
way.
Court precedent, as you well know.
Yeah, sure, but the precedent of the last 100 years, wherein the country has been completely different from its founding, should not overrule the original intent of the people who wrote the document that you and I are both citing. Okay. Which means,
but I'm not locked into what the people.
No, they did not want a dictator. They did not want a king. You're giving them kingship of like they have final say. It's a amendable document for a reason. They made the country, in the Constitution, we are a secular nation. Under the First Amendment, we are a secular nation. Right? But that's from the founding group.
We've had amendments to the Constitution. You know that, right?
I understand that.
Okay.
And this is our fundamental disagreement,
Yes.
is that I don't believe...
You think you can read the minds of people in the
No,
1770s?
that's not true.
And I'm stuck.
I just believe this country ought to be more like the country we originally had, and I don't
Great,
think...
that's your opinion. You're entitled to it.
I understand that.
But there's a factual basis to it.
Well, let me try to see what you believe. Okay. If we are voting on these constitutional amendments, if we are interpreting them, and our interpretation becomes absolutely, let's say, a 180 from what the original intent of the authors of that document is, are you in favor of that?
I guess it depends on the issue.
Okay, I would say no matter what...
So, for example, take the Second Amendment, which we kind of danced around. It's not been but come up here and there. You know the debate about the Second Amendment is the fundamental debate is one side says it's unlimited, and the other side says no, what they meant was the militias. They didn't, and they had muskets. They didn't mean AR-15s, right? So we can have that endless debate, which I really don't care for about that. But to come back to your point about the constitutional principles, the 14th Amendment comes along in the 1860s, so it's pretty old. It's not as old as America, but it comes along, and it's been around for 150 years. So if you want to get away with
it was around. It was around before 150 million Americans.
And I'm saying it was around before the United States was even created. It's part of ancient English common law. If you're born in a place, you're a citizen of that place, unless you're a child of a foreign diplomat or on a Native American reservation.
English common law did not exist simultaneously as millions of people coming across the border in a year.
What is the number of people that came over here because of World War I and World War II? What is the number of people that came over here from Ireland and Europe in Europe in general? From China? Our population is higher than it's, if you do per capita, it's about the same. Because the world's population has increased significantly. So if you have per capita what the world population is, and you compare the numbers, there's actually less immigration now than there was during World War I, World War II, the Chinese refugees. Like,
So your argument is numbers change everything because we've got so many more people.
Not solely, but absolutely.
Okay.
The demographics of your immigration absolutely change.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? If you got rid of the 14th Amendment, what would be in its place?
I think a citizenship test would be fantastic.
What age?
I wish.
What age?
I think we could administer it in high school.
To everyone?
Sure.
So people aren't American citizens up until high school? So children aren't American citizens anymore?
The immigrants.
No, everybody.
And then if you fail it, you denaturalize white American.
Maybe you can't get a government job.
Denaturalize that dude.
I think there's plenty of benefits that the government offers people that you should not be able to receive.
I'll tell you.
Rights for me, but not for thee. Holy shit. Oh my goodness. In these idiots, oh man. In this guy's mind, in his fantasy white supremacy, fucking theocratic, whatever flavor of dictatorship and white supremacist nation, like white ethno-state nation he has, conveniently, he fits in. But for a lot of the people that supported the Nazis and other regimes like them, they ended up not fitting in eventually. So how long until this guy doesn't fit in the world that he wants to create?
This, right? This might sound bad,
and I think
people care for me anyway. So let me say something you might not like.
Nobody would pass it.
If you have a high school immigration citizenship test for everyone,
I think people will take citizenship more seriously.
I'm guessing the immigrant kids are going to outperform the white kids, and you might actually end up denaturalizing some of the white kids, and then people here will be really upset.
And well, hold on, and I like to be consistent about this. That's possible.
Wait, did he go? The white people are stupid? Oh shit! Wait, what?
Care for me anyway, so let me say something you might not like.
Nobody would pass it.
If you have a high school immigration citizenship test for everyone,
I think people will take citizenship more
I'm
seriously.
guessing the immigrant kids are going to outperform the white kids, and you might actually
It's
end up denaturalizing
It's
some of the
possible.
white kids, and then people here will be really upset.
And well, hold on. And I like to be consistent about this.
I don't think he's saying that would be the case. But like when you look at education, America's education system, or like people's intelligence education in America, the median person's pretty fucking stupid. Like, I'm an idiot, but somehow I feel like I might be like a grade above the median person, hopefully. But I understand, like, compared to Hassan right here, Mehdi, I'm an idiot in comparison to him. He's had high education. He's very intelligent. He's very intellectual. He's very articulate. I'm a dumbass, but I feel like I'm at least a little bit more intelligent than the people in the fucking room surrounding Mehdi. And I feel like the median person is about on par with how fucking the median American, especially white American, it's pretty fucking stupid. I've met a lot of them. I've had conversation with a lot of them. I've debated a lot of them. I see a lot of them. They're pretty fucking dumb. But like, yeah, I can just imagine there's a high school and the majority of the whites in that high school cannot gain citizenship.
That's possible. But what I think it would do is it would give everybody a larger sense of the importance of citizenship.
So you would say no.
You taking away citizenship is how you want to prove that citizenship matters? No, citizenship matters because of the fact that we have citizenship and we have the rights we are granted under the Constitution because of that citizenship. Citizenship matters even if the majority of the population doesn't understand why it matters. And it matters because it alleviates the harm that the state can enact on a populace within its borders by claiming and arguing that they aren't citizens. We are seeing that right now in real time when it comes to the undocumented immigrants or people that are just seen or maybe thought of as not like actually an American citizen because of their fucking race or ethnicity. Like,
No one born in this country is a citizen. No one.
Automatically, no. Automatically, no.
Wow.
I think we could extend that. You know, people who have a heritage in the country
What
of
are
like.
they until they pass the test? Undocumented?
I suppose, yeah. They're not able to
So they get
receive government
deported?
benefits. They're not able to receive government benefits. They're not able to apply for these jobs.
But
he's advocating for another tier. He's advocating for a tier class of citizenship. He's advocating that there should be a lower class of people that are all minors, that are all children, that don't have the equal rights or abilities of others that were born in this nation or have the criteria of citizenship. What is it called whenever there's a two-tier system of people under a country without the same rights? I think there's been multiple regimes or like governments that have done that in the past, and I think we can actually look and see what happens in that kind of system and see how the people that aren't treated as citizens are treated. And you're saying that children should be like that? Has this guy actually thought this through, like, at all?
Parents are citizens.
Okay, well, hold on. We're talking here about the way that we would implement it.
Yeah,
But
it's pretty important. If you're trying to get rid of the 14th Amendment, I'm going to ask about the practicalities of it.
And we're not.
Trump's
And
doing it
hold on,
right
hold
now.
on. And I'm not going to be able to explain it to you in 10 minutes. But what I can explain to you is that right now in this country, we have a crisis of people not hold on. We're not understanding what citizenship is.
This guy's one of those.
The way that you've referred to citizenship makes everybody who hasn't come to the United States an undocumented American citizen until the time they come over here.
That's how a lot of countries are, right? You know that birthright citizenship is operated by multiple democracies around the world. I know Trump lies and says we're the only country that does it. He lies. That's not true. Multiple countries.
Do you think it ought to be that way? Do you think everybody in the world is an undocumented American?
So, hold on. Well, or undocumented Canadian, or undocumented Brit, right? Or undocumented.
Sure. Well, I'm an American, so I say America. But yeah,
but I'm saying, right? The principle is you immigrate. We have free movement. I support free movement of people around the world.
But do you believe they're all?
Are you Kim Jong Un? You think people should only stay in one country and never leave and be blocked from leaving their country?
I think
that's a very illiberal and conservative position.
I think there's a big room to move between being Kim Jong Un and saying that.
Not really.
Hold on.
In practical terms, if you accept,
I gave one side. I want to give the other. There's a big room to move between being Kim Jong Un and saying that everybody in the world is an American. They're just not on our soil yet. I think being an American
that's a ridiculous statement, right? Because everyone in the world is not heading for the United States.
Yes, yeah, but
in fact, right now, numbers of people coming in is dropping a lot.
But the idea that you are supporting is that the moment you come to this soil, and that you're born here, you become an American. And
I'm not saying at the moment you come to soil, you become an American. I didn't. I had to do the test. Right? Okay. I had to do the naturalization process, which is guaranteed by the 14th Amendment. But the 14th Amendment also says if you're born here, then you automatically get it. And I'm not saying,
I think the problem we have,
it's a hill I'm going to die on.
The problem we have is we don't appreciate citizenship. The problem is that when you talk about immigration like we did before, when we talked about everything before, what were we talking about? We were talking about products. We weren't talking about practices or perceptions, which is really what immigration is about.
Can I agree with you? We don't in this country value citizenship enough.
I agree.
I think we should encourage people to have more civics lessons in schools, understand American history and Constitution much more. Here's what the irony is. I'm sitting in a room today where I met a bunch of people claiming to be Native Americans who hate everything America stood for centuries.
I think they stand much closer to the America that we originally had. And I think that's the big disagreement.
I don't think any of you lived there or had any clue what that was like.
But you've agreed to dismantling
things about that America.
But you've agreed to dismantling that America as long as it's legal.
You have. You're the person who came here and made your argument.
I'm a constitutional originalist.
Taking away an amendment of the Constitution. I didn't. I said keep the Second Amendment.
I'm an originalist. I think we should interpret it the way it was probably originally interpreted.
All right, guys, that's time.
And that way is the way that I say it is. No history, none of that. No. Let's not read what the founding fathers have said, which is antithetical to what everyone in this room has been saying. My interpretation is the original interpretation, and I say it so it is the case. It's very ironic. This guy's argument was that people don't appreciate citizenship or understand what it is, while demonstrating that he doesn't appreciate citizenship or understand what the fuck it is. My goodness. Is there like a last thing that he says, or?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I thought it would be an interesting exercise in trying to understand what genuine far-right conservative folks think, and it was kind of disturbing to see that they think what I thought they think, and they were happy to say it out loud. I am disappointed that I had to sit across from people who believe in white genocide, who believe I'm not a citizen. Multiple people here said I should be deported. One of them was even the child of immigrants, which I found bizarre.
Obviously, we were way outclassed. Like, we're not professional debaters. I don't think anyone in this room was, maybe one or two people. And clearly, Manny, he does this for a living, right? He's a journalist, so he's really good at what he does.
He has not.
Man, maybe you should start following Maddie and like stop with your conservative bullshit and your survival bias, and like realize like it doesn't matter who with these far right positions you put in front of Mehdi Hassan, they're going to get obliterated. It doesn't matter. Every single time, every time that like a video like this comes out, or like a debate happens between a far right person and like a lefty or a liberal, most of the times when these fucking happen and the right wing 95% of the time gets fucking obliterated, all of the right wingers will be like, oh, they were just weak. They weren't able to do it because like they're not the ultimate debate warrior. It's like a constant excuse that I've seen since fucking Gamergate. Like every like Vosh debate I've ever seen, every Demon Mama, every Hassan, every Destiny, all these debate peoples, all the like the left leaning debate bros, like every debate that they've like obliterated the other person, which 99% of them they've obliterated the right wing person. It's always the excuse of like, oh, of course you beat this person. They're an idiot. Debate this person instead. And then they debate that person. And it's like, oh, of course you beat this person. Debate this person. Your positions are unjustifiable. Your ideology is that of fucking twigs and wires and string in a gymnastics, like jungle gym, that doesn't make any fucking sense. There's no debate. There's no one on the planet that can defend the undefensible. The only people that will agree with the undefensible are themselves indefensible individuals, right? They're just ontologically evil, like everyone that we've seen in this fucking call, in this fucking conversation, except for this guy. This guy, I have hope for. Out of all of them, I'd have hope for this guy. Please, please, please realize that it wasn't that you weren't a good debater. Realize it's just that you were in a room with people that want you fucking dead.
And clearly, Manny, he does this for a living, right? He's a journalist, so he's really good at what he does.
Mehdi Hassan was pretty good at, taking cheap shots, trying to derail people from their arguments, trying to pit me against, some of the people that wouldn't like people of my color to be in the United States, which is irrelevant.
I think one person said as he walked off, "You'll be the first to go," which is ominous and racist.
I think that was disheartening and particularly discouraging because it just felt like it was fitting into a stereotype that we're trying to fight against, which is like we actually have arguments, we can provide good reason.
You don't have arguments. You cannot provide good reason. It's disheartening, and I hope you can wake up. This is, which side are you on? These are the people that you are siding with. These are the people that you stand next to. It's an ideological issue, not an individual issue. You all share the same ideology.
That rhetoric just pushes that far away.
I am, I guess, a far-right Republican, but as I learned today, not as far-right as I thought I was. Someone gets up and they're just like, yeah, I guess I just want to have autocracy forever and Christian nationalism, or just being like, yeah, I'm racist. And to me, that's very foreign of a concept. While I didn't,
That's your side. That's always been your side. Conservatism will always lead to this. It's not you're actually conservating how things are right now. If definitionally conservatism was correct, like in what it was called, it would be called regressionism. They want to go back to a past, a foreign past, a fake better past. They want to regress the progress. How was that in America? Jim Crow? White supremacy? KKK?
Disagree with most of the people in the circle. It did bother me at times, to see them say mean things. There's not really a reason to do that. But it also upset me when Mehdi said, I'm not willing to debate with those people.
Free speech doesn't mean you need to give credibility or oxygen or platform to people who don't agree in human equality.
I hear Mehdi's.
That is so true. Free speech, anti-free speech argument would be those people should be in jail for having said that.
Point about not giving them a platform, but the thing is, if you stop.
No, they still had a platform. They were capable of saying whatever. He just wasn't gonna argue against them. They had free reign to say whatever the fuck they wanted, and they did say whatever the fuck they wanted. They were platform, buddy.
Giving them a platform, they don't just go away and change their mind, and then you tell the rest of society.
There's no changing these people's minds. You can't logic people out of an emotional position, and white supremacy is an emotional position. It's anti-intellectual position. You can't intellect out of that.
No one exists who thinks like that, and that's not true.
I do like to debate people, even people I disagree with. I try and avoid bad faith folks. I think some of the folks today were bad faith. I'm anti-conservative, right? I don't support conservative views on taxation. I don't support conservative views on immigration. But the people here today were way beyond conservative. This is open authoritarianism, and this is what is being normalized and mainstreamed in our country by people in power, by the media, by people who don't know any better.
Mm-hmm. Very true. Very, 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 very. It's very. It's a very, very, very. I'm still dying that this guy, the one guy was like, you made me do this. You're bullying me into being a white supremacist. You showing up here the white people, like, actually ethnic cleansing is happening in America, and it's the Gestapo ICE fuckers going around racially targeting Hispanics or non-white people in general and imprisoning them without any due process, without any court to prove that they aren't here legally, and then sending them overseas. And in some cases, a lot of these flights go to the middle of the ocean and turn around. What's happening there? You know, we're using those like military planes with a big door on the back of it to move these people. What's happening there? My goodness. I think if we can learn anything from this situation, from that conversation, it's that we need to bully people more. It is your moral obligation to punch a Nazi. And I actually believe that. If you see someone doing the Elon Musk Roman salute, as they want to call it, it's your moral obligation to punch him. Because I looked it up. I remembered what I was going to say earlier. It is called the tolerance paradox. Let's see. Do. Yay, the tolerance paradox. There we go. This is the tolerance paradox. The Tolerance Paradox by philosopher Karl Popper. Should a tolerant society tolerate intolerance? You want more tolerance? Respect my ideas. Two non-Nazis disagreeing and saying, fuck off, Nazi. So should we tolerate intolerance? The answer is no. It's a paradox, but unlimited tolerance can lead to the eradication of tolerance. So, when we extend tolerance to those who are openly intolerant, the tolerant ones end up being destroyed, and tolerance with them. Any movement that preaches intolerance and persecution must be outside of the law. Shut up. As paradoxical as it may be, defending tolerance requires not tolerating the intolerant. So, if you have people like in that conversation that is saying things like, I don't know, we should have a white ethno-state, brown people not around, we shouldn't tolerate other religious beliefs, and we should have a theocracy. Those things are inherently intolerant. It's intolerant of other religious beliefs or the lack of. It's intolerant of those that don't fit into the race of the ethno-state. So those things should not be respected. And should not be allowed in public society without severe consequences. See, right-wingers want to cry cancelization all the time, when cancelization is just the consequences of their actions. We all agree what the fuck? We all agree. I'm sorry. There's this version that I saw, and I was just like, what the hell are we even? Down with capitalism. Yeah, they're doing the tolerance paradox, but against the lefties. And yeah, they're trying to pull the tolerance paradox. So when it comes, to tolerance paradox, this doesn't make any sense right here. This doesn't make any sense right here. And comparing the Nazi beliefs to Antifa, both siding is psychotic. We should claim the right to suppress them with force if they reject the argument because they may choose to answer arguments by the use of their fists and pistols. What? What the fuck are we even on about right now? Okay. So when it comes to left-leaning ideology, my ideology, that of libertarian socialist or anarchist, Marxist, woke, whatever you want to say, I don't oppress people based on their religious beliefs. I think you should have the freedom to go to church. I think you should have the freedom to believe in whatever God you want to believe in. And I think you should be able to have the freedom of having whatever value you have under that religion, even if it's like anti-queer, right? I will argue against it and I won't disagree with it, but I don't think the state should come around and imprison you because you have those beliefs. When it comes to authoritarianism, conservatism, right-wing ideologies, they want to, through the state, punish people and oppress people based upon things that aren't just a belief, like how I said I would defend, even if it disagrees with me, but they want to do it when it comes to immutable characteristics. Who you're attracted to, what you identify as, what skin tone you have, what religion you believe in. All those people in that room was advocating for those people to be oppressed, especially the cackling weirdo Conyer, right? It comes down to the core of the ideology. Should you face social consequences for being a bigot? Yes. Should you face legal consequences for being a bigot? Depends on the circumstance. If you're discriminating people and you're saying no blacks allowed, no Jews allowed, no gays allowed in your business, yeah, you should face legal consequences. Should you be arrested for saying, I hate non-white people and I hate queer people? No. No. There's a difference between social consequences and legal consequences. People telling you that you should fuck off whenever you are doing the Nazi salute in public, or is not the same as the state coming and arresting you for doing a Nazi salute. Right? My positions aren't those of I want to oppress people with the state. I want to uplift people with the state. And if you think oppression is, oh, you want to tax the wealthy and use that tax money to help the majority of the people in this country with that tax dollar when it comes to social safety nets or human necessities, if you think taxing people is oppression when they'll still have In America, it used to be the tax cap was in today's dollar would be $3 million a year. Everything above $3 million a year you'd be taxed on. If you think I'm oppressing people because I want to go back to something like that, you don't know what oppression is. If you can't have a comfortable lifestyle with $3 million a year, fuck you. If you think that's like some sort of oppression and they deserve and are owed that much more than that, fuck you. You're living in poverty probably just like me, working a dead-end job just like me. And you're simping for people that are actively taking your wages. Fuck you. I think it's 11 o'clock. Oh my gosh. I've been streaming for 5 hours, but I did 2 videos and talked about more than one thing. I did it. Yay. Yesterday was psychotic. I'll never pull that one off again. 1.5 speed all the time, always, forever in the future. Man. Yeah. No, we should bully these people though. Like we should absolutely bully them as much as we possibly can. But that being said, I'm going to play the bread video. I'm going to go. And I think this is the end of stream. So enjoy the bread video. Because last video I did cut out short before I said the goodbye. For some reason, the lag on what you're seeing compared to what I'm doing right now is pretty long. So we'll end it off with the bread video. I'll say, don't forget to like and subscribe. Comment down below if you disagree with me or think I'm a woke lib queer cuck. I don't care. And yeah, I think this is it. I will stream some point in the future, eventually, possibly. I have to look at my schedule, but I am definitely streaming at least one more time this week. If not 2 times. So yeah. Adios, amigos.
Good freaking bread, man. I don't know what you're doing, but yeah, go ahead. What am I doing with this card again? I'm not sure if I... Wait, what am I doing? Okay, special summon. Okay, you can come out. Void then. Oh, welcome back, People Kitsune!